Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Oceanic Promotion Tournament. My name is Max Roby for Foglia. Joining me on the desk tonight is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And if you missed out on yesterday's game, it was a quick 3-0 sweep with Chiefs Black taking out Infernum. But of course, tonight we're going to be having Trident taking on Abyss Esports Red. So Mendrix, what can you tell us about the games we're expecting to see tonight?
Well, we're expecting to see really different styles of games between these players. When you look towards Trident, what they actually have is this really fast, aggressive pace style of team where they're going to have their roamers going through, causing havoc around the map. When you look towards what Abyss Red have, they want to slow the game down. They want to have them damage control under there. They want to take it late and then transition that to the map and really take control of it. You're
exactly right. Now we're going to have a quick look at, closer look rather, at these two teams coming into it. Of course, we've got on the side of Trident, that is Pac-Man in the top lane, Impaired in the jungle, Wizard in the mid. Then rounding out, we have Addition and Jake on AD carry and support. Then on the side of Abyss Esports Red, you got Parbu in the top, General on the jungle, the farming king himself, Luch in the mid lane, then Squingy and T-Gun taking to the bottom of the rift on AD carry and support.
Yeah, and these teams, I cannot wait to see what they have available to them. What we're going to have a look is really those polar opposites in that mid lane. What we're looking to see is what will Wizard do? He loves to roam. That guy, he's going to be moving around the map, and it's going to be up to Luch to see if he can actually take advantage and really push down the lane, or he's going to have to keep a close eye on him.
You mentioned earlier just how slow these Oceanic Challenges series teams like to play. They like to slow down the game, farm it up, and wait for their advantages to come to them. But the OPL teams, these guys, Trident, they've been playing a whole different caliber of game. So I'm expecting them to kind of punish this stale style out of Abyss Esports Red, maybe go for some tower dives and really utilize Impaired and Wizard and their roaming playstyle to their advantages.
You're absolutely right there. And one of the big things about that is that proactive gameplay that they've got available to them. The fact that they're going to have that just means they can be able to gain so much more around the map. Basically, it means that Abyss Red, they're going to be missing a lot of advantages that they could possibly gain if they're not being proactive like Trident will be.
You're exactly right, and that has fallen on Luch time and time again. We've seen him get massive CS discrepancies over his lane opponents, but fails to really do anything with it. I want to see him on maybe something like Lissandra, where he can still farm well, but also be the primary engage and initiator from his team. But let's take a quick look at the jungles, because there's something interesting about Impaired. He played 12 games of Echo in the Oceanic Split 1, and now Echo, such a formidable top lane champion. How do you think this is going to affect them going into the pick and ban, do you reckon?
One of the big things that they have to look to with that there is they're going to need to ban out Echo.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Abyss Red need to make sure Trident do not get their hands on it. Because on top of that is not only can Impaired use it, that means that also Pac-Man can use it. So the fact of the matter is they've got this massive flex pick available to them, and he's Premier as well in the top lane. So if Pac-Man really thinks that maybe I'm not going to win this lane, that's fine. He can actually just send it to a Impaired. He's so proficient on Echo.
Yeah, Echo is such a dominating force currently in League of Legends. I would be surprised to see them let him slip through the ban phase. But of course, you got to look at the other side, General. Another very gank-heavy jungler. Likes to play on that Gragas and that Nidalee. Does a few camps, goes to either Parbu's lane or down to Squidgy's and gets them ahead, often leaving Luch to just solo farm his way to victory.
Yeah, and the thing is we're going to have a lot of eyes on General as well, because if we're talking about having damage control for these players, it has to be on General. He's going to be the one that's going to be putting the wards out for the rest of his team and making sure that Impaired and Wizard aren't making those massive collapses that we know that they can do.
You're exactly right. Taking a quick look at the top lane, of course, you've got Parbu taking on Pac-Man. Now, both these guys, they're very meta-tank-esque champions. You got Pac-Man, he likes a bit of Trundle, likes a bit of Poppy. But on the side of Parbu, he played a heck of a lot of Maokai before it was basically tier 1 in that top lane. So expect to see him back on that champion wrecking face with it.
Yeah, I could definitely expect a lot of wet noodle fights between those champions up in that top lane. And what's going to be the good thing about that, though, is that these guys, they know how to wreak havoc in team fights. What will happen is that if they decide to really push it quickly early, it's going to be really on Parbu to actually make sure that he's there when Pac-Man actually does start that team fight. He's going to keep his eyes on those teleports, because that's it. It's all about the damage control for them. They want to slow that game down, make sure to get towards the late game, and really use that late game Luch power that they have.
I'm glad you mentioned the teleports, because that seems to be one of the biggest things that separates the Challenger Series with the Pro League, is how well the communication is on point when calling for teleports, because it is such an integral part of top lane, knowing when to TP down and help your bot lane range should the enemy overextend, even by the slightest bit, and sometimes even just the bait. Put it down, the aggression stops, cancel your teleport, go back to lane, do your own thing. So I feel like that's going to be the defining factor of what separates these two top lane tanks.
You're absolutely right there. And what's also a big thing to note about that is the fact that with teleports, what they actually do is they do dictate the pace of the game. What you're looking at is this fact that, hey, the dragon's up. Well, who has got that teleport available to them? Well, unfortunately for them, maybe in this case, because they're so aggressive use with it with Pac-Man, that means that that's an advantage for Pabu. That means they can pick up the objective and continue to take it towards that late game like they want to do.
Yeah, then of course, looking at the AD carries, you've got Addition, a very aggressive all-in style player. Loves that Kalista, loves that Caitlyn. And then on the other side, you have Squidgy, of course, who we've seen a little bit of Jhin and a little bit of Corki now. We didn't get to see any Jhin yesterday, but this is on 6.7 before his nerfs have gone through, so wouldn't be surprised to see Squidgy maybe pick that one up.
Yeah, Squidgy at the moment has been playing a lot of Jhin, not only in the OCS, but also in solo queue. He's extremely proficient on this champion. What it does, though, it gives Trident a little bit of advantage for them in terms of that they can actually go, hey, you know what? The Jhin is open for you there. Why don't you pick it? That's okay. We've got a Caitlyn player in our pocket. Addition can pull that through. Good luck getting to late game.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Addition, he does have that Caitlyn in his back pocket. But we are now in the pick and ban phase here. So just waiting for these guys to get settled in and start doing that one away. While we got some time, let's just take a quick look at the supports. Of course, you got T-Gun on the side of Abyss Esports Red, following that one with Jakey on the side of Trident. Now, both these guys, they love their skill shot champions. They both play a wide range from the likes of Alistar to Morgana, maybe a little bit of Bard in here. He's quite the hotly contested pick at the moment.
Yeah, these two players are really big at the moment, and what's really good about them is they both have a wealth of experience that they bring to the team. T-Gun especially, he's been involved in not just League of Legends, but a variety of esports as well. But taking a look, as we can see there, immediately we've got the Jhin ban coming on through.
Yeah, following up with the Nidalee, we did a whole spiel about why we like Squidgy's Jhin, but it looks like Trident have also done their own research, as that's their first ban. They don't want to see that. And Nidalee and Echo following that one up, Kassadin as well. So like we said, we doubt we would see Echo get through the ban phase, and we were right, he is going to be taken away. The Kassadin, though, I don't remember seeing Luch play it too much in the Challenger Series, but maybe scrims have been a little bit different as of late.
Yeah, Lush did actually manage to play one game with Kassadin in the Oceanic Challenger Series, and he showed it with amazing proficiency. He is the farm king as well, and who better than to have it on the Kassadin? The fact of the matter is, Kassadin, he is a monster in that late game. And if Luch is good with him, and they know he can farm, we better take it away.
Yeah, speaking of late game monsters, Rise is going to be the next one banned away. They know that Luch likes to get in that late game through just farming up a storm. So here he is. They're taking away all his potential late game champions. And the final one directed at Pac-Man here. That's going to be Trundle taken away.
Yeah, Pac-Man really does love his Trundle, and it's something that he and Jack Attack in particular have been playing a lot.
Oh yeah.
He likes to get in the mix of the fight though. That's the difference between them. Pac-Man, when he runs around with that Trundle, he's looking for those teleports, as we mentioned before, such an important point in the game. But what they actually have there is Sivir has been left over, and Trident gets to pick it up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Leaving that Sivir up, we didn't see Sivir slip through the ban phase once yesterday, but here it is going to be the first pick over to Trident, so that basically means that they can build their composition around On the Hunt, because Sivir, she's got the go button. She turns a regular team composition into either engage or disengage, and that's what people love about Sivir.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Sivir as well. The fact of the matter is that you're not by merit and engage comp because of the champions that you've picked. You are by merit and engage comp because you've picked Sivir. That's the beautiful part about it. If you manage to pick up a few champions with amazing CC lockdown on top of that, it's going to be great. And you know who else she goes really well with? The good old Bardo.
You're exactly right. Hopefully we will be seeing some Bard. An excellent champion as a spectator to watch, but it looks like we will be seeing the Maokai and the Azir locked in. So Luch, he finds himself a late game sustained hyper carry in that Azir, and Pabu no stranger to the Maokai. But what can Trident do to answer this? Picking your mid laner this early on is a very risky ploy. Surely Trident will have plenty of time to counter this.
Yeah, one of those things that Wizard would look to do, he's going to go, all right, you know what, I'm actually going to try to take you on one-on-one, or in this case, maybe what I'm going to do is just pick someone that's got amazing roam potential. That Zillion is open to him. But in this case, what he might do is just say, okay, that's fine, I might pick up the Arya, I might pick up something where I don't need to go head-to-head with you. I'm going to snowball the rest of my lanes, buddy up with my friend Impaired, those guys can really wreak some havoc.
Looking at the next 2 picks coming in from Trident, you got Graves following up with the Braum. We mentioned how much Jakey loves to get his hands on that Braum and Impaired on the Graves. We saw just how well Zahi was doing on that Graves yesterday, so going to be busting it out again today. Such a formidable champion, so good at farming, but what can they answer with on the side of red? The Nidalee's taken out, so maybe the Kindred, do you think?
That's definitely an option for them to go for. But mind you as well, they still do have available to them the Gragas, but the Kindred has been picked up, a fantastic pickup as well. Mind you, this is the one where she will have to use the Lamb's Respite on top of herself. And as we can see, there's the Caitlyn as well, picked up by Squidgy. They're taking it away from good old Edition.
Yeah, they say, you ban my Jhin, I'll take your Caitlyn. It is gloves off in this pick and ban phase. They're not here to make friends, they're here to make it into the OPL. Keep in mind, Trident, they're defending their spot right now. Abyss Esports Red, the challenger, thirsty, hungry for blood, looking to make the first kill of the game. So Trident could be hovering over the Kalista. We mentioned just how good Edition is on that Kali. Wouldn't be surprised to see them lock it in here.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does lock it in as well. And it's one of those things where he's been playing a lot of games throughout the entire thing, throughout the entire series with it. It's either Kalista or Caitlyn. When he couldn't get his Kalista, he was on Caitlyn. So you know what? Let's just switch the roles around this time. More than happy to pick up one of my other comfort picks straight into the first game.
Yeah, it looks like we will see them finalizing that one with the Nautilus and LeBlanc. So I like the pick of LeBlanc into Azir. It does force him to play a little bit more defensive, doesn't allow him to farm for free, because LeBlanc, she can 100-0 someone at any stage of the game when she gets even the slightest bit ahead. So it's all going to be on Luch to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes, and on top of that as well, LeBlanc is a fantastic roamer as well. So if it's both to his play styles, he can basically sit there, make sure he doesn't really get that massive early lead that Azir's like to make sure they can build up towards that as they get to that mid game. And then as soon as he gets to level 6, instantly start roaming around.
Looks like we're just waiting on to see what Abyss Red lock in for their final pick. Should be the support. They're hovering over the Alistar. Wouldn't be surprising at all. Braum and Alistar, the 2 tanks of the bot lane, going to be brawling it out here. So should be locking that one in any minute. But I'm really liking the Trident team composition here. They have that go button. They've got the Sivir to speed up, the Nautilus, the Braum, and the LeBlanc to just pick off, just get past the front line, get straight into the back line, and completely wreak havoc.
Yeah, and especially having that Nautilus in the front line as well. That means they've got everything that they need to make sure that they start that fight and they can continue fighting. I mean, the fact of the matter is that sometimes it's really annoying when you can't get that death charge. Well, that's fine. I do have my Sivir to make sure that I do get that just a little bit enraged to make sure that I'm going to be causing havoc across that team fight.
Well, that's the beauty that Sivir brings to the team composition here. So it was the Alistar being locked in the bot lane fatigue gun. Interested to see. Haven't seen a lot of Caitlyn, Ali, but the beauty of that is if whenever Alistar gets a headbutt, probably got enough time to put the trap underneath them, activate it, and the new traps give that headshot so much extra damage and range.
Yeah, that's right. And the other thing about that as well, these are the recent patches coming through. Caitlyn's actually had a little bit of love with those as well. She's actually doing an amazing amount of damage when those traps coming through with the headshot, giving her that little bit of extra flat AD now. So what's going to be great to see about that is how they're going to use that to their advantage and whether they're going to be able to go, sweet, let's line everything up. Because then on top of that, they can essentially have this amazing siege comp that they've got available to them towards that late game. They've got the Azir, they've got the Maokai, and on top of that, they've got the Caitlyn. They've got everything they need to just make sure they can sit there at the tower and really just starve them out.
Alrighty guys, as we are loading into the game right now, make sure to tweet at #TryWin or #AERWin to show your love for these teams, show your support. But keep in mind that Abyss Esports Red, they're kind of falling into the trap that we mentioned, a very static team composition here, not looking to outroam your opposition. One on the side of Trident, they've got everything you need to get across the map in 1 second flat. So this could potentially be the downfall of them as we are jumping into game number 1 on the Rift. Trident taking on Abyss Esports Red. Just going to be doing their casual stuff, walking out onto that Rift, looking good.
Look at them go. They're actually moving almost in unison there into this perfect little line of scrimmage and just going, okay, guys, we're going to keep this nice and standard. They're even in positions. Isn't that beautiful? I love the look of it. Oh, wait, never mind. They actually got Squidgy in the mid lane instead of having a Z there. It looked so perfect for a second. And then ended up going around there. But LSA going a little bit deep there, trying to get some wards around the map. And here we go. Everyone's just trying to put down that little wall saying, this is our zone. Stay away. And nothing too crazy happening. We're going to have the junglers moving to their usual positions. And the bot lane is going to actually try and take that. Actually, there's a lane swap. We can see them moving across the map now. So we didn't see many lane swaps in the last game. But this time around, actually, going to say, you know what? Let's mix it up and spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, Trident showing off with this one. Going to be moving their bot lane to the top, showing a little bit of experience here in how they want to play this one out. Maybe going to be going for a little bit of something sneaky here. Very interesting path should they be going for it. They do know there's a ward in there. Maybe they're just going to wait for that one to time out. Then maybe they might be going for some red buff shenanigans here.
Yeah, try and catch Kindred before she really has a chance to get going. And look at that. A perfect move across there. No pings coming out, so that means they have no idea about what's happening there. And let's see how Kindred manages to handle this. Yep,
General is low.
General's very low.
He's only got that refillable potion as well. Hasn't started it yet. He's going to be coming into about half health, but no, do they just miss him? No, Jakey comes back. Looks like they've seen General. They're just going to wait for the red buff to start doing some damage, but Kindred does have the innate sustain. There comes the Winter's Bite, forcing the flash instantly. Double flash coming out. It is going to be the stun. That's going to be first blood going over to Addition with a very early invade.
And we talked about Trident having this aggression that they're going to use early. They're going to take it straight to Abyss Red, who are going to try to keep it on damage control. They should have gone, hey, wait a second. Where is their bot lane? It's missing at the moment, and instantly should have smelt a little bit of danger. But unfortunately for General, he went through to do what he normally does anyway, and he's paid for it.
Yeah, look, and now we see Impaired. He says, hey, there's a free red buff just waiting for me. He's got Pac-Man in tow. They are going to be taking that one away, while General is just going to have to go to his blue buff and solo that one out. Where's Maokai going? Is he going down to bot? They should be hopefully switching up these lanes pretty soon. They might be going for the 4v1 in the bot yet. Maokai just going to be joining that one. So doing the traditional lane swap things, getting that early tower. But Abyss Red, they definitely weren't prepared for that invade.
Oh, they were so early. That was the big thing why they were not prepared for it. Abyss Red doing the correct choice, sending the top laner there as well, because they do have General. They do have 3 players already on that top lane as well. So if he happened to walk back into it thinking he could pick up some top farm, he would have been 4-man dive and another death going across. So Abyss Red, they're making sure they play it properly. And for General, he's not going to get that good old 3 buff there, because he's going to move and help out with the lane pushing.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. General making the best of a bad situation. He knew that after he got invaded that they will be going for that 4v0 in the top lane. So doing his best to get himself a red buff. Looks like we will be seeing shared gold here in the bot. Pabu and Squidgy racking up some apiece. There's T-Gun. He's just walking around. He is level 2, so he does have the headbutt pole available. Wizard getting chunked out, but Luch's mana pool getting very, very low here. He also took heal.
He's very aggressive with that there as well. And Wizard, the fact that he still has half mana means he's a very big threat. So Lucius just going to push up and get on out of there. But they're looking for the gank, and he's been forced to stay in lane just a little bit longer. Probably something he didn't want to do.
We saw Pac-Man in the top as that tower went down. He did get the solo gold, so that will be putting him a little bit ahead of Pabu, despite a small CS discrepancy. The chain does miss. Impaired was on the left side there, just in case anything got a little bit out of hand. But both these mid laners, very low on mana. Here comes Impaired. He's got the red buff, going to be doing some damage. End of the line misses. So good sidestep there by Luch. He still gets the cannon.
Of course he got the cannon. He's Luch. It's what he's known for. He's not going to miss out on anything.
He's nearly 10 CS up already, and look at the massive minion wave here. So doing hashtag just Luch things there. He is 10 CS up on his opponent. It's all going to be on the back of him to get this lane rolling and start using it to affect the other lanes here.
Yeah, T-Gun's really trying to roam around the map as well. He's trying to make sure that they keep that damage control as we're talking about. So making sure that there isn't too much roaming happening around. by Impaired, and these guys have just decided to take it safe. Let's move around the map, take all the global gold that we can, and that way, hopefully, the game isn't going to be too crazy or too much of a fight fest towards that mid game, because that's what Trident want to do. They want to sort of get to that point where, guess what, guys, we've hit that mid game moment, and we're just going to take it straight to you. But Abyss Red, they're doing a great job. They're avoiding them. They want to get this to go as late as possible.
Well, this is speeding the game up quite frantically. Wizard is very low, but he still fancies the fight, taking down Luch to about quarter health there. That just goes to show the power of LeBlanc still has that Ignite in his back pocket. Luch also sitting pretty on the heel. Looks like both the towers in their respective bot and top lane should be falling. Looks like they will be giving that solo gold over to the Nautilus once again. Everyone on the side of red sharing that. Tower's still quite a ways from going down, so
it looks like it's going to be well done as well, because that might be just enough for them to actually bounce the wave back towards them as well. So see if they can actually stop a little bit more harm happening. But yep, he decided to use the wave, and they're still going for it. It's going to be a quick rush there. I don't think they have enough time to take it. There's Trident. There's the Cavalry, making sure this tower stays alive.
Yeah, 3 members of Trident coming up to that top lane inner. But it looks like Pabu, he does teleport down, saves his tower, so this could potentially be huge if he's able to hold that off, and Red use that extra gold to kind of eke out a small advantage here. So really good pressure in that top lane. It got the top lane inner down to about half health. Luch still just doing a great job of farming. Now up to 20 CS. He just seems to pull this CS out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, that's why he's known for the Flame Horizons as well. And from that there, in terms of what they've given up, yeah, they've managed to gain the tower, but they've lost that teleport advantage for the next 5 minutes or so. So they're going to have to worry about, well, these guys like to fight. Pac-Man has his teleport, and that's something Pabu actually needs to group up with. So they can either give up that lane pressure later, and perhaps the team fight's going to force out early that they don't want to take because they want to have teleport to fall on through. But immediately, Abyss Red trying to make sure they group up so they can take that dragon. Keep it safe.
Looks like they want to take out this pink ward. Graves trying his best to kill the site ward. Not going to be able to get it though, as Graves only has 2 shots in his ammo pack.
The second worst enemy of Graves, the Vision Ward.
Looks like they're grouping for a very early dragon here. Keep in mind that Pac-Man does have the teleport available, but this could potentially be a fight.
Yeah, there's the ward down by Jakey for him to teleport to as well. And then they're going on to Wizard.
They found Wizard. They should be able to get him here. So much damage. The Ignite comes down. He's so low. There it is. The Emperor's Abide picking off that one on the back. T-Gun, he's in a 2v1. Squidgy trying to get out of this one. Should fall any second now. The headbutt not going to be enough to keep him safe. But there is Pabu locking down Addition. But Addition is so damn strong. Picks himself up a double kill. But now Jakey, he might be in a little bit of trouble. 3 members barreling down. So that's going to be a 3 for 2 coming out in favor of Abyss Esports Red.
And Abyss Esports Red, they played that so well. We talked about them going, hey guys, we want to sit back and farm. They say, well, no. We're going to force a dragon. We're going to force an unfavorable teleport. But they're onto Luch.
Luch might be in a little bit of trouble. He does still have the heal available, able to Shurima shuffle out of any true danger there. But that was looking scary.
Well, he manages to get out. He is slippery as well. But he's like, no worries, guys. I'm going to stay and pick up my farm. Otherwise, why wouldn't be Luch? Get on out of there. But as I mentioned before, Abyss Red really turned it on for us there. They actually showed, no, we can team fight. We can keep up with Trident. And they do have the scaling team, so this is going to be great for them. Actually going into this and taking this. It's a great morale boost.
We mentioned just how good Pabu is on that Maokai. He saw a great opportunity to jump onto Wizard, and they were able to kill Wizard before any of his spells were able to get off. It just seemed like he was stuck in passive, but so we see that LeBlanc roaming up to the top lane has Squidgy in her sights, but there is the big brother T-Gun, keeping the little Caitlyn safe while she farms up her way to the Runar's Hurricane.
And this is beautiful for her as well. She's got a fantastic freeze. There's not too much pressure happening around the map, so at the moment, trying to really need to make something happen. Otherwise, that's going to be a lot of gold that's going free, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Luch might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does dash out. General was there with the Lamb's Respite, so never in any real danger. Doesn't burn any summoners either, so just a big chunk of health. Spell Shield doesn't stop Spear Jab's Addition. Pays for that one with a quarter of his health.
Just a little bit there, I believe, was stopped, but a little bit mana coming back as well. But now they're sieging up as well. T-Gun has joined the fray, making sure they can keep everything under control. And Abyss Red playing this very composed. They're here to play. They want to get that OPL spot. Yep,
2 towers apiece at the moment. Only a couple of 100 gold separating these two teams, looks like. They really want to secure this blue buff for Luch. Goes down to 1 health. does get it. There was a pink ward seeing it the whole time. Jake was not able to get in range to steal it though. So Addition in the meantime trying to pressure out this mid lane. Not much going to happen as we see Wizard. He's moved his way up to the top to make sure that Squidgy can't farm for free. But that's the beauty of Caitlyn and her range. She's allowed to do what she wants.
That being said, though, Civic is up 8 CS at the moment, probably thanks to those lane swaps and able to pick up just a little bit of extra gold from the bounces from the minions. So that means that really at that point in time, Squidgy was playing catch-up. But now this game has sort of hit that point where Trident are really trying to make their move, and Abyss Red are back in damage control mode.
I mentioned when he was 10 CS ahead, I mentioned when he was 20 CS ahead, but now Luch is officially 30 CS ahead of his lane opponent, showing us why he is fabled as one of the greats in the challenger scene.
Jakey's there trying to get it. Luch is like, nope, I need to continue
I need
padding
the farm.
score. I don't care about the big one. Just give me the other 3. No worries there.
3 members of Trident will just hanging around this Raptor camp in Ped. Will be stealing that one away from General. So his aggressive jungle style paying off. Finish his warrior enchant. Kindred still sitting on that Devourer. Ped, he might want to go in the top lane here as they've gone on to Squidgy, taking him about to half health. There is a nice trap line preventing Impaired from doing anything more.
Squidgy showing us he really knows how to play Caitlyn as well, just instantly putting those traps out just to make sure if you want to jump on this, there's a chance that I might get a massive headshot off and everything you've done is going to be moot. But now as well, what we can see is they're sort of saying, all right, we need to get in there. Everything's about trying to feeling them out, making sure they can actually get what they need. And Abyss Red are just being solid across the map.
Look, we knew they were going to play static. We knew they were going to play slow. It was going to be on the back of Trident to really punish them for this style. But so far, aside from the early invade, a lot of their rotational plays haven't paid off for them just yet.
In terms of that, I mean, Graves and Kindred neck to neck in CS. And Graves is supposed to be just a little bit faster. The sustain coming through for Kindred, meaning that she can stay in their jungle a little bit longer. They're going to go see what they can pick up here from the Rift Herald. So a nice little pickup for them there. Doing quite well. The teleports are now both available for Pac-Man and Pabu as well. So the next team fight, look to see some light shooting out to the skies.
Yeah, there is going to be no one in position to stop the Rift Herald as it goes over to Impaired and the side of Trident. So he might want to make his way in the mid. We have Addition just there, soaking up the wave, but Luch continuously farming up 50 CS now. So he
12 minutes in, halfway to his Flame Horizon.
I just don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. He just sits in the mid lane. He doesn't miss a CS. It seems like he just doesn't miss a CS.
He's a robot. He's not Luch, he's a robot. That's what he is there.
He's an emperor.
He's an emperor.
He's not playing Victor this game as we've seen many,
he's not even getting his own
CS.
CS. He's just letting his soldiers do it. He's just saying, you guys, you
Addition.
do all the work for me.
Getting chunked out here. Luch, he's already finished his Abyssal Scepter, halfway completed the Nash's Tooth. Sitting on that Stinger as the Dragon has been started for the side of Red. Down to about 2k health. Don't think anyone on Trident is going to risk invading. Ooh. Contesting this rather.
And I just love this at the moment. It was just this, we had this sort of 3-minute stitch where Trident would just sit in there going pressure, 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 pressure. And then the moment an objective actually matters, Abyss Red are the guys who are there first to the mark and getting it just free at that situation. These guys are really moving well around the map and making sure that it's just all about their own pace. They're letting it do, they're dictating the pace of the game. Trident can't do much.
Trying to do collateral damage here, but Impaired, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Emperors goes down, doing so much damage. The turret is up, providing they have an escape route out. So that's just going to be a free kill and a free tower. Where is LeBlanc? She's so far away. So, Luch going to have to flash the anchor toss here. Really taking advantage of LeBlanc being in the top lane here.
I really love as soon as they manage to take that tower as well, instantly putting up his own fancy little tower there to help with the retreat. So little advantages creeping further and further ahead, and that means that they just get closer and closer to that late game they want so badly, because they will be a death ball once they get there.
We saw how quickly they could take out Impaired, and remember Graves, a lot tankier than he looks, but he seemed like a very typical AD carry here, but Squidgy, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. The depth charge goes down. One auto attack should do it. The trap not going to be enough. Addition, he picks that one up for himself. Currently on 4-1. He is doing well this game.
And trying to strike back, just a little bit of an overextension there by Squidgy. I'm not too sure why it was there. He ended up blowing his summoners as well, so he lost a lot for that. And now at the end of the day, just a little bit of kills that just didn't need to go over to Trident.
Yeah, Addition looking to be the hard carry this game. Getting himself a little bit of mana back. Always risk. It's always annoying playing Caitlyn into Sivir. She basically has free cupcakes when she chooses. This tower getting taken very low, but the presence of General and T-Gun will be enough to stop any further aggression, as Pabu also throws his name into the mix. Looks like Luch going up to that top lane now to match Wizard. He wants none of it. Instantly recalls.
He's just sitting there going, what is this? Oh, 64 CS to 103. He's 60 CS up now. He's basically going, that is one farmed bird.
And we see on the side of Wizard, he himself has also picked up that Abyssal Scepter. LeBlanc making great use of it, always basically in melee range, as she's her own projectile.
Exactly with that there, but we have, even though she may have those spell penetration boots, on the side of his ear, he's got a full extra item up of that. Having that Nash's Tooth on top of the Abyssal Scepter. So this guy, he's almost got his Holy Trinity. The next thing he wants to look to get towards getting is that Rylai Scepter. Once he's got those 3 items, he's absolutely a monster.
How do they really deal with this Azir? No one's been able to stop him from farming. We mentioned that is going to be the problem that Trident face. Is Luch is going to get ahead in CS whether you like it or not. We know Addition right now. He's very, very strong. He's just kind of mimicking Luch here, sitting in a lane, farming it up. That's what Sivir does best, aside from on the hunt. Very, very safe. A lot of members, though, down in this bot lane looking to kill Luch.
Yeah, Trident are really going to be looking for that mid-game fight. Look around the 22-minute mark when they get a few of their power spikes, pick up a few of their items. They're really going to be using that Sivers on the hunt to get into them and make sure Abyss Raid can't do what they want to do. The moment they actually push themselves out a little bit too far, a lot of infrastructure has gone down on the map. Once they've pushed out, instantly they're going to be running straight towards either Luch or Squidgy just to rip them out of the map. 17
minutes in the game, little over 1,000 gold advantage over on the side of Abyss Esports. Ready? We see Addition. He's finished his Essence Reaver and his Phantom Dancer. So looking good, while Squidgy, he's only got the Runan's Hurricane and a pickaxe. So Addition leaps and bounds ahead, but I guess that's what happens when you got 4 kills to your name.
The other thing on top of that is he actually had a cull early as well.
Oh, yeah, he's finished that cull.
He's finished the cull, no worries, it's gone. He's got what he needed out of it, and that's even shooting him even further ahead. So a lot of that gold advantage is sort of keeping Trident into the game is actually straight on coefficient.
General. Maybe get aggressive here on the back of Luch's Sand Soldiers. Clearing out the wards. Looks like they want the Rift Herald. They want to get General's Devourer finish as fast as possible. Rift Herald does give 2 stacks over to that. Of course, the Dragon does give 5 General. Did pick that one up early on. Giving the buff over to Squidgy by the look of it. Ooh, a nice little side step. There was a ward in there. So T-Gun knew exactly when the Winter's Bite was coming out. They want to defend this tower, though. Look at the damage onto Imped, but LeBlanc comes over the wall. Luch gets down to half. There is the Emperor's Divide. General, he wants something to say against Wizard, but already Azir has been taken out. Addition, he's doing so much damage. Pabu can't even contest. General in the backline, already used his ultimate. He's going to pop. Wizard picks that one up. Pabu surely going to follow next. He's trying to answer with one. Doesn't get it, and Addition just doing work right now.
Trident using their experience to their advantage there. They had a flank coming in. Maokai was making his way down. Abyss Red pulled that trigger a little bit too early. They saw a little bit of health go away from Imped, and they're thinking, no worries, this is our time to go. Your tree wasn't there yet, guys. Instantly Trident strike, and they managed to claim back into the driver's seat. These are the guys we were waiting to see. They're really starting to turn on.
It basically came down to it was Luch versus Addition. Luch, he tried to go in for the Shreema Shuffle, completely missed everyone. Had to use the Emperor's Divide on one target alone. And Caitlyn, she hadn't even backed yet. She was sitting on a Runans and a pickaxe compared to a fully completed Essence Reaver and Phantom Dancer, as we see. Oh, sniped, finishes him off. Pac-Man way too far up, but that fight, Abyss Raid shouldn't have taken.
They should not have taken that, absolutely. And it's just like I said, it was one of those things where it's like, this is our chance to go. No, it wasn't. You didn't have your tree. Everything missed. And next thing you know, Trident, they've got that ability to really team fight. They wanted to be aggressive. They gave everything. Trident got what they wanted. And immediately now, that gold lead that was actually in favor of Abyss Red is now straight back over to Trident.
700 gold in the lead, picking themselves up a dragon as well. So 3 towers apiece, 1 dragon apiece. 7 kills to 5. Trident feeling good this game. 6-1 addition. He is an absolute monster, finishing up those boots of swiftness, or also picking himself up a BF sword. So look at the item discrepancies here. Essence Reaver, Phantom Dancer, BF sword, to Runan's Hurricane, and the components of an Infinity Edge. Squidgy is just falling further and further behind. They need to start donating some of this farm off Luch and onto Squidgy.
If only that was something they could do there. But Luch, he's the man. He's still well and truly ahead of Wizards. So a lot of gold on the side of them there. And the big thing we have to mention as well is that Abyss Red, they do have the scaling team. It's great that Trident managed to pick up a winning team fight there, and it's given them a little bit of extra momentum to start the game. But at the end of the day, they need to do so much more to make sure they can secure the victory.
Looks like they will just be making their way over. General wants control of that crab. Still needs the stacks as he's still a few off sated just yet. You can see that wolf slowly growing in size. A good rotation out of Trident. They might want to go for some pressure on this bot lane. They don't have a cannon, but they have quite a few caster minions and 4 champions to boot.
Very smart by Pabu there to instantly back as well. And he doesn't have the teleport, so he needs to be there. But Trident. There we go, T-Gun.
Oh, T-Gun. Look how much damage he's taken before the ulti is even used. The collateral damage not going to pick him up, but not respecting the burst from Wizard, and he pays for it.
He saves the tower at least. He saves the tower.
A valiant effort. Luch does secure his own blue buff. There is Wizard going in onto Squidgy. Gets him very, very low. Pabu in the center of the fight. The ulti has been popped. He's stunned up. He's dead. Jake taking that one out. Looks like they want to answer, but Wizard, his clone, took the ulti from Caitlyn. You've got to be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, that's exactly where it wanted it to go. And now Trident, they're actually showing us what they wanted to do earlier. They're going to go through, push a little bit, fill out Abyss Red. Abyss Red buckle under the pressure. They instantly lose their support for that team fight because he had to get on out of there immediately. Afterwards, from there, they put a little bit more pressure on, and next thing you know, they're picking up the tree, thinking he needs to save his ADC.
Yeah, Abyss Red feeling very disjointed right now. The communication is not there. Half the team is retreating, half the team is going in, and Trident getting further and further ahead.
And now it's at that point where, okay, cool. Baron's up. We're starting to get the ball rolling. We need to just keep on putting this pressure on. We cannot let Abyss Red get further into the game that they want to go to. They don't want to take it to that 40-minute mark. They want to make sure this game is ending around that 30-minute mark. Now's their time to turn on, really take it to Abyss Red, and really start to starve them out. I want to see wards in their jungle now. That's their next step for Trident. Abyss Red, they need to make sure that those wards don't get in there.
Luch nearly 100 CS over his opponent. Currently about 90. Wizard, but that's the great thing about LeBlanc. It doesn't matter that he's 100 CS behind. He can still 100-0 Squidgy with absolutely no difficulty.
Yeah, that is the major advantage of it. As the game goes longer and Squidgy manages to pick out farm, it might be an idea to go towards that Hex Drinker. Maybe even pick up a Banshee's Veil if you're feeling really scared about it. And all of a sudden that negates the effects that Wizard has.
Wait
but
for
Luch,
it.
on the other hand,
there he is, 100 CS ahead.
100 CS ahead.
Oh no, LeBlanc got some.
Oh, never mind. It's all good.
He was 100 CS.
It was
me,
there
guys.
temporarily. It doesn't matter. Just give it a bit more time. Eventually, he'll be ahead.
Abyss Red grouping up around this red buff. We see the likes of Wizard and Impaired in that top lane. Only T-Gun going to answer. So their forces really being spread thin here. Luch, he's got the makings of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Needs to finish that one off as we see once again. Trident, they're just at the lane first. They know exactly where they want to be, and they're making Abyss Red react to their plays. That's exactly how they want to be playing against this team. They don't want to go head first into a fed Azir. They want to spread the forces thin, make them come to them, and siege the towers.
And that's exactly what they're doing. And it's one of those things where they go, all right, guys, let's keep on putting this pressure on. They're jumping towards the tree. Will they be able to get it onto him? There's the hook.
Oh, Pabu might be in a little bit of trouble. Pops the ulti, but Addition, he's so damn strong. Forces the flash out of Pabu, but they got what they came for. They went for the tower, but General, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Impaired over the wall. Where is Luch's Sand Soldiers? Not going to be able to turn around and do any damage, but Trident, they got what they came for. They wanted that tower. Pabu would have been the consolation prize. But look at Wizard. He's pushing the top. This is what I meant about their forces being spread thin. Here comes Luch, though.
He's ready to start. And never mind, it's LeBlanc. She's fine. She's got that distortion to get on out of there. And Lucian's just saying, I'm here for the CS, guys. I wasn't here for the LeBlanc. But as the game continues to go on, it is really up to Abyss Red now. They've actually got enough infrastructure around the map for them to sort of comfortably defend and get later into it. That's their next step. Those wards are starting to creep in, as I mentioned, in towards that Baron Pit area. Dragon is up in the next 30 seconds, so that's going to be the next area of contention. I feel, to be honest, Trident have so much control now. It is probably going to be free for them there, but Abyss Red need to keep their eyes on the Baron. That's the next objective that can really put a massive thorn in their plans. That's the item that they want to use to crack their base.
Abyss Red, they're quite strong. They should be able to take it down very quickly, especially now that Kindred's Devourer is completely sated. See the members of Red gathering around this mid lane, putting up the tower to keep them safe, but looks like they will be pulling off to the Dragon here. Interesting to see if they fight. Both top laners have their teleports available. Pabu, no flash though, so won't be able to get in onto that back line very easily. Neither team pulling it out. As I say that, Red, they started the Dragon.
So just waiting for the teleports, but it's going down so quickly there. Trident really don't have a chance to react. And Abyss Red continuing the dragon train there. So they do have a Wink Edition coming on through if they manage to keep on going.
Yeah, Lucci has finished off his Crystal Scepter, so feeling very, very strong now. If you compare LeBlanc, all she has to her name is a Morella Nomicon and the Abyssal Scepter. So she's got the makings of a needlessly large rod item. Just going to be taking a little bit longer to get there. We see Addition doing what Sivir does best, push up the mid lane.
And, you know, this is absolutely fine for her to have as well, because a little bit of damage there, bidding hit onto Wizard. That Luch is very strong with his spears now. And the big thing that's happening, Squidgy hasn't built any magic resistance yet. So he's got that big, massive target on top of his head that LeBlanc is just aiming for. And he's okay with his trap line. Look how nice it is there.
I feel like it's been a while since Squidgy has bought, and that could be a detriment because last time they fought, they lost purely on the back that Squidgy hasn't bought. And he's sitting on quite a bit of gold right now, so potentially buying himself too much time.
He might be saving up for that BF sword, see if he can get himself another one of those just to get some lifesteal items. So he's probably about to back now.
They really need to start donating.
Picked it up, but there's pressures there. He needs to hang around now.
They really need to start donating more CS from Luch. He's got his trifecta of items. Start giving Squidgy that side lane farm. I understand that it's very vulnerable to the LeBlanc, but that's just a risk that you have to take because the AD carry is going to be such a defining factor in this game, especially on the back of this Addition. Currently 6-1-2, feeling good, got himself Infinity Edge. What more does he need at this stage?
Well, he's only got his own trifecta there as well, and this tower's going to go down immediately as well. Oh, well, they're going to defend a little bit. There they go.
Oh,
no,
T-Guns goes away with the headbutt. Once again, we see just Trident, first ones to the punch. Going to be getting that tower. No harm, no foul. Don't even need to push anyone off it. But they're playing the map so darn well.
They've got a Christmas tree of wards there. Look at it. They've got pink wards all in that topside jungle. They've got all the control they ever need. There's a few little bit of reds in the important area. They're making sure they can't take that key objective, the Baron.
So how exactly are Red going to come back from this deficit? Like we mentioned,
they have to hold down.
Luch just takes all the farm. Squidgy needs to start getting some of this farm. They need to start investing the gold into the AD carrier. Understand that Luch, he loves getting massive CS discrepancies, but right now they need more than just one threat in this composition because that's how Trident are playing it. They're scared of not only Addition, they're also scared of Wizard and Impaired.
And that's because they've managed to move around and be proactive. This is what we wanted to see Trident do. They're delivering. And now, as you can see, they're actually starting to starve their vision out of Baron. So this is their case, and they go, okay, cool. We've taken all the infrastructure we really want. That mid tower is up, but that's okay. You guys can have it. We've got our eyes on the prize. You do have a split pushing Nautilus down the bot lane now as well. So that's something they're going to have to worry about. This is Abyss Red's small opportunity to strike. If they manage to do this quick enough and blow someone up, they might be able to take control of the game.
It'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Currently 30 minutes in the game. A 4K gold lead in favor of Trident. 8 kills to 5. 5 towers to 3 Red. They looked very, very strong early on in this game, but couldn't keep up with the high pressure map rotations that Trident were putting into play. So now they're just on the back foot, and Trident, they've been dictating this game since the first minute.
Well, not the first minute. I'd say probably when they spawned that first team fight. It was
No, when they killed Kindred at red.
Yeah, okay, from the first minute, and then it sort of got to a point in Drag, and then there was dictating from there. It was actually Abyss Red from that point on.
That's what Trident wanted you to think.
That's what Oh, okay. So this was mind game.
They were always in control. They let them win that fight to give them confidence to continue to force fights.
It's one of those cases like we give them hope and we take it away.
Yep.
That's what Trident were doing there. It was their plan all along.
They're executing
Full sense of
it.
security.
Full
sense of security.
We see Wizard just over in the side lanes. Pushing that one up. Squidgy can't contest. Should he ever overextend, Wizard will be there to blow him up. And that's what Luch can't do, right? He can never punish Addition. Addition's able to farm. We see on the hunt being used. Straight away, there is Pac-Man in the backline. The tower is down. Emperor Divide keeping them safe. General wants to go for this one. Here is Wizard on the back. Not enough as a heal was used, but there's the flash of Pabu. Locked down with the Caitlyn ulti coming through. Going to hit Pac-Man right in the face. Where's Addition? He's where he needs to be. Hitting that front line. Getting doubles up. A massive knockup from T-Gun. The fight still goes on. Lamb's Respite has been used. T-Gun, he might be in a little bit of trouble as Impaired wants to rodeo here. Dashing in. Not much going to happen though, and after a chaotic fight, we end it 0-0.
And that was just them managing to hold it, and that tower just so well placed as well, just giving them that retreat that they needed to. It seemed to be more of a reactive tower, just throw it down, we need this now. Instantly, Pabu teleports onto it to salvage that situation. That was a beautiful four-man knockup by T-Gun, but Abyss Red unable to capitalize.
Very interesting fights going on here. He tried to spell shield the tower shot. Not going to happen, Addition. Not going to happen.
It's just one of those cases where you go, oh, I'm getting hit, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. I can just go back, pick up a red
Even
buff.
General is taking the CS off Squidgy. Please give him some farm.
General's like, guys, I'm an AD carry. No, I'm a marksman as well. I'm just as important. That dragon is up in the next 2 seconds. Abyss Red ready for it. So these guys are looking for their win condition.
Oh my god, it just melts, and there's no one on the side of Trident to contest this as they kill it. In about 5 seconds flat. Addition still running from base. Wizard didn't even bat an eye. Look at the damage coming out from Luch. He is so strong.
A little bit of utility picked up from that dragon there as well, which is nice. And as you mentioned, Luch, he's just continuing to farm up a storm. He's got that blasting one there, so probably the makings of Rabadon's Death Cap. Might even decide to go for a Void Staff if possible. But yeah, now this game is sort of slowed down. There's no real major objective on the map now, except for that Baron. So that's what all this contention is going to be around. It's going to be trying to see if they can make that catch. And Abyss Red trying to see if they can find that team fight. That's what this is all about now.
33 minutes in the game as Trident, they start up that Baron. Just going to be using it to see how well Red can react to that. 5,000 gold in the lead. Addition takes an unwarranted hit from the Baron. Finally, Squidgy gets a little bit of farm in the form of a red buff. Gets that one donated off to him. Has got that rapid fire cannon now. That does also increase the headshot range off the trap, so should anyone stand on that trap, they're going to get hit off screen here.
They're just chilling out on the side there as well. That bush there, they're waiting for...
my lord.
Wow, the damage from Addition. Squidgy instantly gets chipped away. And that's okay. You know what? Lucius didn't do it, but I want to get this Raptor Camp. And he's like, I need to sustain. Let me get the Raptor Camp. But it's just so much happening there. Pabu looking for a flank when he can get a chance. And it's now just a matter of, there we go.
Did I just see Luch give up farm?
He just did.
What a world we live in.
Well, you know what? The OPL spot's on the line. He needs to make some improvisations.
Just going to be scouting that one out with the saplings. That's the beauty of Maokai. Always have the free wards available. Wizard is up in the top lane, but it looks like the squad of Abyss Esports, they want to kind of call their bluff here. Wizard, he's making his way down now as they back off, putting a little bit of pressure in mid, pausing for Trident to do a full retreat from that top lane.
And now they're moving towards that phase where they get into that death ball that they want to be. They want to be, okay guys, we've got to stay together as a unit, make sure we just keep our lanes pushed out so that way they're not spreading us too thin, and try to understand to respect this. They're going, okay, cool, we need to make sure we can find a straggler. That's what they're looking for now. Our Wizard's sort of saying, I'm just going to punish anyone who decides to go into this side lane and pick up the farm. And now he's going to sit there and say, you know what, I'm going to start catching back up to you, Luch.
Well, Baron has been started, does get spotted out by a sapling. Trident Going to be retreating off that one. Don't want to take any more unnecessary damage than they need. That allowed Luch to go back and pick himself up a completed Void Staff here. So if you thought he was doing damage before, just wait until you see what this Shurian Emperor can pull out.
And this is the point now where they cannot go into a choke point. They want to try and actually make their way into the jungle, but now it's becoming a major risk. Because if you line up for those soldiers, he's just going to absolutely melt them. He's going to go and see what I did to that dragon there? That's what I'm going to do to you guys. I'm just waiting for you guys to come in here. I'm going to be making some Swiss cheese, even though he's Egyptian.
Trident definitely respecting that and understanding the strengths that Red. They know how Red win this game. It's if everyone groups up, the shish kebab comes down, they all die, ace, Red win the game. And they're not going to be giving that. Look at the damage from Squidgy. Just one hit onto Wizard takes about a quarter of his health off.
And they get to the point there where now that he has that 3-item power spike, it doesn't really matter that, you know what, he's been down on farm this point. It's okay now. He's got enough damage to really hit the ones who matter. And if it's now point of positioning, if Wizard catches out Squidgy, he's dead. But it goes the other way as well, especially with the amount of CS on it, but they're jumping back onto the Baron again.
Yep, third time's a charm as they start off this Baron. It's down to about 7,000 health. T-Gun gets the ward in, but they might want to commit to this one. Where is the range? It looks like the tanks are fighting. Here comes General over the wall. T-Gun is in the middle of the fight. Wizard's about to fall. He flashes out. It is going to be secured by Impaired and full retreat out of Trident. The beauty of On the Hunt.
And these guys played it perfectly. They said, they're all right, let's go try this again. I think we've got it low enough. Abyss Red playing it too careful there. And they ended up missing out of it. And as soon as they got that Baron, they're out. Trident got what they needed. Now they have the tools to break the base. They're going to go straight towards that middle lane and really put the siege on. Abyss Red now, it's going to be a test of the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, that looks good for Red. They had Kindred in the back. They chunked out Wizard, but the second that Impaired secured that Baron, they knew that this fight was not worth continuing. As T-Gun, he might be in a little bit of trouble. The stun should come out. Might have to burn that ultimate. Look at the damage, though. Addition, he's finished up his last Whisper item. Also sitting on an extra BF sword. Still, though, Luch chunking them out. But now the Baron-empowered minions come. The siege line has been set up by Caitlyn Squidgy, trying his best. Gets hit by Winter's Bite. Not nicked by the Boomerang Blade, though, as the mid-inner falls.
And this is just them using the power. They're actually spreading them thin now. The strength that is Abyss Red to remain as a unit is just not possible with the Baron buff. Wizard in the top lane. You do have also Pac-Man in the bottom lane, and now he's being joined up by Impaired as well, just testing the tree, being like, come on, jump in on us, we dare you. And that tower's going down so quickly.
Yeah, Trident just really tightening the noose on Abyss Red right now, just choking them out. They've got nowhere they can go. Every single lane is being pushed at the same time, and Red, they can't make up their mind. They can't find a lane to focus. That is 2 inhibitor towers going down, and all Trident have to do is group up on that third one, and it should be easy as gravy.
Abyss Red need to act. They need to actually go, okay, understand that you have the Baron, but we do have a superior team fighting composition. The moment they realize that there's a little bit of breathing room on one side, you should have just pulled the trigger and go. That's the only way you could stop the siege. But Trident, they managed to get away with quite a bit of free gold on top of that there. The base has been well and truly cracked now. There's no more mistakes here. Abyss Red, this is it. They need to make sure they do not let anything else go. They're moving straight to the Dragon.
Well, this could be the fight to decide the game. 10,000 gold in the lead are Trident. Everyone poised and ready to fight for this Dragon.
Wizards going straight for that mid turret as well there. So these guys are going to just sort of saying, okay, we're trading now. This is a base race. They're trading the Dragon for the rest of the base there.
Yep, there is On the Hunt, giving everyone enough movement speed and attack speed to get that first inhibitor. It falls, the mid lane inhibitor goes down. Where is Red? They didn't answer. They traded a Dragon for 2 inhibitors. Pabu, he pulls the trigger, trying to get in, can't get through. The Winter's Bite just being too much. But look how tanky Pac-Man is, General. He's strong by no doubt, but he just can't get through the pure armor that Pac-Man is building.
Yeah, he is. Look at the amount of armor he's got. He's got the Frozen Heart, the Dead Man's Plate, the Sunfire Cape, and he's got a Chain Vest to boot. Probably going to be finishing up with a Thorn Mail there. So he's going to be having a tough time, not just for Squidgy, but also for General. Those 2 guys, they're going to be killing themselves on that Titan.
Yeah, he's going to be such a menace to deal with. Titan of the Depths, Titan of the Rift in this game. So trading 2 inhibitors for a Dragon, not the best trade I've ever seen made.
One inhibitor.
They didn't get top. Oh, they didn't get top.
They didn't get top.
All right.
No, they managed to defend that.
It's still a terrible
why
trade.
would we go crazy with that there?
It's
They got a lot of
still a
damage
terrible
there.
trade.
It's a terrible trade. They lost a lot of map pressure there from that. But Abyss Red have 4 dragons now.
It is true. They do have a win condition in the making, but whether or not they'll be around long enough to use it, that's up to
the question
Trident.
now. That is the question. Trident really need to make sure they don't get that next dragon. It's going to be a very big contestation in the next 5 minutes or so for it to come on up there. And now, Trident, what are you guys going to do? There is no objectives on the map for you to just strangle away from Abyss Red. You really need to get in there and start taking away the rest of their infrastructure.
It looks like they have found the bot lane to be the lane of choice as everyone but Wizard makes their way down. Really playing like he's got teleport on this top laner, but it's because no one can really engage him in that 1v1 T-gun. Being a little bit sneaky, but oh no.
I don't like that spot.
Oh no, press B. Just press B, get out.
5 on 4. 5
Oh,
on
here
4.
they go. He goes for the flash headbutt. The pulverize comes through. It is going to be completely shut down. A beautiful play from T-Gun allows them a little bit of breathing room here as they take out that Sivir. But that should be the top inhibitor going down. It's so low. There goes Wizard. He takes that one out. So another favorable trade over to Trident.
Yeah, they've got all the map pressure that they need now. That inhibitor is also down. That means they can instantly put all their resources now in the bot lane. Let the supers do the work for them. Sort of kind of like the Azir's own soldiers now. So it's no worries, guys. We've got the supers. Let's let them do that. And from that point on, they've got everything they need to sort of put the final nail in the coffin. But Abyss Red, this game is getting late. Trident now, they can't make a mistake either, because one good ace means the game is over. The death timers are getting long. Addition, he's still dead.
He's still dead for about 15 to 10 seconds left. We saw how quickly he died. A beautiful flash headbutt pulverize combo coming out of T-Gun to just dominate that Wizard. He's still in the top lane, but it's enough pressure to deter any further aggression coming out of Red.
We talk about Wizard being the guy roaming around the map. It's the late game and he's still roaming around the map. So he's really sticking true to his playstyle. And to be honest, it was working well for him. The only person that can really deal with him is either Pabu and Luch. And even then, that's a risk to send them there. Squeegee can't handle him. Squeegee's just going to get instantly blown up. T-Gun, what's he going to do? Just sort of like hoof him to death? That's not going to happen. But Pabu, he's been caught out.
He has to instantly flash or risk death here as the rest of his team makes his way. But that's the 3rd time in a row he's had to use that flash defensively, and he doesn't want to do that. He wants to save it to get right on top of Addition or Wizard, lock them down for long enough for his team to get into place. But looks like we see 4 rather. Once again, Wizard is off doing his own thing in the bot lane for Trident, pushing this one up. The trap line has been put down by Squidgy.
Those things are really annoying to actually deal with. It's just sitting there going, okay, you know, if you guys want, here's your prize, come and take it, just step on the trap. And Squidgy's just waiting for that one moment, especially because it's still going to be hitting tanks hard as well at this point in the game. He's got pretty much everything he needs. All he needs now is a little bit of a last whisper, but he's gone almost pure damage. So this guy's not going to have any defense against Wizard.
The team fight might be happening here as everyone is poised and ready. But all that Trident need to do here is keep Red from defending their base. Keep them here, keep the pressure on, and the super minions will do the rest.
Well, Baron's live dragon is up in the next minute and 15 seconds. So that's going to be the moment Abyss Red leave the base. They want to make sure that they get that last dragon, because that's going to be them saying, yes, win condition met, let's go. So it's really up to Trident to, like you said, keep them in the base. Make sure they don't get to that win condition.
I don't really think they should be leaving past that trap line right now, as they are quite weak. As Squidgy just gets taken so damn low, and that could be the break they needed to go for this tower. The trap line not going to be enough. The tower should be falling any second now as Addition and Impaired are focusing that one down. That is the last inhibitor turret gone. T-Gun, he's gone in the fight. A nice Braum ulti coming out of Addition. He's getting taken super low as Pabu in general are in the backline. The land's respite, keeping them alive. Squidgy, he should be taking someone out. There goes Addition. He's down. That's a 2 kills. Looks like another massive knockup coming out for T-Gun. Impaired should fall down. That is huge. That is 4 members for 1 in favor of a Red. They pull the trigger and they make it work. You got to give props to General. What a perfect lamb's respite, keeping everyone alive, allowing Squidgy enough time to deal with the tanks, then get in the fight, and now they're pushing down that mid lane hard.
This seems to be like the planets lined up for Abyss Red. Dragon is up in the next 7 seconds.
Oh,
the
wow.
middle inhibitor is now up for them as well. Wizard's trying to do his best to keep as much pressure as he can on, but it looks like they've got their eyes set on the Baron. They're thinking, no worries, guys, we'll take this objective. We'll probably have time and get the other objective as well. And next thing you know, if they have 3 inhibitors up with the Baron, with the 5th Dragon, this is going to be almost lights out for Trident. They really need to watch out. But they're backing away. They're going for the safe pick. Let's just get the Dragon because we know this is going to be a strong buff. And if Trident try to go for the Baron as well with a Dragoned up team on that 5th Dragon, they're risking giving away the game once again.
That is Dragon number 5 being picked up from Abyss Red after that fight. Still about a 7,000 gold lead in favor of Trident. 9 kills to 10. 45 minutes in the game. 10 towers over to the side of Trident. Only 1 tower remains for Red, and that's a single Nexus tower. The Baron going to be started off right away. No one in position to answer just yet on the side of Red.
Yeah, it's going down quickly. They're moving straight for it as well. And wow, what a quick Baron there. So now it's going to be Baron versus Dragon. What is going to be stronger? Is it the true damage or the minion power? That inhibitor in the top lane almost about to come up as well. And now Abyss Red, they sort of put themselves in a pickle. These guys both have really strong buffs available to them. But to be honest, they do have the next Dragon afterwards as well, whereas it's going to take a bit longer for the Baron to come up. So they've got their 3 inhibitors. They've done the defense. They're towards that super late game. Time to remain as a unit and really take it to Trident.
Yeah, the gold lead's starting not to matter this late in the game. Red finally have a little bit of breathing room, as you mentioned. All 3 inhibitors finally spawned for them. Luch, he's got 6 items. He's ready to go. He's feeling good. He's got himself the Death Cap, the Scepter, the Crystal Scepter, of course, as he does have an Abyssal one to boot. Also the Void Staff. And he's got the attack speed boots. I like that.
Squidgy's got farm. 411 to 429. This man has caught up. He's got his last Whisperer as well. But as I mentioned, he is going to be the definition of Glass Cannon.
Great.
Which has a little bit of extra tankiness around him with that good Abyssal Scepter and that Rylai Scepter. But now, it's just literally a case of them finding the flank. Trident need to make sure that they get this perfectly executed. Otherwise, Abyss Red will win the team fight.
Well, the trap wall works both ways as Squidgy sets up an offensive one. And look at the damage coming out. They can't stand and defend this any longer. There is a tank battle going on at the inhibitor right now. But the main focus of the map is the 4 members of Red barreling down the middle. I swear I've just seen Wizard in the minimap just walking up and down. He can't make up his mind.
Baron's not there anymore, Wizard. You need to get there. He's just looking for the flank. That is what he's after. And I'm not sure what he's sitting there for. Maybe he needs to be a little bit closer in. Maybe he's worried about being caught up by a ward as he makes his way in. He's looking for that beautiful Hail Mary distortion that'll just chunk the whole team.
Oh my lord.
But wow, the damage coming through.
Using the collateral damage just to clear minions. That states you're not in a good spot, but Wizard, he's made his way up further and further as Pac-Man just going to be walking over all those traps, removing that line that Squidgy had so notably set up. Pabu doing a good job of keeping the waves pushed up. A massive wave in the top forming for Abyss Red.
They just need to keep the pressure on. That is the big thing they're going for. Pabu's got his own wave there now. Everything's lining up for him. But that is a 5-on-4 against Abyss Red. If they manage to pull up a quick enough execution,
Squidgy might be in
Pabu
trouble.
won't be there.
Here comes Wizard. He's going in. Found General the Lamb's Respite. Has been used to teleport. Coming out from Pabu. A massive pulverize from T-Gun. He's tanking the tower. He's got his ultimate running. Jakey, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Forced to flush. There is Pabu. Emperor's Divide keeping them at bay. The Soldier's doing a ton of damage. Collateral, though, hitting every single person. Wizard is still off onto the left side, looking to make a pick. Luch, low health, low mana. The ultimate from Caitlyn comes through. The teleport is behind him. There is Pac-Man. He's in the backline. Squidgy doing all he can. There is Wizard. He can't find anyone. He gets taken down by General. Nautilus does get one onto the Caitlyn. General trying to do what he can. Pabu gonna be the sacrificial lamb. That's a double kill for Pac-Man as the force of Trident are making their way into the base.
And Trident there do everything perfectly. They knew they had the 4-on-5 in their advantage. They said, okay, no worries, we'll pull the trigger quick enough. We'll force all the cooldowns out of them instantly. There's the teleport coming through from Pabu, but it is not quick enough. At that point there, they had to disengage. There's not much they could really do. Then as they were trying to get away, their teleport was still available for Pac-Man. He comes in, closes it out, and that is all she wrote there. Now they're actually pushing on through and getting the infrastructure back. The pressure is on for Abyss Red.
Yeah, losing 2 inhibitors, that's got to sting, but Trident, they don't want to take any more than they're entitled to. Backing off after that one, still a massive minion wave in the top that has formed for Red. They might want to stop the recalls here, but T-Gun, don't go too far up there, mate, as there are 4 recalling members of Trident just around your field of vision.
And now they're just going to sit on back, and those are the worst inhibitors for them to take as well, because their Dragon is up in the next minute, and that means all the pressure is going to be towards that mid lane and the bot lane, giving it free reign for Trident to pick up their second Dragon.
Everyone on Red are in position. Looks like the Azir turret just self-destructed out of this one.
They want to go for it. They want to get someone.
Here the LeBlanc in the back end of that one, trying to find a pick. Wizard did such a good job to chunk out every single member of Red when the line of scrimmage was set. Looks like T-Gun just making his way back into the mid. They want to get these lanes pushed up. They don't want to give Red a free 6th Dragon.
Oh, they're jumping onto
Luch.
Azir. Luch is in a tough spot.
He's going to die. There's no way I see him getting out of this one. He's trying his best. Looks like he wants to turn it around. Impet flashes in, goes for the damage. Emperor's Divide, not enough. 5v1. Luch gets taken out, and that could potentially be the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, they're just barreling down that lane now. They've got the super minions that they need. They've got the pressure as well in the mid lane, and they're just going straight for it. And that's one of their strongest players that have been taken out for Abyss Red.
50 seconds left on him.
Yeah, he's just, the Death Titans at this point. 51 minutes in the game, just so long. There's those traps that we see set up again, even throwing at the saplings. One lone tower stands. Here's the final stand.
Yeah, this is going to be the final fight for Red. They have to do something. They can't go down without a fight. Looks like they take out Jakey instantly, though. Squidgy, he's still damn strong. General doing his best. The tower is onto Pabu, shredding his magic resistance. There goes the Lamb's Respite, keeping everyone alive. Addition untouched throughout the entirety of this one. Squidgy super damn low. He might be able to pick up Wizardy. He gets the kill. This might not be the end of the game here, as Red just win a 4v5.
They defend. They really do defend that.
They lost the tower,
They
though.
lost the tower. Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
we're talking about them having no more mistakes. This is it. This is no more mistakes allowed for them there, because they have all the damage they need, but Trident are making their way straight towards that Dragon, and straight away they take away one of the win conditions Abyss Red were looking for as soon as it comes up. The Baron's still available. They could make a rush for it.
Yeah, 30 seconds till the Baron has spawned. Luch is back up, but a commendable effort out of Red. It looked dire, but they were able to hold on against all odds. You saw Wizard, he dashed onto a trap, and his health bar just evaporated as Squidgy gets the beautiful headshot off, and he is so strong. This Caitlyn is well and truly farmed up.
Oh, she's at that point. We're sitting there going, come on, we need to give a little bit there. I love how she sets up those traps immediately there in that, and they're going to definitely rush it. There they go.
Oh, but Luch isn't here, so this could potentially be a mistake. Luch is trying to make his way down. The Baron getting taken more and more low, but the fight should commence. Luch, he's still not there. They're committed to this Baron. It's going to go down. They do take it. Kindred secures it. The collateral damage not going to be enough. Wizard has spawned. The fight goes in. A nice triple knock-up. Additions in the middle. They're going to try and kill him. He's so damn low. He's going to die to T-Gun. They've got their sights set on Jakey now. He's trying to go away. The flash from General is in there, but there's Wizard. The Lamb's Respite still available. They're turning it back around. Where is Wizard going to go? One more auto attack should do it. That's 2 kills over to Red. Can they do it, Mendrix?
They are still going.
Oh,
this game is ridiculous. They're trying to backdoor. Oh my god, Backman, now he's in trouble. You're not getting away from that bird. He's going to go through there. They are at the very end. And they're still defending. They've got the Baron. They're making the plays appropriate. And it was beautiful. They went through instantly. The backline jumps over the wall, making sure they're safe. Try to go, okay, well, we see a champion. Let's kill a champion. They're the tanks, guys. You just can't initiate onto them. Instantly, Abyss Red take advantage of that, and they're able to blow up the back line from the disorganization of Trident. And now, Look at those death timers. They've got
25
Baron as well.
seconds left
They
on
can
Sivir.
actually come through and take back that infrastructure that they need.
Oh, they're trying to. T-Gun currently 1-0-14. He has been playing out of his mind, constantly catching out addition. The teleport's coming through. They might look to end this game here. They don't have the minions to back it up, but they do have the tank line still. 5 seconds left on the Sivir. They want to go for this one. There is T-Gun. He's tanking up both towers. They're doing what they can to focus the top Nexus tower. They're doing it. They're trying their best.
Vision's
Sivir
in.
has spawned. T-Gun, he's super damn low. They've gone on to Addition. Maybe they've got him out. He's got the Guardian Angel available. They're focusing down the tower, but Squidgy's taking it. The Nexus is open at red. They're doing what they can. Have they done the impossible? They've taken the game. Red take game one in a 54-minute slugfest.
That was incredible.
Woo!
Can you believe that comeback that they managed to do? And it was exactly what they said that they wanted to do. Trident, they wanted to go in there, take advantage of that situation and go, okay, we're going to take this early to you. We're going to take the early win away from you. Abyss Red slowed it down as much as they can, take it as late as they can. They had the team fight that can do it. There was a bit of a falter towards that late game, but with an amazing defense, they come back. Beautiful play.
That was such an impressive hold out of them. They had the composition to do it. They couldn't get past that Caitlyn trap line, but what really sealed the deal was defending that 4v5. It was so damn impressive, but you have to give props to T-Gun. I'm pretty sure he had a near perfect game, maybe dying at the end there, but constantly, time and time again, finding Addition with his spell shield not ready, bonking him back right into the entire death ball that was red. What an epic game, Mendrix.
It was an absolutely amazing game. And what was about it as well is that even on top of that, they had that amazing run with that Baron as well. That was 4-on-5 there. And for some reason, Trident, they're the aggressive team. They didn't pull the trigger. They had a bit of fear left in them. That's something that's going to hold them back for the rest of the game.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to go to a quick break as Mendrix and I try to catch our breath. Stay tuned for more epic League of Legends action. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you just joining us, you missed out on quite the epic slugfest. That was game number 1. Abyss Esports Red taking that one in a 55-minute game. Wow, Mendrix.
That was very long there, and it was what we expected to happen as well. We were talking about these teams saying, okay, Trident, they're going to be going in there. They're going to be going as hard as they possibly can. Abyss Red, they want to slow it down. They want to take it late so they can actually get into that. And speaking of that, in terms of statistics, we actually have this point on where, guess what? Every single time there's been a promotional tournament, only one OCS team has actually pushed through.
There you go.
Looking towards that, Abyss Red, they want to break the curse.
Well, that game was such an epic title fight, really. We saw the baton being passed from team to team. It started off with an early invade coming out of Trident to kind of stake their claim on the map, saying we're going to be playing this entire map is ours, and we're going to be playing it that way. A bit of a sloppy dragon fight led Abyss Red to kind of take the reins and control, but after about the 30-minute mark, it was Trident's game to lose, and unfortunately they did.
Absolutely right there. And it's one of those cases where they go, okay, we've taken control of the map, we're staking our claim, and then they started seeing the play that we wanted to see. They were there, feeling them out, making them buckle under pressure, and just taking the map away from them. They were spreading them thin. They did not want Abyss Red to turn into the unit that their composition could really be. I mean, look at Luch. The amount of damage that guy put out there was absolutely ridiculous. In terms of that, he was almost pretty much like, here's Luch's damage, and then his next teammate's damage. It was amazing.
You know when you're playing Earth mode and they have that like ridiculously overscaled damage that's popping up? Yeah. That's just what Luch was experiencing that game, getting like 600,000 every single spear prod. But no, that was a very epic game, and the momentum that comes from a win quite like that, where you think, guys, there's not a lot we can do to win. We have maybe like a 10% chance if we can hold off. If we can hold off, we can finally win. That's some wind in their sails. They have to be feeling pumped. I'm sure their parents were telling them to shut up, you're being too loud, stop screaming. Because I know I would have been that game.
Yeah, and it's one of those things as well with momentum. As you actually take that into the next game, it actually helps to speed up that next game as well. So sure, we had a really long game there, but maybe Abyss Red can use that extra morale boost that they've managed to pick up and really take that to Trident and say, you know what, guys, we're here to make sure that we can get that last spot as well. And just like a few honorable mentions that I want to put out there as well. I want to look towards saying, hey, how about we take a look at what Squidgy did? Squidgy was doing so well. Let's give him a little bit more farm there, Luch, huh? Share the love.
Look, as we talked about just how well Luch did, but you cannot look past T-Gun, the optimal playmaker. Every single time there was even the smallest kink in the armor, he was in there getting the 3-man pulverizers, finding out Addition. He didn't even die until the last push where he was tanking Addition, 2 Nexus Towers, LeBlanc. He was doing it all. You cannot give enough props to him for that win.
That was just a wealth of experience really coming through there for him. And he really pulled it ahead of them. Like, he just said, okay, guys, I'm not going to die until I absolutely need to. And when he did die, it ended up being them winning off the back of it. Because he just sat there, no worries, I'm going to pop my good old my ultimate, make sure I can tank up as much as I possibly can in this, and those guys just absolutely obliterated the towers to take the win.
Look, this is where that best of 5 practice comes into effect here, because remember, Abyss Esports Red, they're used to these games going to this stage and then logging off for the night, getting ready for the next one next week, but Trident, they're used to these best of 5s. They've been already planning what bans they're going to do, taking away what information they could from that game. Obviously, Azir is a must take away. You cannot give that in the hands of Luch anymore.
Absolutely right there. And it's because one of those cases where you go, okay, if we do take away one of his key champions, what he's actually going to do with that is just go back to another farming champion. So there's a lot that he still has available in his plate. Even if you do take away the Azir, mind you, Azir really is actually one of the top meta picks at the moment. He still has his fallbacks. He's got the Victor. He's got Lissandra as well. Something that he can really bring to the team and make sure those team fights are just a little bit more chaotic.
I think they just need to push him off something that, like you mentioned, Victor. Victor does a great job of stalling out the games, but he's got nowhere near the versatility that Azir offers. And the rest of his team really backed him up on that. You got to commend every single one of those players, because that was such a terrible position to be put in. And it's very easy to crack under pressure, just like their base was cracking every time they got. But they were able to hold it through, finish out the game, and get a very big upset in that win.
And one of those things, one of like the unsung heroes as well from that game, Pabu, we didn't really see that much of him. It was just him, Pac-Man, sitting either on the top of the bot lane, just slugging it out between each other. But those guys, there was no real major like, well, you know what, Pabu managed to solo kill Pac-Man or vice versa there. Those guys just managed to hold the fort between the two of them. Very well played by both of them.
Well, that's the thing. You can't really fault anything that came out of Trident. They played a near-perfect game. They were playing the map so well. It was just those last few pushes they just couldn't get right. They had no Nexus towers available for the defending team in the end and still couldn't win it. As we see straight away, the Braum gets taken away. It is red. Going to be banning first this time.
Yeah, and that's good that they've actually made that swap around as well, and immediately they take away the Azir as well. So they're thinking, okay, Luch, that guy had so much damage that match, we want to make sure that he is not using something, we want him to be uncomfortable. But Luch, man, he's just be like, as long as I'm farming, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, he did an excellent job of doing that. Another respect ban, the Trundle getting taken away from Pac-Man. They don't want to give him that one, don't want to see the Troll in the hands of Pac-Man. So and it's the second time they banned him, so they must definitely fear and respect it.
And it's especially that there because it's one of those things where he's been playing it for such a long time as well. And what they're looking to do with that there is they're going, okay, we know that you're going to be comfortable as champion. We want to make sure that we have the best chance possible to get through to the OPL, so let's take it away. But surprising little ban there as well, they've actually managed to take away the echo from themselves. So I'm sort of sitting there going like, I mean, Pabu's been playing it a lot there, but it's quite arguable to say that the most net benefit is going towards Trident. But the fact is, they are on blue side, so they don't want to make sure any OPs are going across. Yeah,
that would have just been an insta-lock on the side of Red if they saw Echo getting through there. Nidalee going to be the final ban for Red as they hover themselves over that Maokai.
And that is just a brilliant pick to go straight for as well. Maokai was so strong in the last game for them. Why not pick it again? If it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah, another mid lane ban targeted at Luch. That Rise getting taken away off the table by Trident, but really looking to see what type of composition they go for. Picking that Maokai early doesn't really reveal a lot because he can kind of be slotted in to any composition. He's just kind of the potato tank. Click W, snare, press Alt, reduce damage. Like, what more is there?
Well, he pretty much provides everything to the team that a growing team really wants and needs. So he's going to be just jumping around there, making sure he locks down that ADC and really just providing that damage reduction across the board, as you mentioned. And he's just a really safe pick. He doesn't really mean anything that can counter the guy. He's maybe soft countered, but at the end of the day, he's still going to be that disruptive chaos that they want him to be.
Yeah, they have locked that one in. So now it's on the side of Trident. They do get 2 picks here. We saw the Sivir on Edition do such a good job at every stage of that game. Sure, he got caught out a few times, but that's no fault of him and just pure merit to T-Gun. That was the first pick for them last time, so it'll be interesting to see if they value that 80 carry slot very high up in the rotation once again.
One of the things they can also look to do is perhaps pick up that Jhin and take that away
from
switching,
this time,
because it wasn't banned this time. That's right. He's actually managed to slip through the cracks in this situation. But as we can see, the Sivir has been picked up. So, oh wait, not just yet. We've got 3 more seconds. So they're going to decide to stick with what they had before because you know what? It did work towards that early game. Well, if we had a little bit of better execution, our team comp can work again.
So the Braum has been banned away. Alistar has picked up. Means that T-Gun is going to be forced onto one of those more AP-heavy supports. Maybe the Karma, maybe the Bard. It's going to be up to him. The Cassiopeia hover here. I would love to see Luch's Cassiopeia, but not sure if he'll be locking that one in.
You know what? He's such a farm-centric heavy champion. It's absolutely possible for him to go for the Cassiopeia. She, in the late game, is an absolute monster. And if she actually uses the Petrifying Gaze, it will be huge. Kindred, pretty general pickup. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with doing Kindred. Everything's good. These guys are good enough to make sure that they land those clutch ultimates when they need to.
His Lamb's respite that game towards the kind of 45 to 50 minute mark was so damn clutch. I think in one of the team fights, he single-handedly was able to maintain Caitlyn's life bar while she just shredded through the Nautilus, got him down to about 10%. All his cooldowns are blown. He's got nothing left. Caitlyn can just sit there and auto for free. So very good to see them picking that one up for General again. And we mentioned earlier on in the night that T-Gun, he loves those skill shot champions, and they don't get much more skill shot heavy than Morgana.
Yeah, Morgana's
flex pick.
Morgana's, I feel, is more of a comfort pick for a T-Gun to have there in that situation. And what they're actually going to look to do is maybe, as you mentioned, have it as a flex pick available to them there. So, Morgana, I really do love that pick as well, but they do have the Gragas and the Gangplank picked up afterwards there.
If this Gragas goes top, I'm going to understand that. Not much of a fan of him in his current jungle state. Locking in that Gangplank as well, so that can either go mid or top as well. So not really giving anything away on the side of Trident, only their bot lane is seen right now.
Yeah, and that's what you want to go and look towards doing. You want to have those flex picks when you are on the red side, because that gives you the option to have the counter pick at the very end there. So that way, nothing really too much given away. But as you mentioned, they're all about that flexibility and gives them a little bit of extra advantage they're trying to eke out.
Looks like red. Remember that the Jhin is still available for the hands of Squidgy. It warranted a ban last game, so Trident definitely respects that one, but obviously the Azir taking priority over that ban this time. But the Tristana going to be locked in, and maybe we'll be seeing Luch's very own Victor.
Wow, like the Victor coming through from Luch. So they've taken away the Azir from him. This guy, he is a monster on Victor. He will sit there. You think his farm was good on Azir? It's going to be pretty much damn near perfect on Victor. And this guy, his Chaos Storms are always on point. I've actually seen him 2v1 in situations in the OCS just because of how far ahead he was in comparison to his lane opponent. And as well as that, that Tristana has been picked up. A little bit of Rageblade Tristana seems to be the flavor of the month at the moment. Maybe we'll see it.
Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I'm sure Squidgy, he's had some kind of successful Tristana games. He likes to, when he falls behind as an AD carry, he feels like, on Tristana especially, that he has to be the primary playmaker, looking for those resets, looking for the kills, and it has been a detriment to him in the past. So maybe he's had a little bit of time during the break between OCS and now to kind of recompose himself and figure out what it means to be an AD carry in this current meta.
And that's probably something that he can do. I mean, one of the things that does bring to it is that really fast pushing game. And if you look at the side of them, they do have a lot of damage available to them. They have that high siege team that they can possibly put through. They got the Victor, they got the Tristana with a high range. And then on top of that, they've got a Kindred as well. So a lot of poke damage coming from the team there. And just around everything out there, they've managed to pick up the Lissandra for Wizard as well. Such a solid pick to have in the current meta.
Looks like we will be seeing a top lane Gangplank, while Gragas is going to be put into that jungle position. Kind of interesting to see, considering that Graves was still available, maybe not liking it as much as it did end up losing them on that first game. So going for a little bit more of a utility jungler in the Gragas. Lissandra in that mid lane. What doesn't Lissandra have? She brings it all to the table. She's got self-sufficient escape, a good enough engage. She has the ult now heals her. So if she's ever in a little bit of trouble, just pop ult on yourself, become invulnerable, get healed up to about half, return to fighting.
And one of the other big things that comes with that as well is that, hey, you know what? She does have that frozen tomb to immediately lock up what's going to happen. So it's going to be saying, okay, no, we'll get that explosive cask off. It's going to knock that champion into the team. We can instantly frozen tomb whoever we've picked up. That's going to be easy pickup for us there. So just a little bit of team synergy coming around for them there.
Alrighty guys, we are loading into the Rift as we speak. Just remember, if you want to get involved, tweet at us, #AERwin or #TRIwin. Both of these teams got to be feeling quite exhausted after game number 1, but we got a potential of 4 more games ahead of us. And Mendrix, are you still excited?
Oh, I'm pumped. I am ready to go. I want to see how these guys go, because it's that whole concept of them going, okay, you know what? We've got momentum now on the side of Abyss Red. But then if you look at it on the other side, it's just like we've got the experience. We know how to change our playstyle into the map and take advantage of that. And immediately we get ourselves back into the game. And Abyss Esports Red, they are a tight unit once again, but this time early.
They do have that Morgana, and Tegan is quite the proficient skill shot lander. Should they find anyone out, it could be potentially First Blood, as Pac-Man might be in a little bit of trouble. Does spot it out early enough. Going to get a nice ward down. They do take it out, but Pac-Man, he's on the run. Impaired is there should any shenanigans continue to happen. Looks like they just want to get some deep wards on the side of Red, so of course, Trident answer with their own.
They're trying to see if they can actually force out that orange immediately from the Gangplank saying, he's like, you know what, guys? I know you want to go parlay first, but we'll get you to do that orange in case. But they don't manage to get that advantage there, instantly putting those wards out. So now that there's going to be a lane swap, these guys are going to know about it. And, ooh, that seems to be setting something up there in the, perhaps catch them off guard, but...
Oh, Impaired. Forced to start body slam. There is the binding. It does hit down. Will they have enough damage to instant flash? That is huge, though. That
is big. That's actually going to inhibit his early game, which means he won't be able to farm as effectively as he wants to. And on top of that, with the flash down, there is no flash body slam ganks
good by Jake
to go through there. And, yep, Jake as well, just stopping that from happening. Seeing if the Maokai can actually steal away a camp on top of that. Just
Trying to be
add a
cheeky.
little bit more insult to injury onto Impaired.
Looks like we will be seeing standard lanes, actually, as both members of each bot lane head their way down. Once again, look at T-Gun's position on the map, trying to be a little bit cheeky here as the two majors in the mid lane battle it out.
And now as well that it seems to be that Addition's going to be 2-on-1 at the moment. T-Gun, whoop, just not landing that binding right there. In addition, he's just going to get as much free damage as he possibly can. And T-Gun, he's really starting off as a menace in this fight, or in this game.
Yeah, Jake just being a nice guy and helping out his Gragas, who is chunked to about half health, so needs all the help he can get while clearing those early camps. T-Gun, he did start binding, which means he won't have the Dark Puddle harass. Looks like the binding has hit though, but they're going all in onto T-Gun, but there is the rocket jump on to Addition. Has been used. Exhaust coming out of Jake.
That has been a really good trade for Abyss Red there already. So they've managed to take out one of the summoners, and that's going to be the damage from Squidgy. And Squidgy can just repeat that again now if he does manage to land another explosive shot onto him.
Corrupted Soil just doing its job, proccing Thunderlords when it is necessary. Squidgy doing a great job of keeping them at bay should they ever overextend. The explosive shot just gets chucked on their head. Addition, there we go.
Just putting it through. Whoop.
Just every little bit helps, unless it gets spell shielded, of course.
Exactly. So just a little bit of mana going back towards Addition as well. So he's just trying to eke out everything that he can as advantage. This is just really a story of the bot lane at the moment. Everyone else is just playing it very careful, but these guys, they're really not pulling the punches.
Yeah, Squidgy eking out a lead here, 17 to 8 CS. So that is all props to T-Gun hitting that early binding, forcing the exhaust out of Jake. So good job from these guys. They're feeling good. Last game they had to deal with a 4-1 Sivir at about 10 minutes in, so it wasn't much of a lane that Squidgy wanted to be in. But now we are seeing those standard lanes, and Abyss Red feeling very strong.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at it right now. There was at one point 20-9 as that wave started crashing into it. And all the focus is going towards that bot lane again. We do have Gragas walking around. Kindred is there already on the mark, but they actually think we want to see if they can stop him from getting it, but I think it's already been taken away by Gragas. They're going on to Luch.
Oh, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Remember, there is no flash on this Gragi. The minions are in front, but he just sidesteps. The barrel goes back in. There is no fear from the Abyss Red mid laner here.
This man, when he's in the mid lane, nothing can go wrong.
Nothing can stop him.
It's just like, is there farm there? Don't worry, I'm going to be getting it. That is what Luch is all about. And look at him. He's not going to miss anything. What? It's just. Oh. Look at him.
It is a thing of beauty to behold.
No, he missed one. He missed two. Oh, Luch. What happened there? But there's a bit of pressure happening in the jungle now. Instantly, the bot lane's moving to it. Will they get General?
General, you might be way too far out of position as Jake goes for the flash body slam. That's going to be first blood going over to Wizard.
And General there, he thought he was going to be smart, get inside, get a little bit away from Impaired, but now he gives away that first blood. And that is really not the person you want to be giving it to. Lissandra scales so well into that game. She's such a menace in team fights. Instantly, she gets herself that catalyst, and she goes, you know what, you may be good at farming, but I got first blood there, Luch.
It's going to give her a lot of sustain in the lane, whilst also a big chunk of mana and health to boot. This bot lane still going in favor of red. T-Gun just hiding in the bushes. The Dark Binder himself. They have to stand behind this minion waves. They have to respect the damage that can be exploited when a member is standing completely still.
Abyss Red at the moment, a bit annoying that they are on the blue side as well. Jake, he just starting to throw himself a little bit, going, you know what, I can jump in. He's getting there. Oh.
Perfect Black Shield timing. Still takes a chunk of damage from the Boomerang Blade on the back end of that one, but good mechanics out of T-Gun, playing this support role impeccably once again.
Gragas is there trying to find a little bit of a way to get on
Luch is
into
6.
Impairs, wants to actually get there and see if he can actually take out Luch, but as you mentioned, he's still 6. He's still hanging around that lane there. Here they go.
Oh, they want to go in onto Luch. He does have his flash available. The teleport is coming down. He forces the flash, trying to go around. Does he have the Q available? No, it's going to be another kill going off. Wizard hits 6 in the middle of that. Here comes Pac-Man also teleporting in. They want to get the kill onto General so damn low, but a great rotational play out of Trident.
Yeah, and immediately now they're actually starting to put their stamp on the game going, you know what, guys? This is what we're meant to do early. We're going to be aggressive, we're going to be proactive, and we're going to make sure that your laner can't farm. And Luch immediately goes, no, don't worry about it, guys. I'm going to come straight back to lane and make sure I can get this farm. And it's going to continue there. But Pac-Man taking a lot of damage from Luch.
Doesn't want to be in that lane for too much longer, so Luch, he kind of didn't respect the kill pressure that Lissandra has, and why would you? She was level 5 at the time, so he was feeling quite good about surviving any potential ganks, but Impaired, he's such an aggressive jungler and makes it work regardless.
Yeah, he was just sitting there waiting for it. It was one of those cases like, okay, as soon as they hit 6, we're going in. That is what they did, and they just synced it so well between them, and this is why they've been known to collapse so well together. Probably once they managed to get a little bit of an advantage towards that mid lane, what they're going to do from that there is just spread it around the map, because they do know that in the last game, Luch was just doing so much in those team fights. Well, let's make sure we lock him down. They've already identified one of the issues they need to deal with. Trident adapting to the game.
Another binding hit down onto Jake, allowing Squidgy to recall without any interruptions. Should have enough to pick himself up the pickaxe.
He's going for a Rage Blade, Tristana.
Oh, there he is. There goes the Blasting Wand as well. So the Rage Blade Tristana making its way into the Oceanic Promotion Tournament. First time we've seen that. T-Gun just being a pest at this stage, holding the minion wave, allowing for Tristana to get back in.
Oh, really? Stop.
Oh, scumbag T-Gun. But does he know? He might be in a little bit of trouble here. The ultimate has been popped by Addition.
Oh, he's going for it? Nope.
Nah, he's just poking him off. But now he might be in a little bit of trouble here as Squidgy has bought and Addition hasn't. T-Gun still has potions, still a few biscuits remaining, but Impaired going for the invade, taking away that red buff. General once again on the back foot.
So the bullied has now become the bully. And Impaired, they're waiting to see what he can actually find as well. He's really in a good spot as well, because it means you can keep an eye on Luch. Make sure he can actually see, well, you know what, you've overstepped your bounds, I'm going in again.
Look how much attention that Impaired is putting onto Luch this game. He knows the real threat, and Luch, he might be in trouble again, and he gets altered completely. Wizard doing a great job of surviving through all that damage. The Gangplank ulti to boot. They've identified the threat, and they are doing what they can to extinguish it.
And now that they know that they've got this case, it's like, sweet. Now that we've actually managed to get this lockdown on the mid lane, Wizard gets to do what he wants to do. He's going to be allowed to roam as soon as he manages to establish full control. Mind you, to his benefit this whole time, or basically to say, Luch is still up in CS. He's 10 up.
Of course he is, man.
So it's just something where it's like, even with him being harassed so hard there, he's still managing to keep up with CS. So this guy really is a machine on it. And one of the things I want to note in the bot lane, now that he's actually going towards that Rage Blade, he's sort of hit this point where he's got a power trough now that he's picked up the Blasting Wand.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit of extra from the Rocket Jump, a little bit of extra from the explosive shot. But the big thing is right now is he's still not going to be the strongest. As soon as he does pick up that Rage Blade, it sort of hits this point where Tristana becomes, it sort of removes her power trough in the mid game. It's really amazing what the Rage Blade can do for her. You immediately follow up with the Hurricane just to really emphasize that attack speed damage that you get, and from that they sort of go back into a normal build. It's just intelligent at the moment to rush it. It's a bit of a risk early, but it has such good payoff.
Well, when you're winning your lane, the risks tend to reap the bigger rewards. He is currently up about 10 CS, 10 minutes in the game, nearly 2,000 gold in favor of Trident, 3 kills to 0. And we've seen why, because poor Luch, he just keeps getting camped. They know that they can't let him farm up a storm and get to that late game monster he so loves. Of course, the first blood was a little bit of an early blunder on the side of General. Maybe going for a greedy mark of the Kindred there.
Yeah, a lot of contention as well in the bot lane as they do have Impaired down there. I think Wizard also had to lead. There, he's going in!
Oh my lord, a beautiful flash body slam. Will it be enough though? The teleport coming through. T-Gun is low. Jake does have his ultimate available for Pabu. Not gonna cancel now. Neither does Pac-Man. So we have a party in the bot lane.
Yeah, that was just a really defensive teleport there by Pabu to make sure they couldn't keep on going through with it there. Gragas is still sitting around trying to make sure he's throwing out those barrel throws as much as he can, and now it's sort of going to just relax a little bit there, but immediately Impaired is making his way towards that mid lane. They go, you know what, there's so much action here, he might have forgot.
Oh no, Luch is on the wrong side. He tries once again to go all in, but I mentioned just how good that Lissandra ulti is defensive as well. Luch has no flash impaired. He's got the red buff. He's just going to knock him down. But General is also there just to keep Luch safe.
Some fancy footwork there, and every single time they seem to go for it, Luch seems to be getting stronger and stronger each time. It's really a funny thing to watch because they're going there, right, we need to keep him down, we need to keep him good, and he's still coming back. He's actually chunking out Lissandra. She's using that ultimate defensively instead of aggressively, and General just a little bit there, and TP back in straight away for Wizard as well, so she's back into the lane, ready to, or he's back in the lane ready to fight.
Every time I see Wizard's name, Tri-Wizard, I get flashbacks of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire at the Tri-Wizard tournament. So that's I keep going to call him the Tri-Wizard, but no, he's just Wizard, and he's doing an excellent job this time around up against Luch.
Well, they really, yeah, like
punished.
They identify the fact that, you know what, he's going to be sitting there farming. We need to make sure that we can punish that, because this is what this guy likes to do. And Trident here, they're up 3 kills at the moment. They're about to get themselves a dragon, so this is they're making that proactive play. But it seems to be one of those cases where it's like, well, if you look at what Abyss Red have, they've got a ticking time bomb once again. They've got a team that can win towards that late game. Are they doing enough now? They need to speed up this tempo, really make sure they are dictating the pace of the game and take control. And taking that first dragon is probably the first step towards it, because we do know that that dragon, the 5th dragon buff, played such a big role in the previous game.
Exactly right. Here comes General in the top lane. Maybe they want to go for a dive onto Pac-Man. As it does get initiated, General flashes through Pac-Man with the instant flash. The slow was put down, but he is going to be able to get away from that one. And here comes Wizard off the back. The flash available should he want. The W should be in range. They are down to General. He's completely oomed. Doesn't have enough of Lamb's respite, so what turned into a dive is going wrong now. Pavu, he's got nowhere to go. The barrel should be enough. That's a double kill for Wizard.
Abyss Red, they're trying to be proactive as well, saying, no, if you can do it, we can do it too. But they end up biting off more they can chew, and end up giving up a double kill that wasn't really necessary. They just need to keep this tempo reduced and say, you know what, we need to take this game as long as we can, because we do have a team that can come out on top. I mean, they've got a really good engaged team on the side of Trident, and Gameplank's going to be a monster, but we're talking sustained fights here. Abyss Red takes the cake.
Well, they're going to have to get that late in the game, and right now, Trident aren't giving them any breathing room. Last minute, well, I say that again. Last game edition, he was 4-0 at 10 minutes. This time, it's Wizard who's 4-0 at 10 minutes. They're passing the torch, saying, hey, listen, it's your turn to be the main carry. Show us what you can do, and he's doing a great job with the never-ending assistance from Impaired.
And that's what Impaired does. He's such an aggressive jungler, always looking for the ganks, always giving up a little bit of his own siesta, but mind you, he's keeping up with it too. 65 to 49, he's really showing in general how Gragas should be played.
You're exactly right. The Gangplank ulti coming down. It's so hard to push out a lane. Burst the plank, as you can see why. They got the Gragas, they got the Gangplank, they got the barrels on lockdown. Squidgy might be in a little bit of trouble. The Dark Binding comes through. Tormented Soil gets placed down.
He's picked up his Rage Blade there, Squidgy, as well.
Yep.
And he's also got that good old recurve bird just to add that little bit of extra attack speed to him. So
Sure.
he is at the point where he's hit a really decent power spike. They do need to be careful if they're going to engage onto Squidgy, because he does have the capability to turn around purely from that item.
Just calling the bluff on Impaired. He shows himself T-Gun instantly. Backs away. Pabu and Pac-Man. General is nearby. No flash available on the side of the pack, should they want to dive him once again. But we saw how that worked out last time. It was a double kill for Lissandra. So maybe just going to be calling it a night and walking off.
Yeah, it seems they're jumping onto Magana as well. Impaired is making his way up. T-Gun, you're in a bad spot, buddy. Oh,
nah,
no, never
T-Gun's
mind. He's going to back
fine.
away. So
Absolute
he's all good.
mate.
He does have that black shield to make sure he can get away. And if he's behind his own point, which they always are, he's just going to have a nice, quick escape.
Wizard offering a little bit of his time to help his jungler take away that red buff, while General gets himself a blue, so that's going to sting Wizard in terms of sustain. He does have that Rod of Ages stacking currently, while Luch has gone for that completed Hex Tech. Was it the Hex Core?
The Hex Core,
the completed Hex Core. So he's going to be feeling good. Went for an early Negatron Cloak to keep himself safe. Didn't do very good though, did it?
I mean, well, it's the right build to go for. Because
Yep.
not only is it good for him to have the Abyssal Scepter as well, he is going up against double AP, and here they come again to see if they can actually catch it, but General's ready to go. They're going for it.
He does have the Lamb's Respite available. Wizard going to be thinking, having second thoughts about taking that claw in. So General Just walking down Imped, but you can't chase a Gragas. The 2-second slow on the barrel, the body slam on very lower cooldown just allows him to be safe at any stage in the game. Both junglers going for green smite, might I add.
Squidgy there, he's so strong. He's going for it there.
Imped is in the top lane general there as well. They do burn Jake's ultimate, so a good trade nonetheless. You have to respect a fully stacked Rage Blade Tristana.
And it's one of those cases now where they're actually just moving around the map really well. As soon as that bottom turret went down, instantly let's push Squidgy towards that top lane. Wow, that was a really interesting
defensive ulti.
Yeah, it was a defensive ulti.
Defense the tower.
It's still going, which is good there, but I mean, it's delayed it for another wave, I guess you could say. There is a bit of damage that was dealt, so they might have to back away, but they've still got their sights on it. But what they're doing is saying, let's just move the Tristana around to take the infrastructure that we want. She's gone through, she's done a great job in the bot lane. Instantly that's been taken. Let's swap these top laners around. Instantly send our bot lane towards the top and just keep on getting our gold that way. Trident may be up in kills because of this, but if the towers keep falling, this red is just going to keep up. And that's the second tower going towards it.
2 towers to 0 in favor of red. They're still about 1,000 gold behind at the moment. General doing his best to stack that Devourer.
Imped's going for it again. Oh, Luch is backing away.
Yeah. Luch just expects it at this stage.
It's just like he's clearly been here 5 times, 6, 7 times. It's fine. I'll sit back and be careful now. And to his merit now, look at him. He's already 30 CS up.
Yep.
So I mean, you can just goes to show you can put this guy down. You can try to throw him into a hole, but you're not going to stop him from getting his CS.
You can take Luch out of the lane, but you can't take the lane out of Luch as he continues to farm up a storm. We saw General getting himself a nice little mark of the Kindred, but he really wants to start getting control of this dragon. It helps Devourer champion stack that up so damn fast, considering it is 5 stacks. And as I say, that dragon is spawning in about 10 seconds. Abyss Red, they are slightly behind 1,000 gold at the moment. Squidgy does have 2 items at the moment.
There's the Hurricane. That's the second item in the build, and he's pretty much at that point. So you have to watch him now. He's going to have so much damage.
It's taken very low, though, by a nice barrel throw combined with the Boomerang Blade. Dragon has spawned. Both the mid laners have resided in the top lane, and both the top laners are in the bottom lane. And we have 80 carries and support in the mid.
So, I mean, just take a look at how it's swapped around. It's like bot lane goes down, bot lane goes top lane goes down, bot lane goes mid. So they're literally just moving around like, okay, so what tower's up? Yes, this is what we're doing. And it's just purely because of that Rage Blade and the fact that Tristana has so much clear as well. You can try to push her in. She's growing in her range. She's got the Hurricane. It allows her just to move around the map so well, given that mobility. Here we go, Lucio jumping onto Wizard.
Yeah, he knows that Gragas is nowhere near, but Kindred dies while she tries to go for a sneaky Baron attempt. Looks like Jake flashes over the wall. They've got their sights set on Pabu, and he's a tree that's about to get chopped down. 4 versus 1. He's just buying his time for his team to get some damage on that mid lane tower. Look how damn tanky he is. He finally falls. Rift Herald takes itself out of the game. Should be able to get this tower in the mid lane. The Gangplank ulti was used. Could have been used a little bit sooner. He did have his priorities set on killing Pabu, though.
That tree was at that sort of mid-game power spike where he's managed to get those items that he needs, so that's why he was so tanky. So they're trading kills now for the towers, but now Trident are starting to actually take back some of that infrastructure as well. So all those little things that they have, if you look at the gold league there, even though it's 7 kills in Trident's favor, this red still keeping up in this situation. But now that these towers are actually going to start to fall, it's going to start to sort of inflate towards in favor of Trident.
The towers are still all available. General, though, very aggressive flash onto Addition, but that's why, because Pabu's there to clean that one up. It's a shame General did not have Siva as his target.
And in the end, they actually managed to claw some back as well. Squidgy, though, he's still going. Now he's finished all the attack speed items. It's time to go for that raw damage. Because as I mentioned, it curbs that power trap that he has. And now that he's going to have that, he's going to immediately go straight into his late game. Probably go towards that Infinity Edge.
20 minutes in the game, 1 kill finally over to this Esports Red, 7 on the side of Trident, but still only 1,000 gold in the lead. That is because Red, it's all made up in the fact that they have 3 towers, while Trident sitting on a lowly 0. 1 dragon apiece at the moment. Looks like we will be seeing some pressure on the mid lane, but if Squidgy's there, there's not a lot you can do.
And Squidgy's getting the farm this game. We talked about sharing the love. He's definitely getting at the moment. He's actually beating Luch. Can you believe that?
Yes,
He's
I
up
can, because
20
Gragas has been there for 20 minutes.
Okay, that's true. Luch had a bit of a handicap, but it's still something to be beating Luch. I mean, like, this is the amount of times I've just seen him always top of the CS leaderboard. It is doing really well for Squidgy, and to be honest, to him to have it as well, he's still a ticking time bomb. He scales so well into the late game. Mind you, Siva, if she manages to position really well, she can also completely destroy a team using those bouncing boomerangs. If one crits, all of them are going to crit around her, so she gets a little bit of RNG in her favor, she can take it out, but Squidgy doesn't need that RNG. If he manages to position right, he's going to be clearing out the team.
235 CS to his opponent, sitting low on a still a reasonable 194. Don't get me wrong at all, but it is nice to see them transferring some of this gold over to Squidgy, as he did such a great job later on in the game. Number 1 Wizard, though, still sitting on 4-0-1. Picked himself up the Abyssal Scepter alongside a Rod of Ages, so he's feeling good.
Yeah, slowly that's going to stack up as well, just making him that ever so stronger as well. And just this game, I'll sort of hit that point where we're going, all right, you got everyone sort of hitting their power spikes now. We don't want to start any needless fights impaired, though. Just going to see if you can actually jump onto it.
Squidgy's fine, does get hit by the slow portion of the barrel, but it might be enough. It's on the hunt, has been popped. Going to be using that ulti. There's the Gangplank forcing the flash. T-Gun might be in a little bit of trouble. The flash comes out from impaired. There is the Lamb's Bite. He's just in it. Oh, but the headbutt going to be taken out of that one. Well played, Jake. But here comes Luch. He finds addition, goes for it. The teleport coming through. It is Wizard. He's gone down onto Luch. Flashes out of that one immediately. Pabu just making his way up, chasing down that Gangplank. He wants to go for this one. Gangplank getting the movement speed off his Q on the barrel. They're looking for this fight. He's so low. The binding comes through, hits onto Wizard. They want to fight this one. There is the Chaos Storm being used on top of that. Wizard, he might die, has to flash. The members of Red give chase. They might just have their sights set on this tower, and they've caught back up.
Abyss Red strike back, and that was purely based off the fact that Trident had expended so many of their engage tools just trying to catch Squidgy. And it was really good to see the amount of layered CC that can actually go for it there. Immediately, you know, you've got Impaired walking in, oh, we need to get out of here. He lands the slow. That forces the rocket jump out of Squidgy there. Next thing to come from that, there's Pop on the hunt, instantly Impaired back into on his trails again. Has to be blown away. That's okay. We're going to follow on through with the slow from the Gangplank ultimate. That's enough time for them to get on top of it. But that was just so much for so little. And from that point in time, Abyss Red now, they're well and truly on that leaderboard, not leaderboard, the scoreboard now. 4-8 from 1-7.
Yeah, definitely after that skirmish, they've got themselves about a 500 gold lead at the moment. 4 kills to 8. They're still sitting pretty on 3 towers, while Trident yet to take some of that infrastructure out. Squidgy's got himself the pickaxe portion as long as the BF sword. 50 seconds on this dragon. Should be spawning up soon. And Red, they're in quite a position to fight for it this time.
Yeah, they've got the ward coverage that they need around there as well. TP is available for Pabu, so if he's just a hop, skip, and a ward away from getting into that dragon pit if they ever need him. But they're just going to keep on solidifying that little bit of control that they have in the mid lane, so they can sort of just go, okay, cool, no worries, we've pushed this out, and we can instantly move to that dragon as it spawns and rush it down.
Kindred fully sated now, 25 minutes in the game. She's got to be feeling good about that one. Picked herself up the more of Malmortis, whilst on the other side, Gragas. He's got a little bit of a lucky dip of items here, getting something, and it feels like deja vu, but of course it's this time Red squeezing out the map.
Tower.
But that's the beauty of Gangplank. The global ultimate should be enough to keep them at bay. But there is another minion wave. Luch is pushed up quite far, and without a black shield available, he could fall prey to this Lysandra.
So Abyss Red sort of gave up their dragon control to get that chip damage onto the tower. They did a lot there. All they really need to do now is just send one person, then it'll probably fall over. Probably Squidgy. He's got enough damage just to really push on through.
Mid, though.
And they immediately try to respond back, so instantly going to where they know they're weak, but they hold on.
Once again, by the skin of their teeth, hold on to that one. Jake taking a bit of poke damage. Luch about half mana, so still feeling good. Dragon might be started now by General, as they have full control of it. I think they're just going to give up the mid tower. General should be able to solo this one. Gangplank in the top picks up that one.
He's starting to scale up himself there. He's managed to get the Triforce, and he also does have the Essence Reaver. So with that there, he has enough damage to maybe start chewing through all the HP that Pabu has been stacking. That mid tower still standing surprisingly. A team fight's about to start.
Oh, Addition forced to burn on the hunt as the binding goes wide. It's a good cooldown to have though. As Red, they might want to siege down on this mid tower. They've got the Tristana, so they've got the huge amount of damage that explosive shot offers. Gragas going to be trying his best to wave clear. Looks like Gangplank doing a better job of it. Lysandra following up with the claw. They just can't get in range right now.
And they're just going to walk towards that bot lane. As I mentioned, it's just about to fall over, so all they really need to do is just throw a few abilities onto it, shoot it down. He's going to be a little bit more careful though and just go and get that free CS available to him there, so not taking the risk. There is a lot of engaged tools. He experienced it before when trying to decide to chase him down. And now I really just want to get to that point where Abyss Red do start to group up, because we're talking about the power that Trident has with all their engaged tools and how they can use that to just layer these effective CC, catch whoever their main target is. Well, if you look at Abyss Red, they've got such a powerful siege composition. Their main strength is when they do group up again, just having all these skill shots flying here, there, and everywhere, and that long range from Squidgy just to blow everything down. They've got a lot of control over Baron there. They might be giving up a tower for it.
Yeah, they are going to be giving up that bot tower. Maybe baiting out the Baron here. Oh, T-Gun accidentally starts it. Doubt he had any intention of doing that. A bit of a misclick there. They do lose the bottom tower, and Pac-Man is still pushing hard.
So Pac-Man's starting to get to that point there where he's just going to be shredding through the minions. He really cannot leave him alone, otherwise he will be taking towers. And now's a good time to talk about that Gangplank ultimate. The fact that he seems to be everywhere on the map when really he's just been sitting in one lane the entire game. Although he has managed to move from the top to the bottom, so he is being a little mobile.
That mid tower is awfully low. Just one breath and it should fall. So that's a lot of gold that Trident can pick up at any time that they want. Red just doing a good job of holding that one out. They might want to go for this mid lane tower. Addition, he does have the wave clear on Sivir. Just needs to get the boomerang down and one auto, and there it is. The wave just evaporates.
They do have a decent amount of wave clear in this Trident composition, which is something that I really do like. If anything's a problem, they have Addition and they've got Wizard to make sure everything's cleared. And even though that's a problem there, they've got the barrels as backup on top of it. Not to mention just the barrels from Pac-Man, but the barrels from Impaired as well. So these guys can stall the game out if they need to and wait for a mistake from Abyss Red, which they have known to happen from time to time, but Abyss Red is still playing so well.
Pac-Man taking a little bit of damage here. Looks like Pabu might want to dive that one. Has to flash out. Their focus is on the tower. Here comes the Gangplank ulti. Lamb's Respite has been placed down. General going to have to flash out of that one. No kills just yet, but Pabu, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Squidgy doing what he can to apply that red buff every single time he can. Tristana riding that dragon. Getting out of there safely.
He's finished up his Infinity Edge as well with his Swifty Boot, so he's going to be walking around as he needs to, doing a lot of damage available to him there. So the only real people that can sort of handle him at the moment would definitely be Impaired and Jake, but anyone else oversteps there, tries to fight out too much, oversteps the situation, tries to be a little overzealous. They're going to be immediately blown up by him if he manages to put that explosive shot and just follow through with a couple of autos. That is the power that he's able to do, because to be honest, with a Hurricane, with a Rage Blade, a couple of autos can happen in 2 seconds.
Exactly right. That is going to be the third and final outer turret falling. Trident finally picking those ones up, so that gives them about a 2,000 gold lead now that they are not even on turrets, just sitting one behind. 30 minutes in the game. 4 kills over to Red, 8 on the side of Trident. Lysandra, she's going 4-0-1 still. Not a lot of fighting since those early skirmishes. She picked herself up an Hourglass. The fully stacked Rod of Ages, her counterpart Victor in the mid, has got himself that fully bought Hex Core alongside the Abyssal Scepter and Void Staff.
Luch is beating Squidgy in CS now.
Yeah,
so I mean, like it was short-lived, but hey, it's okay. He's back to the leaderboards. Luch, gotta love it when he does that. He himself doing very well for himself. He's got that Void Staff with the Abyssal Scepter, a finished up Hex Core, moving towards that Death Cap probably next.
Interesting buy here.
Or he could be going for a Raleigh Scepter as well.
Never know.
He's got his options open. He's
Yep.
leaving them open.
Squidgy has finished that Infinity Edge as we saw earlier on the side of Addition. Finished up his last Whisper item. Both the supports going for the lock of the Iron Solari this game. Going to be giving their teammates that AoE magic resistance and also a little bit of shield should they need it, especially when Luch is going to be raining down the chaos.
And it's really interesting to see the choices that these ADCs have made, where you've got the early Last Whisper versus the Infinity Edge on the side of Squidgy. And what's the big differences between that there is essentially, well, that means now Addition can actually chew through Pabu if he needs to. Whereas on this side of Squidgy, he's actually going to be able to be a menace towards all those major threats on the side there. And that Dragon is going to be up in the next 10 seconds as well, and Control seems to be on the side of Red.
Yeah, they've got everyone here to fight it, to defend it, to take it. 2 dragons at the moment. We saw how valuable that 5th dragon was. Looks like Wizard is just waiting in base, ready to teleport. So this is a sign that Trident want to fight this.
Yeah, here comes the teleport coming through now. There's the explosive cast.
Looks like it's Jake onto Luch. He has to flash away after being exhausted. They've turned their attention onto Pac-Man. Lamb's Respite has been used. Wizard ults himself to keep safe. T-Gun, he might fall. There goes General Pabu, the next one in the mix. The Chaos Storm has been used, but look at the damage onto Squidgy. So much. This gameplay is an absolute menace. Pabu is still alive. The flash from impaired, followed by Squidgy. He's still alive. Pabu has to flash away out of that one. T-Gun is still kind of running away from Wizard right now, but an excellent fight. Good execution by Trident.
So they managed to get through there. They pick up 2 kills
And the
for
Dragon.
everything and the Dragon as well. So these guys are playing it extremely well there. They actually managed to strike back towards Abyss Red, who seemed to have control, really pushing through for the rest of the game there now.
Pac-Man just chunked them so hard.
It was just, yeah, he is actually absolutely so strong now because look at his build. He's got the Infinity
It's just
Edge, the
Infinity Edges
Triforce.
from here at this
It's
stage,
just,
right?
It's pretty
That's the
much
build?
Yeah, well, just keep on stacking crit and AD and he just needs another Infinity Edge. That's what he needs to go for. He's going for Hex Drinker, which is a good buy.
Well, if he feels that Luch is the only person on this team that can kill him, then it is a smart buy. We saw him do about 70% of Squidgy's health in 1 barrel a second. That little Tristana overstayed her welcome. Did survive the fight, but like we said, they did lose the Dragon after that skirmish. 58,000 gold on the side of Trident, 56 for Abyss Red, so about a 2,000-3,000 gold behind.
At this point in the game, though, it's not the biggest deal. It is definitely an item in the favor there for Trident. So they do have a slight advantage going to the team fights.
You always got to respect the claw.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you see go at it. We just stop and we take a breath. We're just like, is it gonna? No, nothing's gonna happen. It's all good. The respect really is there. And look at Trident just really being very zealous. They're just going for it. There's the TP force.
Oh, they caught Addition, though. He might be in a world of hurt as he just gets taken down by Squidgy. Well played by T-Gun to hit that one. Pabu, he's on the front line, taking for Luch. Gets a beautiful Chaos Storm. Wizard, he's going to have to get himself in that ultimate. Not enough time. The shutdown goes across to Luch. They found Jake. He's going to fall. Now they're in an excellent position, all off the back of T-Gun's perfect binding.
Instantly, the pings go down for the Baron as well. They seem to be ready for it, but they decide, you know what? There's Impaired still up. We don't want to go for that 50-50 still. They're going to get right on out of there. Immediately trying to go, you know what? Let's make the best of the worst situation there. We're going straight for that mid lane. So these guys are just going to be trading back what they can. And that team fight was just so well executed by Abyss Red. They knew Trident was being overzealous by running through into their jungle there. Immediately, they get the pick that they need. The fight's starting again.
Oh, Pac-Man just does so much damage. Luch, where are you going? I don't think they thought this through. A support and a mid laner cannot fight a jungle and a top laner. Luch is going to fall. There he goes, a double kill to Pac-Man.
And all of a sudden there, Trident are back in control. They managed to alleviate some of the risk. They've lost a tower for it, but it is a good trade coming back. You get a tower, you get yourself 2 kills. So what if you guys manage to pick up a few other towers there? They're on the hunt again.
They're looking for Pabu. They know he's there. Gangplank and Gragas are making their way up. Squidgy, he should be fine with the rocket jump. Have they given up yet? No, rocket jumps over the wall.
Well, they're looking for the tree now. He's like, I will use my camouflage now. No one knows that I'm here. Slowly he's going to back away. Will Lissandra find him? Wizard, not
Nah, he's
concerned there.
fine.
He's there. He managed to back with quite enough time.
But yeah, that was a very strange choice for Red. They won a team fight, and then they think that the support mid laner can take on a fed Gangplank and a tanky Gragas, and we saw exactly what happened after that. A double kill coming over. So after that skirmish, still about a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead for Trident. They've got themselves some towers, but still one behind Dragon in about 2 minutes. We saw what happened last time the Dragon was around. It looked like a good fight for Red, but Trident, they know when to pull the trigger, and when they shoot, they make it count.
And it was just one of those things where it would have been like a bit of a missed decision. That these guys just came off the back of a 55-minute game. We're moving on to a 36-minute game. They are still human. That was a decision I thought they could handle. Obviously, that sort of backfired on them there. Game still going there. Abyss Red still have a decent amount of control, and they still have the scaling comp. Trident really needs to make something happen now. But Pabu, he's back in that bottom lane as well. Bit on his teleport to come up, so he's going to make the most out of that. And everything's calmed down again. Everything's just a nice chill moment. These guys are feeling out, putting their wards down, taking control of what they can.
Well, keep in mind, Pac-Man and Wizard both have their teleports available for this coming Dragon fight should they want to go back to base and get that home guard movement buff. Looks like Wizard will be getting himself his own blue buff as Impaired tanks that one up. He is recalling now, so he's either got an item in mind or he's just going to chill out and wait for the fight to start.
And Abyss Red there, they're moving around that Dragon. They want to make sure they've got that on lockdown. It gave them a lot of success before. They're going to send Luch to deal with the Gangplank there. So as long as he manages to stay outside of the barrel range, he should be fine. Shooting his death lasers from afar, the Death Ray. And they're going straight for the mid lane there. They've actually got a lot of control there.
They're making their way up. Lysandra was just hanging around in the base, waiting to see if her teleport could be put to any use. Dragon about 10 seconds. Both teams on 2 apiece. 5th Dragon, not entirely possible just yet. Still a ways away as General smites away the large raptor. Luch making his way up. The Dragon has spawned, and Abyss Red are in the position to take it.
Yeah, they definitely have the DPS they need there to actually take it really quick, and there they go straight forward. They do leave T-Gun behind to make sure there isn't a sneaky Baron still off the back of it as well. They're going deep for him, but that Black Shield is keeping him well and truly away. And yeah, that's everything there. Everything's good at the moment. Just got to make sure everything's good. All the abilities are ready to go. All these ultimates on the side of the champions just ready to blaze. Trident really want to push the trigger here. So many engaged tools, and hasn't really been that much success with it. They are maybe up 13 kills, but this has just been over time. There hasn't been one of those incredible team fights that have really gone completely in their favor. Generally speaking, you know, Abyss Red, they haven't got that clean ace just yet. Abyss Red actually finding a few more favorable fights for themselves.
Yeah, General getting himself a complete smorgasbord of wards there. Choose your own adventure type, just getting ward after ward. So picking himself up a little bit of gold. So we see Luch back up in the top lane. Just pushing that one out. You mentioned all the ultimates, all the summoners are available. So the next fight should be complete and utter chaos. But Spell Shield is a big cooldown to waste, especially when you're in a complete line of minions. But you can never be too safe when a Morgana Q comes billowing out of the Fog of War.
Yeah, you just see it come through, and it's just an instant reaction. It's one of those things where, sure, it's, you know, you might have wasted your spell shield in that situation, but better safe than sorry.
Is she permanently riding the dragon when she gets... Where's she getting movement speed from?
I'm not
Just the
too
Swifties?
I think it's she's getting a little bit from the Swifties, and there should be a little bit from Hurricane. So she's just, yeah, on the dragon, it seems to be.
Just jumping away from that one. Respects Impaired as he's got an absolute trigger finger when it comes to those flash body slam. Ulti back in. All going to be up to T-Gun to make sure. But looks like they've gone in on Impaired. They want to go for this one. General's coming in. They're trying to block the body slam, but the flash will go through. Look at the damage from one barrel, though.
That was huge. You're thinking that, okay, no worries, like, it should be good. He's just a Gragas, but the damage is actually quite ridiculous at this point in the game. All they really have is that Mercurial Scimitar as well on the side of Squidgy, and he got immediately half. Luch himself, even he has a little bit of magic resistance to boot. So, wow, it was really incredible there that he's Impaired is able to put that much damage out. It's forced to be reckoned with.
That was a Gangplank barrel,
God,
Medrix.
yeah, I was going to say. You know what? It's because there's 2 barrels there. I'm thinking, what? How did Gragas do that when you said barrel? And I'm just thinking, wait, there's another barrel.
I figured I'd let you dig your own grave before I pulled you out of that one.
Man, oh man, I was just like, just pull me out. Let's get back in here, man. Just Gragas barrel, please. This is not Season 3.
No, this is Pac-Man doing all the deeps right now, setting up a chain reaction whenever he sees fit. Looks like red. The Dragon. Oh, the Baron. They have no vision of it. No one's reacting. The teleport is coming down from Luge. This could be a complete and utter uncontested sneaky Baron. The ulti comes through at the last second.
There they go.
They get it. Here comes the fight. The gravity well is going to be enough. The teleport is coming through for Wizard. Jakey, does he have the flash available? He does get 2 members. They're trying to make this fight happen. They're turning their attention onto the Alistar. There is Pabu in the center of the fight. Morgana coming round the backside. A massive knockup from Impaired off that one. Squidgy, he's been fired away. Luch trying to do what he can. Wizard gets the kill. The Lamb's respite is too late. Everyone's just piling on piling. They're trying their best, but Abyss Red members are falling down. Pabu and Squidgy, the only 2 left alive. And Trident. Really called him Trigger there. They know how to pull that for sure, though.
Oh, man, Abyss Red there. They had everything going for them. They had what they wanted. They were about to get on out of there, but that on the hunt just so good to make sure Trident said, nope, get back here. You're not getting away with a free Baron. And from that there, all that's left now is Pabu to try and defend. Squidgy's also back on the back there. So, wow, they're going to just see if they can push through. They don't really have what they need to defend this.
Well, they really want to get this tower down. Impaired is tanking at Pabu, trying to do what he can, staying alive long enough. Maybe he's so damn tanky. He's found his way onto Addition. There is Squidgy doing what damage he can. The exhaust comes down. Pabu still alive, gets headbutt back into the fight, tries to go back into Addition. Not going to be enough. The resets might come through as he gets one shot onto Lysandra, and that's enough to blow her up.
Abyss Red defend again, and
Oh,
this is so big for them to pick up as well. They do have 1 member available to them. Everyone else is now respawning. One of the biggest engagers down for Trident, and they're just going to pile on through. There's pressure in the top lane. There's pressure in the bot lane. It seems to be one of those situations where Trident go, all right, cool, we're going to put the nail on the coffin.
Onto Squidgy as well.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. And it just seems to be one of those things where, wow, everything just lines up for them once again. Pac-Man coming in.
Oh no, Pac-Man, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Forced to flash out of that one. Uses the ultimate defensively. There's the Gragi ulti as well. T-Gun in the front line of this one. Pabu does have the teleport available, so if they want to force this fight...
Oh, that tower's going to fall down so quickly.
Look at the damage. 15 seconds on Pabu. Looks like they should be taking this tower. Wizard, 10 seconds still. Pabu should be able to get their first shooty teleport in. That's going to be a free inhibitor as Squidgy takes that one. This Tristana is well and truly online.
Deja vu. For some reason, they go through. They seem to have everything they need to really take the game away. And then an amazing defense by Abyss Red. And now they're starting to run away with the game.
Yeah, they're looking to make another power play on the bot lane. This Baron buff still in the hands of Squidgy. Pabu waiting at base. Teleport at the ready. Waiting to see which minion tanks the inhibitor turret. There he goes, teleporting in. Jake not hitting anyone with that headbutt pulse combo. Gonna have to use the ulti save.
Oh,
Look at the barrel coming at Squidgy. He's in a world of hurt. Oh no, once again, the Lamb's respite not there in time. Now Abyss Red are on full retreat as Impaired, doing what he can to keep them at bay. The sacrificial lamb is Pabu, but Impaired, he's not done yet. He wants to keep up the chase. General and Luch, they're so darn low. Wizard making his way to the mid lane. Just trying their best to get out.
Back and forth at the moment. These guys are not pulling punches. Every time it seems to be well and truly in the favor of one. Next thing you know, an amazing play is made. Wow, they're still going for it.
Yeah, the Gangplank ulti has been used. The barrel should clean him up.
Wow.
General is going to be there to follow. Another barrel. Team barrel.
These are large death timers.
This could potentially be game here, depending on how aggressive Trident push this one down. Where is the minion wave? Looks like they will be tanking up the tower. They do have quite the large wave. I think the next person to spawn will be T-Gun in about 5 seconds. They do have super minions in the lane, but they want to go for this one. They've got everyone here on the hunt. The attack speed buffs are there. The first Nexus turret should fall. Can T-Gun do anything to save this? I don't think so, but here is Squidgy. He's well and truly online. The Black Shield is there. The next Nexus turret falls, and there goes the Nexus. Currently 1-1 as Trident answer back with another marathon of a game.
And these guys, wow, the games that they're putting together is absolutely incredible. It's one of those cases where they're going back ebb and flow, really saying, I'm at advantage. No, now I'm at the advantage. And they're just taking it. And it's just so entertaining to watch. And really good presence of mind there by trying to make that call to go, okay, you know what, we've got these large def timers, let's push down that mid lane and immediately take it to them and fill out that game. They strike back, and they're showing us they are the experienced team. They do know what they need to do.
Look, it was looking very bad for Trident towards the later part of that game after they had the Baron buff going, but we saw what happened when a nice chain of barrels comes through from a Gangplank, just chunking out Squidgy, chunking out the mid lane Victor, just keeping them from being able to siege up the tower.
And it's one of those things as well where we're going, well, yeah, you know what, there's sort of this move towards that tank sort of meta, but these guys were there having the Fioras in the previous game doing work. The Gangplanks are still doing work. These guys are still very viable. It's all about that personalized play. And to be honest, that was really the turning point in the game. As soon as he got online, he just took it away.
Alrighty guys, we're going to go to a quick 5-minute break, but when we come back, game number 3 between these two guys, they're holding no punches. Stay tuned for more. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Promotion Tournament. What another nail-biting finish did we just watch, Mendrix?
That was incredible for them to see that. And it was one of those situations where, again, these guys took it late. I really love what they did there in that situation where they go, okay, we've managed to throw our kind of counterpunch back out there, but immediately Trident react. Managed to take away a quick barrel kill on the side. And next thing you know, it was just like this whole horde of them coming through, and straight away they took the win, secured it away once they saw the opportunity.
So that game was very similar to game number 1. We saw Trident off to an early advantage, but not really able to crack the base. So these guys kind of falling into the same strategies here. It was red on the defensive the entire game. They nearly crunched it out at the end, but you mentioned just how strong the gangplank barrels are. But red, they're kind of lacking in this mid game. What can they do coming into game number 3 to maybe pump up themselves a little bit more?
That's a really great question there, and it's kind of hard for them to say what can they really improve on in the mid game, because the big thing about that is that what they actually bring to it is that they don't need to improve it. They have such a good late game that they're waiting for that mishap by Trident for them to just push through and absolutely win the game. That's what they did in the first game. Every single time they seemed to make all their big advances is when they came back off this massive push from Trident, and next thing you know, boom, taken out from that there. So if we're going to talk about improvement, how about you guys stop dying a little bit?
Yeah, they do tend to have a little bit of trouble staying alive through that mid-game trough we so love to say, and that was no doubt mad props to Impaired. He did a great job of ensuring that Luch couldn't just stand still and farm. He got his Lysandra so far ahead that no one could lane against her. Luch tried. He kept getting killed because of it.
And he was there going through, and to his props at the end of the day as well, he actually managed to keep up with that farm.
True.
So he was there going, no worries. He still ended up leading the boards of it, but it was definitely a weakness that they found of it. Basically, even though that maybe, yeah, he's managed to keep up with CS, you're giving free gold away that's not necessary to the team. So maybe lay off a little bit for the farm, make sure that you're surviving a bit so there's constant map pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, very interesting build we saw out of Squidgy, going for that Runan's Rage Blade on the Tristana. So one thing that strikes me as a little bit of a pattern here is he seems to like these Runan Hurricane champions, going for that Caitlyn, following it up with the Tristana. So maybe we might see another Runan user in game number 3. Keep in mind, he still has that Jhin in his back pocket should he want to pull that one out.
And that's something that's definitely available to him as well. Jhin scales so well into the game. Everything that he seems to pick up is champions that scale amazingly into the late game. They always seem to have these sort of mid-game power troughs that they have, and then from there, they're just complete menaces with the amount of damage they can, or the amount of raw damage they can put out. One of the big things that we need to mention about that, Runan's Hurricane's been having a couple of quality of life buffs, and all the other sort of more impressive items out there have been nerfed a bit. The rapid fire cannon, not as big as it used to be. It's more on the whole point of, well, let's get one damage item, follow that we're up with the Hurricanes, and then if we really can, or if it's viable on that champion, then we start packing some damage onto it, just to smooth out their damage curves as the game progresses.
Yeah, General's also finding himself in a little bit of trouble. Both games getting killed solo. Well, not solo. Their first game, they did the cheeky invade, but in game number 2, he found himself a little bit out of position, just got collapsed on by the enemy team. So maybe he needs to mix up his jungle path, get some wards from his teammates early on, because he's struggling to find his footing early in the game as well.
Yeah, and the big thing about that, and it's just a really big, basically it is general. Oh, no, sorry, not general. So it is Impaired, putting it to general. That's the big thing that he's doing there. Impaired is just doing so much around the map, making sure that he is always being proactive in what he can do. And General's just having a hard time keeping up with him. And he's showing us why he was, or can still be, an OPL player.
Yeah, a lot of really good jungle picks. I didn't expect the Gragas, nor did I expect the aggression he bought from that Gragas constantly in the General's jungle, and the ganks. He pulled them off perfectly, got so many good kills on Luch, because Luch just didn't respect the damage that could come out of that Lysandra Gragas combo. We saw the first few ganks kind of whiff due to the fancy footwork that Luch pulled out, but later on in the game, he did find it a little bit tiresome after a while.
Yeah, and to Impaired's merit as well, one of the other big things that he managed to do into that game was he was actually behind really early into it. He had to start the body slam first, had to blow his flash. Those are things that stopped his jungle path from being, so he wasn't actually getting the early gank off that he likes to get. And the other thing on top of that as well, he didn't have the flash, which means he wouldn't have such a really powerful flash body slam that we know he can pull off.
Look, I really like the pick and ban phase that Trident pulled out. They really took a lot of power off T-Gun, who was the primary playmaker in game number 1 on that Alistar, banning away his Braum and then taking the Alistar, forcing him onto Morgana. Sure, he got a lot of great hooks, but it just didn't feel as impactful as that Alistar did in game 1. So hopefully we see a little bit more out of him in game number 3.
That's a really intelligent thing to do as well. When you look at T-Gun in particular, T-Gun is actually one of those players that has the wealth. He's the one directing the team. If you take away his ability to actually initiate and engage those fights, you're essentially taking away one of the biggest wealths of experience that they have on that team. So that means for them that if they actually inhibit T-Gun and actually inhibit Luch. So I think that's a good way to put it. They're inhibiting T-Gun through the pick and ban. They're inhibiting Luch by ganking him early so that way he can't get as big. They sort of identified what they need to do. They just need to keep executing it correctly.
And you got to give props to how much damage the Gangplank was doing as well. Surely we know he can play tanks, but also being able to pull out those high damage solo laners as well. We are jumping into the Champ Select now, so let's see what these guys have in store for us. Once again, though, Red getting that first pick advantage.
And from that situation there as well, as we can see, they immediately get rid of the Gangplank. So they kind of go, you know what, those two guys up in the top lane, they're probably just going to be sitting there doing a farm fest, especially if they do decide to pick up the Maokai again. So one of those things that they do there is, all right, we can sit there, we can get this guy that can scale up so well, actually outscale what the Maokai can do, and then everything's dandy. They go, no, we're not going to have that situation occur again. They get rid of it, and there's the Azir ban as well.
Yeah, Trident, they really do not want Azir in the hands of Luch once again. We see the Trundle ban though, so the 3rd game in a row they're giving so much respect to Pac-Man in that top lane. They don't want to see him get his hands on that Trundle, let alone the Gangplank. We saw how much work he did with it in game number 2.
As well, on top of that, they actually do manage to take out the Rise as well. So,
sure.
And again, and just inhibiting Luch as much as they can in that sort of situation. And following up that, they're getting rid of the Nidalee. So making sure that, in terms of Abyss Red, they're getting rid of the Nidalee to inhibit Impaired.
Yeah, they really do not want any of these guys getting some of their comfort picks. I do believe that's 3 bans in a row going over to Nidalee and Trundle. So the only flex ban here has been the Gangplank, which could prove a detriment the further this game goes on, because Trident, they don't need these champions to beat them. They beat them quite handily on some of their other champs.
And it's just really the indicator of a great OPL team that they're actually able to go, well, you know what, if you're taking away our comfort picks, that's fine. We still have many things to draw from, other resources that we can use. And just to round everything off, that Echo ban comes on through again. So clearly, this guy's just not going to see any play in this particular series.
Don't hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Echo is not going to be falling through the pick and ban phase at all, as Pabu once again hovers over that Maokai. He really loves this Maokai. He's been doing a great deal of work on it, and they value this tank in the top lane above all else.
Well, the other thing to add to that again is that they are blue side. It is an absolutely safe pick for them to go for. So why not just pick it up again? You know, they're going to say blue side, strong tank. No one can really counter that. Sure, you know, Gangplank sort of did towards the end there, but the big thing you need to take into account there was that, well, he's still going to be an effective team fighter, and if we actually manage to take out the game a little earlier, even though they're probably going to want to take it late, they can actually hit that go button when they need to. They can actually take out those sort of more carry-oriented laners if they get picked up.
We've seen Trident, they do tend to value the Sivir very early on in the rotation. Maybe they'll be picking that one up for themselves once again. Remember, the Alistar still available, but looks like they might be going for the Braum and Sivir here.
Yeah, and that is just a really solid pickup for them to go for as well. It is a great combination to have, because what you do is you essentially throw out that Winter's Bite. When it does land, that means you have the spell shield to sort of follow up everything through, just get as much damage as you need to, 3 trades across the board there. So very prudent pickups that they managed to go for.
Yeah, throwback to game number 1 here as they picked the same bot lane they did there, and it worked out well for them. We saw how far ahead Addition did get. Sure, they didn't end up winning that game, but it was no fault of his. It was just beautiful play out of T-Gun on the Alistar, which they have left open once again.
Yeah, and this is something that I'd say that they're going to definitely pick up now it's available to them. He's just one of those champions that just brings everything you need. You need a really good solid engage, headbutt, pulverize. On top of that, you need someone to tank the towers. No worries, I've got my Unbreakable. And then to follow everything up as well, sustain in lane. This guy has everything a support wants and needs.
I'm really curious to see what Luch pulls out this game. The Victor, it did all right, but definitely not what they had hoped. It looks like the Lissandra was the correct answer to that while constantly being camped by Agragi. So maybe he might have something different up his sleeve, but it might be Kindred once again onto General, locking in that Alistar. No surprises there.
Yeah, really in those situations, what they have is they go, well, performing well on Kindred, everything seems to be doing well. Alistar just a clear choice, and plus on top of that, we're not giving anything away as well. That means gives us an opportunity to perhaps counter pick if they decide to go to pick up their other laners early.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Graves pick. He did such a good job on Gragas last game in terms of shutting down the lanes. When he's farming, that's not where Trident want to be. They want to be engaging early on and forcing their hand out of red. So going for this farm-oriented jungle might not fit into their playstyle, but it's Graves at the end of the day, and he's such a monster.
Yeah, Graves really is a big champion as well. So he's someone that just never seems to leave the meta at the moment because he's sort of been getting hit little nerfs here and there, sort of willing him away, but he's still going. And is that possibly a Shen pickup there?
I don't know.
I'd be really surprised if they go for that one.
That would strike me as a little bit odd, but the timer is ticking down, and we're going to see a Shen here, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't seen a competitive Shen since the rework, so it'll be interesting to see, that's for sure.
Well, I'm going to be really surprised to see what they actually managed to pull out there.
Definitely.
Because the big thing that they've done with the Shen rework is that, now instead of rather him having this flat shield that he can put out whenever he needs to, what he's got there is the ability to stop auto attacks from happening.
It's huge.
So it's really big when you put it in the right situation. So I'm going to be interested to see how they do it. It's a lot harder to pull off, so it's added a lot more skill to what to Shen's original kit.
Yep.
But love the idea that they're pulling him off out of the shelf.
Yeah, I really want to see what they can achieve with. We know what Shen is good at doing, just ulting across the map, being that massive shield presence that you cannot really get past. And now he offers basically an invulnerability field to any auto attacks for anyone standing when that samurai sword comes back to him like a pseudo Oriana ball even.
Yeah, and one of the other big things that's also good about that as well, you do have a lot of auto attackers that are actually on the side of them. You have that Kindred, you also do have the Caitlyn that they seem to be looking towards picking up. There we go, it's been locked in as well. So every single time a team fight breaks out, no worries, I can just drop this sort of invulnerable shield around my carries, and these guys can't get on them.
Yeah, looking forward to see what they counter this mid lane with. And we mentioned that Wizard, he likes himself the Time Wizard. Could we potentially see the lock-in of the Zillion? They did hover it, but nothing in just yet. So once again, we see the Caitlyn on Squidgy. We see the Victor onto Luch. So two of their premier champions, looking to see if it helps them in game number 3, of course.
And why not? Just keep it comfort. These, they've been really well in terms of what they're keeping up with. They're taking it to Trident. They've even managed to take a game off it. They're looking to break the curse of that statistic where it always seems to be only one new OCS team going into it. And I think he's going to be selling on the Zillion. Yes, we get to see the Time Wizard.
See, now Zillion, he's a champion that when in the hands of a competent Zillion player, you can never underestimate. The ultimate is just such a key factor because once someone puts that ultimate down, you have to stop attacking them or else you're basically giving them a Guardian Angel and then some. So it can just instantly turn off fights, right?
Well, that's the big thing that it does do. It means that if you do decide to focus one champion down and absolutely blow them up from that situation there, what can follow through is this clutch idea where you've used all their ultimates, they've got nothing left, and now they can just steamroll from there. But that's not just the only thing that he brings to it. The ability for him to throw his bombs out and actually create these zones of control are just amazing in terms of allowing them to get neutral objectives. Then add to the fact that if he manages to land it perfectly, force a double stun, which is AoE stuns, he can just completely change the face of team fights. He is a very underrated champion.
Yeah, Luch, you can tell he gives that so much respect, taking cleanse this time in the lane, knowing that if those double bombs hit, a boomerang blade end of the line combined with collateral damage coming through from those skill shot champions, surely spelling his end. So we're going to have a very interesting game on our hands here, Mendrix.
Oh, interesting game indeed, because we do have a few of the odd things coming out there as well. And guys, definitely do let us know who you think are going to be winning this game from such an even match. Hashtag AER win or hashtag TRI win. Will it be Abyss Red trying to break that curse, or Trident making sure history repeats itself?
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good after that big comeback win. They needed that. After that first game, it's very hard to just get down on yourself and think we had everything going right that game, but we just couldn't finish it. And it seemed to be deja vu in game number 2, but they kept their composure and they ended up winning it. We are into game number 3 on the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Abyss Esports Red currently tied 1-1 with Trident.
There they are, running out again, just instantly going straight for that line of scrimmage. Put those wards out, let them know that, hey guys, you guys can't get through. Bomb instantly going onto Squidgy as well, so he's going to cop a little bit of damage, but he's going to stand there very stout and make sure everything is impaired. Might jump on this.
Yeah, Squidgy might be in a little bit of trouble. Going to be taking a lot of damage. The end of line goes through. Time bomb. Going to be proccing down to about under half health. Has plenty of time to recall and get healed up to full. But that might allow Trident to get some cheeky wards in.
That's immediately what they're looking to do there. They see if they can actually get in through the other side there, but they do have that good old Alistair on the back, making sure that he can get through. He's doing a very good job being the guard cow.
And Pac-Man just in that top lane. Looks like T-Gun just getting some wards to make sure that no one comes through and takes out their Krugs. Last thing they want is a Braum in their face.
Yeah, that would be really bad for them to have that happen there. And he's so good in those early invades as well. The moment he manages to get that Winter's Bite out, if there are close enough members to help proc it, you pretty much either have to blow that flash or die.
It looks like Luch getting already to a 2 CS lead, lasering the Raptor can with the help of...
Gotta pad the stats, man.
Yeah,
Gotta pad the stats.
Parbu chucked a few saplings in there, then comes over to help General take this one away. Doing what he can to keep his sustain up in the jungle. Does have that level 2 now, being able to get Wolf's Field down. Pac-Man on the Shen, just throwing his Q around. If it does hit the enemy champion on the travel through to Shen, he gets bonus damage on his auto attacks. So wants to be on the opposite side of the blade at all times. Jakey hitting a very early level 2 here. Squidgy has to give that so much respect because Addition is also level 2.
Yeah, that Spirit Blade is such an interesting mechanic that they've added to the game. Wow, they go to Wizard's Bite and just damage out immediately.
Gonna have to use his potion very early on here.
Not something that he wanted to do, and seems to be a different dynamic into this game. Before, Squidgy seemed to have control of the lane. This time around, he seems to be on a little bit of the back foot.
Oh, just taking these Boomerang Blades left, right, and center. Luckily, T-Gun does have the Targon's Brace to keep him healed up. But now Sivir has the potion advantage, so she'll be looking for some of these favorable trades, as the damage should be sticking onto Squidgy, but not until Alistair, of course, has the Triumphant Roar. Will be keeping her healed up nice and full. Luch again on the Victor, this time rocking a new skin. Feeling good.
It makes sense for him to have multiple skins as well, being on his Premier Champion. And looking at that as well, Kindred seems to be making sure she's around, probably a bit worried that maybe Impaired will be continued up to his old shenanigans again. Making sure that he's focusing towards that mid lane, but he's there being very prudent, making sure he can pick up that mark before she gets a chance to get to it.
Impaired being very aggressive once again, but he'll be depressed to find that there is no jungle left to take. As I say that, of course, the Krug spawned to prove me wrong. We'll be able to pick those up once he quick draws over the wall. There he goes. Triumphant Roar keeping Squidgy full health. Looks like this will just be your generic farm lane. General going for the Scuttle Crab. Good amount of gold, good amount of vision.
Abyss Red have pushed up really well there, so that means they could actually try to engage us. There they go.
A couple more autos should do it. The stun onto T-Gun is there. Smoke screen goes down. He gets taken very low.
And very well done.
He's got 3 biscuits, though.
He's got 3 biscuits. Everything is cool. He's a very tanky cow. Look at that damage from Luch.
The stun comes through, though.
But, yep, trading right on back.
Lucci is now out of health potions, but so is Wizard. Remember, Luch did have to take Cleanse in this matchup. That's gives teleport advantage over to Wizard. Oh, he follows him through. Here's General. They might want to go for a bit of a dive here. It's a little bit early. Parbu is very low on mana and health now.
Oh, no! He just mistimed that just
the
a little bit.
fadeaway.
Oh, he thought he'd be okay. Even I, for a second, thought he should be fine. But that last damage from the turret, more than enough to take him out. They thought they could get a cheeky first little blood there. And what can you do? He's back in the game now.
He's nothing but mulch now. Oh, Pac-Man gets back in time as well to get all of the minions. This is disastrous for Pabu.
Yeah, that is someone you do not want to have ahead there as well, because that is something where, okay, they sort of just leave you in that lane now for a very long time, and he's going to be sitting there with that extra gold in front. He's already got the Spectre's Cal as well, so he's just not going to be doing any damage. And, oh, Impaired running on Pabu.
It looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a fight here. Impaired doesn't want to take this early on, but Pabu finds himself a pink ward
Consolation
on top
prize.
of his blue buff. Going to be picking up a little bit of gold here, 30 to be exact. Still has plenty of time to make his way back to that top lane. And every time we look over at Luch, he's a ticking time bomb, quite literally this game, Hendrix.
Yeah, Wizard making sure he lands him there. And they're actually quite hard to get those bombs on top of him as well. So Luch, he seems to be by the ropes a bit.
Shurima, Desert Zelion just throwing out explosive rocks. He is level 6 now, so the ulti is available. Luch shouldn't be able to burst him down anymore.
Luch is still up in CS though, and that's a way of pushing into him. So even though he's copping the harass at the moment, he's still being his usual self, but Wizard is doing a fantastic job of keeping up. And now that he's forced him out of the lane as well, this is huge. That means it's going to give him the advantage to actually be up in the same level of CS as him. And on top of that, with the teleport advantage, he can actually use it to roam.
Looks like
which,
Kindred
you know,
will be there to get that minion wave. Once again, though, we see Impaired counter jungling. He's constantly in the enemy jungle, feeling very brave on this Graves. But that's what Graves allows you to do, that true grit part of his quick draw, giving him so much armor and magic resistance, allowing him to pretty much 1v1 anyone general. Can be sad to find his jungle has been taken out as we see another gank in the bot lane.
Yeah, they're making their way down and seeing if they can go for it. Here is the situation. The engage starts.
Oh, looks like they want to go onto T-Gun. The teleport's coming through. A nice double pulverize coming out from T-Gun. They are just going to back off after this one, though. General jumping on through. Shen ulti expended. Pabu's teleport expended. And all for all, nothing happens.
Yeah, it's just really them trading their abilities across. They thought they had to engage. It looked like it was pretty good. T-Gun had a fantastic pulverize right at the very end there to help with the disengage. And then with enough cavalry and backup, not too much happening there. So these guys, again, just willing to route that damage. Wow.
Lucci knows he can trade efficiently with this Zelion after dodging the first bomb. Has no real fear. Able to absorb a little bit of that one with the shield proc of the Q. But unless he completely destroys Wizard, there's really no way he can kill him.
Yeah, he needs to basically force out the Time Winder, and then on top of that, break him afterwards. It's just, wow, there's the damage there. Will he have to use his ultimate?
Nah, just going to walk away from that one. No real threat. Luch is pushing him out of lane. Remember that Wizard still has the teleport available, so he'll go back and buy it and get back to lane. No harm, no foul.
And now it's just very simple between them. Everyone's just chilling out, having a good farming there. There's the teleport advantage being used there. So it seems to be the ultimate traded by Luch in order to force out that teleport, which is good to have, definitely worth. That means you won't have any sneaky ganks coming across. But in the bot lane, they're being very prudent there to ensure that there are no wards that are going to be able for Wizard to really get in there.
I like how Impaired has changed up his ganking routes every single game. Game number 2, we saw him focusing solely on Luch in that mid lane, but he's been visiting the bot lane time and time again, looking to get various members ahead. Very unpredictable if you are on the side of this esports red.
And it really does keep them guessing, because as we can see there, General's actually been changing his route a bit to make sure that he's there to keep in line with Graves as well. But he hasn't been there. He's been running around farming up a storm.
Not too much going on in the bot lane. A little bit of a CS advantage, though, for Addition, but that's to be expected when Graves is in your lane every 2 seconds. Neither of the 80 carries have gone back and fought, but Impaired, he's looking to get a gank. The slow field goes down, forces the flash from Luch. Good play.
Definitely worth the trade there. If they were really feeling valiant about it, they could have actually gone in probably for the dive there. they do have that Chrono Shift always available for Wizard to force out any sort of aggressive play. Oh, I look at Jakey there.
Oh, they've thrown Jakey back into the tower. The Unbreakable does go down. Takes quite a bit of damage from that one, though. No summon is expended. Stand behind me, allowing him to get out of that one. A little bit of taunts coming out of T-Gun. He's feeling good. Feeling prime, be back on his striker, Alistar.
He's letting them know if you mess with the ball, you get the horns.
Really? I didn't hear that. Like 6 times.
Well, you know, it's just good to emphasize what he's actually capable of doing there. And
Impaired,
they might be going for it again.
General's
chilling out.
Yeah, General is nearby, doing his own Krugs at the moment. So should Impaired get a little bit brave and go for another gank. Does find that it is not worth his time and heads off. Wizard's starting to get some chip damage on this tower. Every little rock counts.
And it's just very interesting with these team comps again that they have. It seems to be a bit more even there. It's not one of those cases where outright one team wins in that super late game. Actually, pretty even across the board there. Luch will be a monster. It's such amazing ability to have. There's Pac-Man jumping onto Pabu.
Yeah, gets the taunt. Just going to be a battle of the tanks as Pabu pops his ultimate. Not too much happening, but the Shen doing quite a lot of damage when he gets that Q-proc through the Maokai.
Well, he did manage to pick up the first blood as well.
True,
so that's really helping him out a lot there. He does have that
Spectre's
Spectre's Cowl on top of him. Yeah, that's the first pickup he had, and it's just being matched as well with Bambi Cinder. You do have the Merc Treads available to Pabu, but I guess he sort of needs that to make sure that he's not stuck in a taunt for forever. And also on top of that as well is that there's a little bit of slows coming through from that Spirit.
Great point to mention as we see Impaired 1v1 to Pink Ward. He came out on top this time. Luch doing what he can to push up the wave. General in the right position, the right time to make sure his buddy Luch not going to get camped this game. Starting off his Devourer. So any time that Impaired can cause General to stop farming is good, because that means that's less time, that's more time it takes him to get his fully sated Devourer.
Absolutely right there, and it's all about him making sure he puts on the pressure where he needs to in the right lanes, and as well continuing to counter jungle him the way he has been. And ooh, not too much happening from that there. The AoE damage. There they go onto him.
Oh, he's got the ultimate onto himself. Here comes the teleport from Pabu, trying to do what he can. The collateral damage not going to be enough. Pabu, he's in onto Impaired. There is the Stand United. Shen's coming through. General is also there. Lamb's Respite is available should it be needed. But no one dying once again.
Luch getting away on a sliver of health. He's still got it there, jumping onto Addition.
Oh, no, Addition, you stood on a trap. What are you doing? There is a teleport coming down from either Withered or Pac-Man. I'm not too sure there it is Pac-Man. He is going to be able to get the taunt. The flash coming through. Unbreakable Will is on the heel. Has to come down. T-Gun getting away. This game is crazy, but there goes Impaired. He gets taken down, and Pabu, not underestimating the tower this time, gets away with his life.
These guys are just going everywhere now. It's one of those cases where we had this sort of nice calm, everything's going well, and out of the blue, ganks, teleports, everything across the board is happening, and Abyss Red are able to take back a kill. Not really counting that first blood.
Yeah, that first blood went over to the tower. Pac-Man did nothing but stand there and watch. Teleport now available for Wizard, so we should be able to get back to this lane before Luch causes too much of a ruckus here. Making sure that laser hits every single minion. 13 minutes in the game. A couple of 100 gold in the lead. Abyss Esports Red. No towers for either team. The Dragon hasn't even received a glance. Both the junglers doing well. Kindred farming a lot better than Graves at this stage. Also got a kill to her name, so feeling good. Looks like a taunt coming down onto Pac-Man. Doing what he can to show us why this Shen is still a viable competitive pick.
Well, he has all the tools he needs to be really effective as well. And the big thing about that is definitely when he does use that ultimate just as a savior. It is incredible the amount of times people go deep for a kill and that shield does something. Squishy, though, might be caught.
No, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. And by a little bit of trouble, I mean a lot as he gets taken down. A lot of health. Doesn't have any potions, but he does have T-Gun. Triumphant Roar should be enough. He's got himself the fully completed Runan's Hurricane as well.
So we're just looking to see how this game really plays out and what's going to happen. As you can see there, you do have Pac-Man on Shen. That means he's going to be wanting to split push once he gets towards that later stages of the game. Whereas Pabu, as per usual, the tree, he wants to group up with the rest of his team. One of the big disadvantages of that is sometimes you may put that shield out, but it's not enough and you lose that team member and then you're stuck as a sad Shen in the top lane. So it's going to be really on him to make sure that his ultimates are on point, and Trident probably need to use them proactively. We're talking about, here comes the engage, we start with Pac-Man's ultimate, not reactive.
I really love when Zelion grants a level, he just has that little chuckle.
He's like, here you go.
Yeah, very fulfilling. Oh, looks like we might see Tegan in a little bit of trouble. Just gets a way out of that one. Impaired with that red buff. Wants to get as proactive on the map as he can. We saw him just earlier denying a mark of the Kindred over to General. Getting the nice headshot proc from Squidgy. CS quite even here in the bot lane. Both players doing a great job of farming that one up.
These guys are keeping it really even between themselves there. And just as the bomb just blows up the entire wave there, no chance. And so, as you mentioned, great zone control, an amazing ultimate that can really be clutch, and amazing wave speed to boot as well. This guy has got amazing utility.
Looks like he's also finished himself. That Rod of Ages is now currently at 2 stacks. T-Gun being a little bit ham onto Jakey, reminding him who the real tank support is. Another headshot going through, not going to get in range to proc that one. Does find himself a ward for his trouble. Is Impaired coming down once again. They really want to make this fight. They get the ulti onto Squidgy. They're all in. He gets stunned up. Does he have flash? Does he have heal? No! As here comes Impaired. The ultimate is down for T-Gun, but not for much longer. The stun goes through. Here comes General. Is he going to get in range for the ulti? No, he's not. That's a double kill going across to Addition.
And Trident really pull that out there. They have been slowly whittling away at this bot lane. Impaired has been making continuous trips down there, following the summoners, making sure that, you know what, Squidgy has nothing now. It was about to come up. Still probably another about 30 seconds until he was able to save himself. And from that point in time, they go, you know what, we need to act now. They take it, and from there, immediately they're getting their vengeance they need around the map. Trident being proactive.
Yep, great kill followed by a great dive onto the side of Trident as they pick themselves up a dragon once again. Luch just trying his best to force the ulti out of Wizard. Not going to happen, though, as Wizard just backs off out of that one. And Maoka, he just can't keep up with the global presence that Shen offers. If the teleport's not up, the stand United is, and then he's just going to teleport back to any other lane. He's really got the map pressure right now.
Trying to really have a lot of global pressure available to them. I mean, granted, Wizard has been using it a lot just to make sure he's in lane and keeping up with the CS of Luch. But yeah, it's just that at any point in time, they can actually just swap between the two of them. If Pac-Man happens to use his ultimate and that's down, no worries, he's got the teleport. If that's also down at the same time, that's cool. We can actually swap Wizard around to be the split push. He's got fantastic wave clear. And that allows him to do a lot with it. Oh, there they're going onto him again.
Yeah, it's just tanks fighting tanks.
They're at the point where they've hit that, like, that stackage where everything's cool.
They both have Grasp of the Undying, so...
They're just, like, constantly stealing the HP back from each other.
Yeah.
Just like, he was like, tag, you're it. Like, oh, tag back, thank you very much.
Squidgy finding it very easy to farm now that Runan's Hurricane has been completed, being able to push those waves out very efficiently, getting a little bit of chip damage down onto this tower. General has joined the fray, but he is standing on a ward, which seems odd because T-Gun already got one hit onto that ward. Another little cheeky Zelion laugh as he gives Impaired his second level, donated of the game.
And Impaired there, he's level 11 now, to General's level 11, so even though he's been given away that experience, General's been keeping up.
CS, yeah.
He's just been there. He's got 95 to 76, so farming up the storm. There, they're jumping on a Squidgy.
Oh, they really want to go on this one. On the hunt has been used. T-Gun and Squidgy are on the run. The Glacial Fissure not going to hit, but here is Wizard. One more auto attack should do it. No. Forces the flash out of T-Gun, but once again, this comes back to our pre-game banter about Luch. He's glued to the mid lane.
He really likes to be there. I mean, to their merit, they're doing a lot of chip damage to that tower now. They possibly can take it in bed as made it. They're actually being aggressive.
Oh, they want to fight this one. They've gone in onto Luch. He's gone completely ham onto Impaired. That is forcing the Zelion ult. So that is going to be down for quite a while now. That gives Luch a lot of breathing room in order to flex his skills on this Victor.
And now it's just there. Oh, he's going to jump onto him. Pabu has been found by Pac-Man.
Pabu is quite low. Pac-Man doing considerable amount of damage when he is able to get the Q through the enemy. General, though, he does get spotted out by a pink ward and impaired. Finds that one.
General's fine with the pink ward.
Yep.
It seems to be, it's just really, Impaired's going to be the one who finds it. He's like, oh man, damn.
Not again.
Not again. Here we go.
No ultis in the bot lane after they went all in to try and catch out T-Gun and Squidgy. Rift Herald says goodbye. His small vacation to Summoner's Rift was nice because no one even attacked him. He felt good. He was happy.
He was really able to sit back and enjoy the ride in that situation. He goes, okay, no worries, guys. I'm done from here. Time for the Baron to make his way onto the Rift. He's basically saying he's the one that's always got the vacation time and stays for the most of the game.
Gold basically dead even at this stage in the game. Still 3 kills up for Trident. 0 towers, 1 dragon as well. So a very exciting game on our hands. 4 kills at 20 minutes. They're the types that I love to watch.
Well, I mean, it is a little bit of a change of pace compared to what they had. It was a bit more of a bloodbath. These guys have decided to really respect each other. And now, towers are starting to fall. Here we go. This should be the first one going in favor of Trident.
Yeah, Impaired is there to help Pac-Man take this one down. They do share the gold. Pabu just moving up a little bit, making sure his saplings can get in range. But the bottom tower falls, so
Traded across.
we are back to even once again. That mid tower did take quite a bit of damage. General trying to be a little bit cheeky here. He does have the smite available, smites that one away. That's going to be great for his Devourer stacks Dragon. Minute 45. Pabu has to flash though.
Wow, I thought he'd be able to just, you know,
Yeah.
do his usual tanky sort of stuff and get away from the situation. He does manage to pick up the blue buff there as well, so everything's doing pretty good for them there. They're picking up a few things across the map in both their enemy jungle and their own. And this game is just, again, just back to normal, back to that farming route, you know, just sort of saying, okay, when are these guys' cooldowns going to be off? Just juggling everything that they've got for their summoners and saying, this is our time to strike.
Well, judging by these 2 team compositions, which do you think is going to be more powerful at around that 35 to 40 minute mark where these games seem to explode at?
Well, I mentioned it before where it seems to be this, there's not really a clear winner in that situation. It's sort of this concept of utility versus raw damage. If we're talking raw damage, Abyss Red have that advantage, but Trident have a decent amount of utility coming across, where if they actually manage to begin a favorable team fight, they'll come out on top.
Looks like Pabu might be in a little bit of trouble in this bot lane. Just going to have to give up that tower once again, but the push is well and truly in effect from Abyss Esports Red as they're making their way to that top inner tower. Doing what they can. Caitlyn, she can just push those waves so damn quick. They have the double ADC in the forms of Kindred and Caitlyn. This tower, Pac-Man, he's in no position to defend it, but here comes mid lane Zelion making his way up. Graves is also there. They do have the teleport on Pabu available, but this might be enough time for Luch to take that mid tower. No, Luch is also making his way up.
Yeah, he just seems to be going, no worries, I'm ready to team fight. I am actually ready to translate the power that I've been accumulating into the rest of the team and not remain constantly glued to that mid lane there. But he's decided, you know what, it is time to return home. And now the siege sort of seems to be moving towards there, but the wave clear from Zillion and the Sivir is just immense, immediately deleting that wave.
It's going to be very hard for the members of Red to get through. And we say that time and time again because right now, the thing that's keeping Trident basically alive in these siege scenarios is the Sivir. She's able to get one Boomerang Blade, the Bouncing Blade to follow, just clears out the minion wave. Luch, not a lot he can do. Looks like, ooh, General though, he is spotted out though.
He's spotted out, but at one point in time they go, okay, well, I think we don't have this. And he's just going to easily hop over the wall, get himself a bit of a quick advantage there. Still not quite stacked, getting close towards it.
Yep.
And once he does, he'll be hitting that power spike that he also needs.
Very early Steric's gauge here. So looks like he's afraid of dying because those first few games, it's been him who's been in that front line and he just gets blown up before really being able to do anything. The collateral damage used once again to clear the wave. So keeping Red at bay, there's not a lot they can do when ultimates and boomerangs and hell, time bombs, you name it, stopping them from getting through.
Yeah, there seems to be a nice array of abilities flying around the Rift today. But they also have a lot of those stuns available to them, which is probably why he wants to make sure he's got that early Terrace gauge.
You
so
just misspell shielded trap. Come on, man.
It's okay. We still love you, Edition. You may have copped a lot of damage for that there. It's been a long couple of games, man. 24 minutes in, but a headshot really does mean a lot right there in that situation. Wow, it's so good to have that just follow through with, like, it ends up being a shot for everyone there.
Yep.
It's just like Hurricane shares the love.
Ooh,
Squidgy's starting to hurt. He's got that Infinity Edge as well, so he's really getting to that point where he's sort of starting to get out of that mid-game slump. And that's one of the good things about going for these attack speed builds first. These champions that have those mid-game procs sort of just skip it. Because what they do is they just even everything out, making sure they've got their amplifier first, then they follow through with the damage.
The game is still basically dead even, and I mean dead even. The only difference here is the kills. Looking at the junglers, we mentioned the defensive item first on the side of Kindred. Graves also going for a bit of a defensive route, but gets himself that more of the Mortius, keep himself safe, giving him that extra little bit of magic shield should anything go astray. He does have the collateral damage available to clear out those waves that we've seen him do time and time again, but here comes Wizard. Not going to do too much of the time bombs worth throwing down.
That gravity field also given a little bit there to sort of put in a time stop as well, but their jumping general's making his way down towards Pac-Man.
They really want to take that Pac-Man here, but he's so damn tanky. The slow has landed. Had to burn his flash. The red buff is still there. Pabu flashes as well. This could be a kill going over to General. Gets that one up. A fight in the mid lane. But there comes Pabu. He goes for the teleport. Cancels it at the last second, realizing there's nothing more he could get from that one.
Yeah, that was a really nice defensive teleport used there. And that was a really amazing play by Abyss Red. They go, we have such issues with Pac-Man using his ultimate to start these team fights to make this initiation. Well, if we take him out first, then use our teleport maybe defensively or perhaps even to re-engage, that means we may have a favorable trade there. And piles well done by Jake. He immediately put up the door to silence. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah, they really are going ham for this one. General in the backline. He's got his sight set onto Edition. Going to have to flash away from the Glacial Fissure. Re-engaging, but it is all for the tower. But there is T-Gun. He goes in onto Wizard. No ultimate, no problem. As they take him out. The burst coming from Luch is impeccable right now.
Abyss Red now finally taking control of the map. This is what they need to do. They may stop the proactive players from Trident. If they're the ones taking control, these are the guys who are supposed to be sitting back, normally going towards that late game. But now they're showing us that, yes, you know what, we've got Trident scared as well. They've finally given us the respect that we deserve, and we're going to use it when we can. And it's just all off the back of the fact that Pac-Man was down. That was just so much off their mind that they needed to do. It allowed them to be aggressive. And Trident thought they could sort of sit there, be okay. They end up paying for it.
Kindred now has her Devourer fully sated, whilst also going for the rapid fire cannon here, so a little bit more carry oriented. We saw how much damage she did to that Shen, just shredding through any armor he had based off her passive percentage health damage. In the mid lane, Luchi's got himself that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, picked himself up a nice little blue buff to boot, so he won't be backing anytime soon. Wants to make sure that blasting one goes into the right item. Both the carries sitting pretty on a tier 3 and a tier 2 Zeal item. Siva going for that Essence Reaver, while on the side of Squidgy's got himself that Infinity Edge.
Just very, very simple stuff at the moment. These guys are just trying to get some control. They might have a fight engaging here.
He couldn't get the headshot off because the smoke screen was denying him any auto attack vision.
And now it's just a pretty good situation there. I do like what they've done here. So Wizards now on the bot lane there. They're jumping on to Jake.
Yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble. The Unbreakable does go up. The On The Hunt has been used. Teleports coming through. A massive knock up for T-Gun, but that's 5 members in the mid lane. Luch cannot follow. He does not have the teleport. Unbreakable Will has been used by T-Gun. He's trying to keep himself up. There is the beautiful Lamb's Respite. He should get there in time. Luch gets knocked up, but they've turned this fight around. General, he's so low. He's going to pop. Pabu is in the fight. He gets stunned up. The taunt misses. There's a massive Chaos Storm going across multiple members, but that's a double kill for Wizard. Looking to make it a triple. Keep in mind that Squidgy is still alive. The ultimate being thrown down onto Pac-Man. Luch is looking to follow. Oh! The ultimate from Caitlyn finishes him off. Luch flashes in for that Q proc to ensure that that kill goes over to Squidgy.
And I was about to mention why I was good about
dead.
that wall. Whoa.
Oh, 11 health. He lives on. Squidgy might die here, but there is Luch. He needs one more attack to do it. He gets it. Can Wizard answer with one of his own? Turns around with the gravity field, looking for the procs. Just needs one laser to do it. Not enough mana as a blue buff has timed out.
Oh, these guys are playing with fire. Impaired is now on the hunt.
Oh! He just gets comboed, but the end of the line finishes up T-Gun. The second proc of that one. These guys refuse to stop fighting. Health bars in the red, but they want to keep going.
These guys are being keeping it nice and chill, and it sort of just gets to this point where they just blow up together. I love how they decide to go in and just go crazy for everything that they can. What I wanted to mention before all the craziness, before that chaos popped up, was how they decided to throw Wizard in that bot lane, because that meant they go, okay, well, Luch will come with me. He's got a cleanse. He doesn't have a teleport. Immediately when they realize Luch is in the bot lane, they pull the trigger and start to go for that team fight. Abyss Red played that out perfectly. They kited it back. That Lamb's resprite was perfect once they put it on through after a brilliant pulverize by a T-Gun to make sure that he stayed alive. From that, they were able to turn that around, but ended up being a fairly even team fight across the board. But now, Abyss Red, they're actually up in kills.
Yeah, should this team of Abyss Red make it into the OPL, Aegir might have a little bit of contention for best Alistar. The Baron has been started. The squad of Trident know that On the Hunt has been popped, but they're committing to finishing this one off. The Glacial Fizzer goes through. They pick up the Baron completely uncontested. But T-Gun, he might be the sacrificial cow for this one as the 4 members of Red are running. They look like they want to regroup. Shen is hot at their heels, but no one dies. And once again, Red with the sneaky Baron.
Last time that happened, there was an amazing follow-up through by Trident. They were actually so far ahead in that situation. They're going for it again.
Yeah, Pac-Man realizes he's a little bit too far up. He might go down. That flash comes through from General, picking that one up for himself. Powerboot is in the backline, keeping everyone at bay. Unfortunately, T-Gun gets stunned. The pulverize comes through a little late. Powerboot is still there. Onto addition. Here comes General. He should be able to get this one. Where is the ultimate out of Wizard? He's holding onto it as long as he can. Impaired might be the next. He flashes through. He needs one more auto attack. The beautiful last second ulti, but that means it's not going to be there for Impaired. Lamb's Respite goes down. Addition still the main primary damage dealer. The focus squeegee gets him. Luch dies in the backline. Powerboot, he might still want to go for this one. Gonna call it a night though.
And that purely there was off the back of Trident not realizing the state of the game. Last time that happened, it was in their favor. They managed to force a fight and come out on top. They were so far ahead in that situation. Next thing you know, Pac-Man realizes he's gone in, bit off too much more than he can chew. Instantly, he gets taken out. Trident sort of backpedaling, thinking maybe they could save him out of that situation. They end up getting caught in the fray as well. Next thing you know, it's a blender and Trident is in the middle of it. Abyss Red, so commanding at the moment. They get the Baron, they get the winning team fight, and they're getting the Dragon.
They are feeling on top of the world right now. 32 minutes in the game, a 5,000 gold lead at the moment in favor of Abyss Red. 10 kills to 7, 4 towers to 3, and 2 dragons to 1. Looking at some of the items here, Caitlyn picking herself up. That QSS should Shen ever get a cheeky taunt off or the Braum stun land. On the opposite side, Super actually finishing her more and more Mortis here. Wants to give Luch all the respect he deserves.
And respect he definitely deserves at the moment. The amount of the Chaos Storms that he had before was huge in the previous team fight. The amount of damage you can put out there now with all this extra gold and kills that he's managed to accumulate with that, adds to the fact that he's also picked up a Baron. He is going to be hitting like a freight train. It is going to be huge. And there's just so much they can't do. Trident need to wait, hold back a little bit, sort of pull that gold a little bit in their favor to a point that it's not really so insurmountable, and then be proactive with that Shen ultimate. They haven't really been there. They had one good moment early in the game, and every single time now, Abyss Red have been taking him out.
The double stun goes through. A lot of damage coming down onto Squidgy. That was a collateral damage also. I was just going to say how much I love the way he sets up these traps here. He gets hit by the double bomb during. Great job. A lot of damage coming through. Their focus is on the tower as they change it over to Jake. The Glacial Fissure comes through. Where is the Shen ulti? Going to be saving it for the right time. Because Pac-Man is off in the wings. Luch making his way down. Remember, he doesn't have teleport, so anytime he wants to get in the fight, he has to walk.
And now they just sort of hit that point where they've disengaged from it there. They've put a lot of chip damage there. They pick up the top turret as well there.
True.
Luch was just there being a complete menace and pushing on through. Look at how much damage is left on that tower. This is probably the next wave, and they'll probably be able to take it out purely because of Caitlin's long range. There it falls. Impaired taking a lot of chip damage as well. He needs to get on out of there. And Abyss Red now, they have hit that point where they go, yes, we are far ahead enough now that we don't need to be proactive. We do have a decent amount of siege on our hands. All we need to do now is just put that pressure on, be the unit that we are so good at doing, and this should be our game. Trident, though, they really need to make sure that they get the first attack off. They need to be the ones that turn around for it. You have to be dirty in the wild, wild west. You need to turn around on the 9th step instead of the 10th one and shoot them straight away. That ultimate from Shen needs to go out first, so that way they're actually landing it on someone.
They really need to kill this Caitlyn at the end of the day. She's playing so damn safe, and T-Gun does an impeccable job of keeping her that. See, General, once again, going for the little crab here, finds himself a Trinket Ward, clears that one up. Going for a very carry-oriented build here. Now he's completed his own more of Malmortis. Still sitting on the brown paper bags instead of boots at the moment.
Well, to be fair, Kindred doesn't really need it. He's got all the attack speed he needs in that jungle out of him now that it's sated. Add to the fact that he is very mobile herself, just using that little hop around that she needs to, even able to go through walls. So Kindred can sit on that for quite some time and just decide to be more efficient, use the gold more on more raw power stats. Ooh, I thought Wizard was about to just run himself on into the middle there, but he's just showing us that he can be fast when he wants to be.
General, look at the damage first from one auto Q onto Addition. He has to give that Kindred so much respect. The later the game goes, the stronger Kindred gets. Her kit just really oriented around getting those Mark of the Kindred stacks.
And now just continual siege, and this is what we're talking about. Abyss Red just need to make sure they remain that unit. Those traps.
I love this Caitlyn siege. I love it.
They're really crazy. It's so hard to deal with if you just save them up and then pop them down all in one spot. It's just a matter of pulling resources. Jake, caught in gravity field.
A little bit of damage. All the traps are still there, so they can't walk past this without taking a huge brunt of damage. Look at that. That's a tanky Braum, and he just gets melted. Should anyone accidentally stand on that, they're going to be feeling the pain.
Absolutely. Squidgy is showing us exactly how to play Caitlyn, and instantly, as soon as she gets to the point, she just moves them up, making it even harder for them to try and defend this tower.
Gravity field has gone down.
Oh,
Parbu gets hit. Look at the damage onto Impaired. General jumping over the wall. The main focus, of course, is going to be the tower, but here comes Parbu. They don't want to waste the ulti onto the Braum, so he falls in. Inhibitor falls. Luch doing a great job of keeping that Zillion at bay.
And Abyss Red have recognized that, again, just keep this siege going. We'll use the traps that Caitlyn has to our advantage. We've got fantastic siege composition just with Luch himself. He's so good with those death lasers, those death rays, just raining down terror onto Trident. And they've managed to pick up that inhibitor as well. Baron's up in the next 25 seconds, so they'll go back away, make sure they get all the vision that they need as well. And add to the fact as well, there's a dragon up in the next 45 seconds. So some hard decisions coming up for Trident.
Where are they going to be? They need to defend this Baron because this Kindred is so darn strong. She'll have no problem melting it with the assistance of Luch and Squidgy. Luch already hitting level 18 along with Wizard. Two of them, both very, very strong right now. But Wizard, he's finding it a little bit hard to get these stuns onto the Caitlyn. The one target they really need to focus. Pac-Man in the bot. He's got Stand United. He's got Teleport. So should he need to be in a fight, he's got multiple entry points. Parbu waiting around in base with Teleport and Home Guard available.
And they're just sitting there waiting for it. Just waiting for that moment.
Pinging that pink ward at the back. That's where they want Parbu to come in on.
They're looking for that flank there. There we go. They're just waiting to see what they do. Starting the Baron. There they go.
Yep, there is Parbu coming in on the flank. Really want to go for this. We hear on the hunt has been proc. Lucci might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets completely destroyed by Wizard. They do get the Baron, but now Squidgy, he's got no one to protect him and a little bit overzealous out of red may have cost him this fight as Impaired flashes through, getting the kill onto Kindred. That is going to be a huge load of kills going over. 3 for 0. T-Gun and Parbu are on the run, and Abyss Red, they get greedy and they pay for it.
They were looking for the flank. They were going, all right, Parbu, we'll use your teleport now and get you there. That's a really long distance for a tree to walk, mind you.
Yeah.
That was a long way for him to go. Tried him there going, okay, no worries, where's the engage? Not happening. No, we'll just keep killing you guys. No worries, all good there. And now they're just taking so much for it. There is 2 beefy guys with some empowered minions there, but it's just I don't think they're going to have enough to defend.
No, they are going to be giving this one away. T-Gun getting jumped onto by Pac-Man, having to pop the ulti. That's going to be the bot lane inhibitor going down for Abyss Red on the hunt so they can get out scot-free. But Red, they looked very strong, but one blunder allowed for Wizard to get in there, gets the stun down onto Luch, and the cleanse wasn't available, so he just gets killed without a second's notice. It's going to be Dragon for them.
They're moving there, they're actually backing away there, so they
Sure.
might be feeling a little bit, going, okay, you know what, we don't want to just throw away everything that we gave. We can give
still
them
6,000 behind.
We can give them a Dragon, still 6,000 behind exactly with that there. That is a very good inhibitor for them to have cracked open as well. And they definitely need to get out of there. 2 double super minions ready to rain terror on these turrets.
It looks like the Dragon will go in favor of Red, so 3 Dragons for them, hitting that 40-minute mark. Currently, Red still in the lead by about 5,000 gold, 11 kills to 10, 7 towers to 5, 3 Dragons to 1. So Red, they're still in control of this game. Despite that little bit of a blunder, the champions have the gold in the right places. They just need to make sure that Parbu and T-Gun are sitting on top of Luch and Squidgy. General needs to be there with the Lamb's Respite. And you can tell that they're pushing out this bottom lane now. They know that they can't let their super minions push for free. So they're grouping 5-man bot. I think this is the right call.
They do have some members still with that Baron as well. So the big thing that they can do with that there is use it to their advantage to actually go with this push. They still have that immense siege power available to them. So as long as they do have that beefy front line, making sure that back line is protected, which they didn't have before, they should be A-okay. Those traps going out immediately.
Yeah, it looks like Pac-Man tries to go in for the taunt, not hitting anyone, getting a lot of damage rained down on top of him. But Squidgy, taking some for his own troubles, needs to lifesteal here, but only got himself that Mercurial Scimitar. Should be enough to top him up. Looks like it just will be a rinse and repeat. Give Squidgy the minions, he needs the health.
He's a fearless, let me sustain,
is,
guys. And he's back up there. He's still got the Alistair as well, just making sure that he's getting those heals out. So over time, eventually he'll get back to the wall. And here we go again.
No more Baron minions, so they will be taken out by 1 bomb. The trap line hasn't been put up yet. Impaired though, a lot of damage coming down just from a few auto attacks. This tower is low. Super minions still spawning in the mid. Looks like be 2 super minions pushing through as there is quite a big red wave there, stalling them.
Slowly over time though, the minions should start to build up again in that mid lane, unless I believe the super minions are there. There's the inhibitor respawn, so that is finished. So the pressure's starting to come back towards this red. So they need to sort of put the battle down, get out of there, re-shove their lanes out, and reapply the pressure elsewhere.
Everyone just stepping on the traps the second the Caitlyn is out of earshot. And what I like how Squidgy's playing this, every single time that the rapid fire cannon is up, that's a free tower shot he can get because he outranges it. So the tower will eventually go down, of course. The inhibitor turrets do regenerate health. It's a massive wave in the top, though. Oh, Jake, he is so fast. Look at him. He's running them down.
Yeah, the Zillion really giving him that go-go button, saying, you gotta go fast, get in there. But Jakey not doing too much. He does have the ability to throw that Winter's Bite out, maybe get some stun locks on, but Abyss Red making sure they're positioned properly there. They don't want to throw away this game just yet.
Looks like we got another 40-something minute game on our hands. 42 minutes to be exact as Squidgy picks up a nice chunk of CS in that top. Easy for a hurricaned Caitlyn to finish up. Should be going back, finishing off his last Whisper item. So very strong right now.
Yeah, also with that there, the last thing you need can pick up will be the enchantment on the boots as well. Probably look to get the Alacrity boots so he can actually be a little bit quicker as well, but emphasizing a bit more on that damage for the first pickup. And these guys here, it's just, again, it's until that inhibitor in the bot lane comes back up. Once that is back up, that is when all hell will break loose once again. We do have the Baron up in the next 2 minutes as well. Dragon's probably another 5 minutes off, or probably another 4 minutes off. So nothing really to contest at the moment. It's just a matter of these guys using their wave control, making sure they can push out where they need to go, and getting those wards out, perhaps getting a catch if possible.
Yeah, Trident doing a valiant defense. We've seen the trap line work time and time again for Squidgy. Good wards to ensure that Braum can't get in range. Great amount of wave clear coming out from Addition. Baron, like you mentioned, spawning just over a minute.
Dragon's up in the next minute 50, so Again, pretty close spawns for these objectives, so hard decisions probably coming out now for both teams thinking, okay, where do we want to put our resources? Do we want to put it in the Dragon? Abyss Red getting close towards that 5 Dragon mark. Trident thinking, okay, maybe we should move towards the Baron. But it's just, everything's so hard now. You have to sit there going, if we go for the Baron, we risk getting pulled through. You don't want to have that same situation occur again, where Abyss Red pick up the Baron, next thing you know, Trident are there ready and waiting, clean you up, and with those large death timers, finish the game.
Both of these mid laners sitting on their death cap now, so they're feeling good about their AP ratios. Victor, completed build, 6 items, fully upgraded builds. That's what we know when it comes to Luch.
Ahead in CS.
Yeah, as per usual, so looks like they will just be grouping up. I think the biggest detriment to Red right now is they don't have that second teleport to match with either Zillion or Shen.
As we mentioned, that's sometimes a bit of a weakness if they manage to pull the trigger first.
Yep.
That means that they lose all these resources inbuilt into that power, which is what saw them get that lead in the mid game. And yeah, it's just now them a matter of just using that incredible siege power that they have.
Open inhibitor. T-Gun wants to get as far away from his teammates as possible when that bomb is on his head. Squidgy making a very minute amount of damage and waiting for those minions starting to form up his trap line. Going to take a time bomb from his troubles. Does have lifesteal. The damage goes down onto Graves. A good chunk there. Shen is on his way.
Yeah, and this is one of the situations we talked about there. There's a lot of power inbuilt into Shen's ultimate with its ability to save, but he needs to just be there immediately. Otherwise, someone could just get blown up so quick from Luch, so quick from Squidgy if they time everything well. That inhibitor's going down fast.
Oh, Pac-Man with a massive 5-man taunt. He is going to be able to get the cleanse away. The Lamstrike fight has been used. The fight is well and truly on impaired. It's going to be the target. The Shen ulti comes down. That means he's out of the fight for now. He gets taken down. Where is the Zillion ulti? He used it on himself. Addition going to be the next 1 to 4. Pac-Man, he's solo. Addition, he goes down, does get revived, gets blown up, shut down, going over to the Victor, and this could be the game here, Mendrix.
They went through, they thought they had this taunt that they needed. They said, Pac-Man, we need you here now. This is a situation where your ultimate will not be enough. Everything went well, but Abyss Red, just too strong still. They were able to peel it back, get what they needed to, and then immediately steamroll on over. There's still a lot of damage happening, but I think this might be the game. Look at the towers, they're falling down. So much damage coming onto the Squidgy. They jump back onto Pac-Man.
Yeah, he's trying his best to keep it to base. Squidgy, you're tanking the tower, mate. Keep your mind on the objective, but that's going to be it. Abyss Esports Red taking game number 2. Another long one here, Mendrix, but they played a lot better in the mid game and were able to translate that into the late game. We saw that line of scrimmage being set up constantly by the Caitlyn traps, and that was a downfall that our Trident really couldn't answer.
Yeah, doing an amazing job there, actually saving those traps for when she needed to at the very end and then saying, okay, you know what? Well, I'm going to just line them up right here when I need them for this objective. And it was just so powerful. It was almost oppressive for them. They were trying to get through, see what they can do. Immediately, they stand on a trap, cop the headshot. It was just huge across the board for them there.
Yep.
One of the things that I like to point out as well is, like I said, they just didn't die as much towards that mid game, able to translate that and just taking really favorable trades. And Trident just wasn't proactive enough. They're known to be the team that's so hyper-aggressive. They thought, hey, let's dial it back a little bit. Didn't work out for them.
Yeah, really good to see Red kind of figuring out their weaknesses, and it is that mid-game kind of lull that they experience. Good to see them being a little bit more proactive. We saw the Caitlyn just really being the MVP this game, constantly moving that trap line up further and further every time she could. But you gotta commend them because they didn't have the map presence, only taking 1 teleport combined to Stand United 2 teleports. It's very hard to maintain map control, but they did a perfect job of it.
They're exactly right there. And one of the big things that they do is again, they were on that Shen. That was what they did. They just jumped into there, said, no worries, we're going to take you out of the fight, and then follow through for ourselves in their own team fight. And this, in that mid game, it was just everything they needed. When they actually have control of the mid game, it gives them so much more for the rest of the game. And you can tell they were just in clear control from that point. They may have had that little bit of a blunder, but they've got themselves so far ahead, it didn't matter.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to have a quick 5-minute break, but when we come back, we got game number 4. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Promotion Tournament. Me and myself and Mendrix are still here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the game so far because they've been quite epic, to say the least.
Yeah, these games have been going for quite some time. These Juggernauts are not pulling the punches on what they want to do there, and I am loving it at the moment. I mean, these guys just want to take it forever, and it's actually good to see the differences in personal style that we have. It's a bit weird there in terms of, well, Trident seem to be having a few issues in trying to clear everything out, and from that point on, it's just amazing defenses by Abyss Red, throwing in that counter punch, and then from that point in time, taking it from there. We see that when they can't throw that counter punch and actually falter on it, that's when Trident actually was able to pick up the win. But in this situation here, the last game we just had, Abyss Red so commanding, keeping that composure.
Well, the thing I liked about how Abyss Red played that last game is they used their best defense strategy was setting up that wall of traps, but they use it offensively. So they turned what they do great in the defense into their offense, and they played it perfectly. They showed they didn't need the Azir. Luch is fine on that Victor, despite the Zillion providing a little bit of difficulty early on in the lane phase. They were able to eventually crack the base and crack the game.
Yeah, exactly what they did there. And what I really love about it as well is that in terms of it's like, well, everything before in the first game was about Luch. He was having so much damage there. I really love to see Squidgy actually shining and doing well. And those traps, as you mentioned, were just the really shining point of that game. It is what allowed them to push forward. They didn't really even need to use it that defensively. Anytime they used it defensively, it was because they were trying to pick up a neutral objective off the back of something. And it was just her being like, I've got all my traps lined up and ready to go, pop them all out, and then there, it was just so hard for Trident to react to it.
It was basically zone control versus zone control, right? You have the bombs giving a massive AoE area that is a no-go zone for anyone on red, but the trap line was basically the equivalent. They set up this massive line that anyone that steps on there is just going to get a headshot straight to the face, and the damage that a 6-item Caitlyn does at 45 minutes in the game, that's basically a 2-shot.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous the amount of damage she can really dish out to them at that particular point in time. And the other thing as well to go with that is that there may have been a no-go zone for them as well. Didn't matter because that no-go zone could be passed by Luch. Luch could just be able to throw out his death lasers.
Yeah.
You've got that nice little zone of control coming through. Absolutely fine there. We don't need to worry about that. My death lasers will be more than enough. And the moment you overstep those bounds, I'll drop that Chaos Storm and it's going to cause a havoc.
There was really nowhere they could stand. Luch would put the gravity field to the left. The traps would be to the right. They had to engage always at a disadvantage if they ever wanted to fight. So the Abyss Red squad is a very unique team composition that I haven't seen at all before. Just basically using these zoning tools so darn effectively.
And one of the big things that Trident really do there that they had shown in the previous games where they were actually getting the success out of it, they were actually going into it with so much aggression in it. This time they had that a little bit at the start, but then from there, it just sort of petered out. They didn't really do much from it. Abyss Red were able to steamroll from there.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see them work out some of their mid-game kinks that they were kind of struggling with, but now we've seen them play a little bit more solid. So it'll be interesting to see if they choose to continuously ban this Azir, because maybe they see the Caitlyn or the Victor might prove to be a little bit of an issue going into game number 4.
And I mean, what they have to really do in that situation is make sure that they keep Luch and Squidgy Boy under control. These are the guys that you need to look out for. They've been playing so well throughout this entire map, or sorry, throughout this entire series, And what's amazing about that, there, is that these guys are just such solid laners surrounding them. These guys seem to be the playmakers. They're the ones doing everything that they need to worry about and making sure the other teamers continue to be these role players who are just supporting them off the back of it. So their Abyss Red team, very solid across the board.
Yeah, Pabu has been doing so much work on that Maokai. If he gets it again, it's going to be the 4th game in a row he'll be playing that. When we mentioned in the pre-game banter just how much he's been playing that Maokai, not only through the OCS, but also in his own spare time, bussing out those ranked games. So he's got a lot of proficiency when it comes to that champion. It's really shining through. Yeah, he's able to get in the backline. He knows his strength, and he knows just how well he can 1v1 those ADCs, oftentimes 1v4ing just in there on top of addition, allowing for Caitlyn to just stand there at the back and rain havoc.
And the other thing to also add to that as well is that T-Gun has been an absolute menace there with him. Every single time Pabu seems to be there in the middle of the fight, either A, it's coming through off the back of T-Gun, who's just recently had it engage or disengaged, and seems to be running away with that, just running with his ultimate, packing through, going, okay, mate, you're up through it, it's your turn now, I'm pretty much done here. And from that day, they're just able to turn it around every single time.
Do you think it might be time to ditch the Sivir?
It might be time to ditch the Sivir. That's absolutely something they could go for. But she gives so much utility,
Yeah,
but it's
you're
just
right.
not working at this particular point in time. So what could they really go for here? Maybe they could look to steal away the Caitlyn. They realized how strong it is.
Yep.
It's something that's clearly working for Abyss Red. Maybe it's time for them to sort of switch it up a little bit. Decide to throw some traps on their side.
Well, they're going to be taking away that Gangplank instantly, which was the key champion in that Game 2 victory for Trident. Not going to be seeing him in the hands of Pac-Man again. And of course, they can't afford to leave that Azir up, especially when Luch is so proficient at that champion. Following it up with another ban targeted at Pac-Man, that will be Trundle as well.
And Trundle, someone has actually been banned basically, but this is the
Fourth game in a row.
Fourth game in a row. So a lot of respect being showed to Pac-Man there. They do not want him on that troll. And to be honest, it's fair. I mean, if you're going to be playing the Maokai a lot there, you don't want someone who's just going to completely steal away all the stats that you've been building the entire game and just keep them for himself.
Yeah, so keep in mind, guys, that Trident unfortunately did lose their third ban in this game due to not swapping at the cutoff time between two of the champions. But anyway, they do follow that up with the Maokai ban. They don't want to give that in the hands of Parbu once again because he's been absolutely wrecking face with it.
Yeah, and that means that opens up so much more there for Luch as well. So Luch is definitely going to be able to have the advantage to pick up his Victor again. He's been showing us he's been doing so well on that. And on top of that, I mean, there's just so much open across the board now for Abyss Red. They've got their pick of everything they want to do. They can keep their target bands on who they need to hit for Trident. But now I can't wait to see the champions that decide to go with this particular game.
So once again, banning away that Nidalee. They don't want to see that in the hands of Impaired. But keep in mind, guys, this means Echo is going to slip through the cracks. So expect Parbu to be locking that one in instantly.
Yeah, that's something they definitely want to make sure is not going into the hands of Trident. Such
On a Rise
champion,
as well.
But Rise is open too. So, okay, this is going to be...
They have the real pick of the litter.
Okay, so we're going to have Echo probably coming through for Trident now.
Does it go onto Impaired or does it go onto Pac-Man?
So this is where they can do the mind games now.
I didn't actually think we'd be able to talk about this. I knew in our pre-game discussions we were talking about...
We actually said the previous game before, we're like, hey guys, remember this, Echo is not going to be played, and now here we are eating our own words.
Well, unforeseen circumstances has granted us a little bit of Echo in this game. They are hovering over that Caitlyn as well, locking it in, so taking that away from Squidgy. Don't want to give him that trap line siege monster that he's known for.
Yeah, exactly with that there. And what's really big about that as well is that now all of a sudden they have to go, okay, so now we have to change. This is one of those things where they've gone through, this pick and ban phase is actually probably going to shake up a lot for Abyss Red, because all of a sudden now they're not going to get their Caitlyn, they're not going to get their Maokai. It seems that they have to go with completely different team composition based off that.
Well, they already have the Rise locked in, so I'm sure they can build some nice compositions around there. Remember, Sivir and Rise do such wonders together, allowing for Rise to get in range to hit that Rune Prison, on the hunt over the wall. We've seen it time and time again, so they are hovering that Sivir. Wouldn't be surprised to see them locking it in here.
No, they decided not to go for it there, that situation. They are looking towards getting out that good old Kindred there.
Sure.
And Morgana looks like he's been picked up as well. So they seem to be going to give a little bit more comfortability for T-Gun there. And also, their composition now isn't so much about him being enabled to be starting that team fight or keeping everything going. More along the side of a pick composition, you know. Follow up with that good old binding. Next thing you know, you got the Rune Prison as well from Rise, and he's just going to be blowing everyone up.
See, I can see the reasoning in there, but I just wanted to see him make hype Alistar plays again. So I'm a little bit disappointed that he didn't pick up the Alistar for potentially the third win of tonight. So we'll be back on that Morgana. We saw him hitting a lot of very nice skill shots in that game number 2. Hovering the Gragas, hovering the Braum. Wonder what they'll be locking in on the side of Trident here.
So it's good to see that there is a Corki as well who's open.
Sure.
He's sort of... He's still there. He's still extremely strong, Corki. He's one of those guys that's had a little bit of his power shaved off as time has gone on, but definitely extensively played across professional play across the board. At 6.5, he pretty much had almost 100% pick and ban, so he was incredible there. But they decided, you know what, we'll stick away from that there. Poppy is back, so this little Terra after her rework still going strong.
Yeah, Pac-Man, a very proficient Poppy player in his own right. Had a few games in the OPL of Poppy under his belt, so no surprise to see him finally taking that little yordle to the Rift, especially it is a blind match. The Rise, sure, it can go top, but if current trends are what I'm going on, it is going to be in the mid lane.
That's absolutely right there. And we have the Jhin. So Squidgy has actually been playing a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
Jin
Hasn't locked
in
it
the
in
solo
yet, though,
queue.
so
Hasn't
let's
locked
not
it there.
get too ahead of ourselves like last time.
I'm excited. I want to see the Jin. It'd be so good for him to actually pick it up because it would be a completely different playstyle to what he's been going throughout the entire game. I mean, Siva?
The
Okay, it's
Sivir
okay.
makes sense, right?
It's still a different thing because everyone else that he's playing with has really been looking towards having the attack speed. So you have that curve for you. We don't do that with Sivir. You tend to go for more burst damage to the Essence River, go for the static shift, something that's really going to blow out immediately from there.
Yeah, so picking up that Sivir, that gives Ryze so much more chase potential, being able to proc that ulti for movement speed, gets the Sivir ulti as well. He's going to be one fast blue man.
He's going to be a super fast blue man. Desperate power. He's just going to be running straight at them. And the thing is that I personally do not want to have a Ryze running at me because once that Runic Prison lands, followed up through, I mean, with Desperate Power going, he is the machine gun mage. We're talking magic shooting left, right, and center. And to be honest, there is a lot of burst coming through it as well. So you've got pick potential from Gragas. You've got pick potential from the Morgana as well. And add to the fact that you got that speedy Ryze. It's going to be everyone for their picking. It's going to be like shooting a shooting fish in a barrel, really, as they just run down that particular lane, just charging towards who they're after.
Speaking of the barrel, they do have Gragas over on Parbu in the top lane. So his first non-Maokai pick, we will be seeing how well he can play that Gragi in the top lane. Saw how well Impaired could do it in the jungle. That's going to be a lot more gold income going over to him. So Impaired, though, getting his main champion Echo, 12 games played in the OPL on that Echo. So now that Echo's even better, expect him to rack up even more kills.
To be honest, I am like looking to see what he actually does with Echo as well, because everything about him is that he's better now. He hasn't had that nerf because we are on 6.7.
Yep.
And what's so amazing about that is that Imped hasn't had the chance to play it. Now at this point in time, he's warmed up, he's broken into it, he's ready to go. I really want to see what he actually does. Will he be more tanky, or will he actually go for more damage oriented?
Look, Echo's one of those champions that shares a very similar gank style to Rek'Sai, jumping over that Raptor camp. Sure, he doesn't have the knock up to follow it up, but if you can chuck that parallel convergence in the area that you think they'll run, just dash over the wall, jump on top of them, and we are jumping into the loading screen now. So make sure to tweet out hashtag AERwin if you want to see them in the OPL for this fourth game. If they win this, they are making it. But if you want to see Trident come with the comeback and take it all the way to Game 5, tweet hashtag TRIWin. I'm feeling good about this game, Mendrix.
Oh, I'm feeling great about this game as well. I'm so excited to see what actually comes out of it. We'll try to be able to pull it back. But we say, you know what, we are the OPL team, we are resilient, we know how to handle these situations. Or we actually decide to go, hey, we'll actually be one of those cases where Abyss Red, no, we've got the momentum now, we've got everything we need, and we're going to take this away from you.
Yeah, I really want to see how Impaired plays this Echo. Really excited.
Well, I mean, like, exactly right. He's so strong at the moment. Is he going to go full tank? Will he have that little bit of damage mixed in? And they're actually going as a nice unit there as well.
They both are.
They're both, well, I think they're doing the exact same thing that they did in Game 2 when they actually had the Morgana. And it looks like Trident have realized that this is what they did last time, so let's also stick together. We don't want to have any risk happening, especially when they lost so much for their jungler early, even though they won that game.
Yep. Smart play on the side of Trident to recognize maybe the similar strategy coming out when that Morgana is in play. Shouldn't get picked off anyone here as everyone is recalling in pretty safe positions here as the 5-man death ball of Abyss Esports Red make their way down through the mid lane. Will get spotted out by the wards left over.
And now I'm just very uneventful there. Everyone was just running around making sure they were safe together, get their wards out so they know exactly what each team is doing. And we have a lane swap. Oh yes.
Looks like they just want to give that Sivir quite a free lane to farm up. Don't want the poke coming down from that Caitlyn. Remember, that does unlock the supports to roam a bit, as we see T-Gun already doing just that, looking to interrupt, but the smite was used on time, trying to take away the little Krug. Not going to happen as Pac-Man now realizes the lane swap is in full effect. Just moves on jungling with Impaired, but this forces them off the red buff. They understand that they can't stay there for much longer, so they have to go down to blue. But this was a great start by red because they have the potential to 3-buff them here.
Yeah, from that there as well. Looking at that, Jake also tried to catch them off guard, but they were already too quick and moving on out of there. And now that they've got that advantage to their getting that 3-buff, as you mentioned, it's just gonna be tough for Trident because they're normally the ones. I mean, in the first game they started the ball rolling. They're like, no worries, we'll play that little cheeky cheese strategy and make sure that we can take you out straight away. Show you we are the dominant ones. Abyss Red really starting to turn that around now.
Yeah, it looks like we see T-Gun just waiting off in the wings. Might see a flash coming in. No, just comes in for a little bit of an auto attack. Looking for the binding. It is going to hit onto Wizard. Not too much more coming through, but there is Impaired. Time Winder has been laid down. Parallel Convergence there forces the flash out of Luch. Oh no, now T-Gun's in a world of hurt, but there is General to back him up, and 3 minutes in the game, it is action-packed already.
Yeah, these guys, whenever there's a lane swap happening, there's always going to be someone looking for a chink in the armor to make sure they can actually take them out. And there they go, just going on through to push this turret down as well. Already they're beginning to do the trades. It's so much safer just to fast push the turrets down because you don't want to get done in by a 4-man gank if you decide to go early to pick up that wave.
You're exactly right. We'll see this tower fall down. Whether they give the solo gold over to Pabu, gonna have to wait and see. Looks like it will be going to Squidgy here.
Yep.
Body slamming out. Does he get any of that? No, it goes all over to Squidgy. He's feeling good.
He's feeling great. I thought for a second there that maybe what they were going to do was actually let that bounce back so they would get a freeze, but those boomerang blades were going on through, and now Drag is just pushing it on through. Trident, though, a little bit late to the party, still taking that turret down as well. I don't think they're going to be able to bounce this back in their favor either, so... Or maybe they will be able to, just... Oh, they're being pretty quick with it. Nope. So they can actually have a freeze started for Abyss Red.
No worries. Luch in the mid lane. Did take cleanse once again, so he's gone back, picked himself up that early tier as you do on Rise. So once again, Abyss Red going to be feeling the pressure of a double teleport on the side of Trident. That is Pac-Man on the Poppy and Wizard on the Lysandra. Going to have that global map pressure.
But the thing is that they actually need to use it. That's something they didn't do in the previous game. Luch, what happened? Normally he's so good for everything and just not getting that particular cannon, but I digress. Look, let's just digress in this situation and let's just go. Trident have the double teleport. They need to use it. That's the big thing we need to look at here. Abyss Red did a good job of making sure that global pressure just seemed non-existent in the previous game, and they even had more of it then. So they may have had it. They may have picked it up now. It seems like an advantage, but Abyss Red are really good at making sure that's not going to be an advantage.
Jakey, he's kind of hanging around in this mid lane. Impaired also making his way down. 4 members, though, for Red in that bot. They want to fast push this tower, because if you look at the opposite side of the map in the top lane, Trident, they're nowhere to be found.
They're trying to make their way down there now, but they've decided to give up that, let Poppy have some free farm, and actually send their bot lane in defense there. So they realize, okay, we're not going to win this particular base race. No, they're not going to get there in time, but what we're going to try and do is just get some damage control done, make sure they can't get a free dragon off the back of this as well, because they're in prime position.
This early game has been played so damn well by Abyss Esports Red. They got the 3 buff, and then they get 2 towers to 1 without taking any real damage on that top tower. Gragas, he's just going to teleport up there and catch the wave, so no problems here. But Luch, he's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have the flash available. Parallel Convergence will be there in time. That is First Blood going over to Impaired on his main Echo.
So Abyss Red have been playing it so well, but Trident are still those aggressive team that we want to see, managing to pick up the First Blood there. And of course it is on Luch, looking to get as much CS as he possibly can. And to be fair, you know, Abyss Red, they sort of had the same situation occurring again. They were getting the towers, and then the kills seemed to go to Trident, so everything seems fairly even. But Abyss Red have had such a strong early game that they're still probably in a prime position to take a good early lead.
Yeah, Tico just being an absolute nuisance here, trying to do his best to cause and wreak havoc where he can. Pabu just going for the belly flop. So just trading a little bit of damage. It's just tanks fighting tanks. Nothing too interesting here as Pabu is getting quite low on his mana. Echo is in the top lane though. Do believe the wall bang was used. He should be fine. He's a Gragas with flash.
Oh, they've managed to catch him on the edge of it.
He does get taken very, very low here. Forces the flash, so we can see why Impaired is quite the Echo connoisseur.
Yeah, he seems to have pretty much every nuance of him down. It's one of those things where you start to get a sixth sense for where you need to put your parallel convergence, where you actually need to put your abilities and where you need to go. You've actually mastered that champion so much you can focus more on the nuances of the game. And he's just showing it to us right now what he can do with it.
General is spotted out here by a ward. It might be a little bit of bait here because T-Gun is also there. They've gone with the binding, but Jake is here as well. Remember, Impaired is level 6. He's got the ulti available should he need to. Stole away the camp as well. So right now, just being an absolute menace in the jungle.
Yeah, and look at them now just moving around the map as they need to. They're actually going to be able to trade back that tower as well.
Yep.
Sivir is getting a nice free farm there, so Squidgy's sort of enjoying life at the moment, sort of a little bit of vacation, but probably really needs to get the ball rolling with that wave being pushed because Trident, they're striking back.
They're doing a good job. Looked a little bit shaky for them early on, but they have regained their composure. They know what they need to do and how they need to do it. They really have their backs against the wall. If they lose this game, they are out of the OPL, and Miss Esports Red will be your new contenders here. Looks like a blue buff still coming through from Impaired. Nothing they can do about that. General and T-Gun should be picking up this dragon with a little bit of help from Squidgy as he makes his way over.
And this is something that Abyss Red has been on top of the entire series. They're just making sure that they get the dragons pretty much the entire game. It's one of their winning factors from their first game that they managed to take away. And it's really good to see that they're putting so much emphasis on something that's normally disregarded because it takes so long to get to those 5 dragon stacks. But because they like to take their games long, it's something that they actually make advantage out of.
Luch just trying his best. He's caught back up in farm, so he's feeling good on this Rise. Remember, Trident banned this Rise away every single game, so that must mean that Luch has something special up his sleeve for us. Got ganked very early on, burnt his flash, got killed from the returned gank from Impaired's Echo. Looks like they've moved this Caitlyn to the mid lane, so putting Lissandra in the longer lane makes a lot of sense. She has a very long escape in the ability, the Claw. See Squidgy in the mid. Nice block on the Winter's Bite.
Okay there, just
T-Gun's only level 3, but I guess so is Jake. They've been doing a lot of roaming this game.
That's generally what happens when the lane swaps come on through there. And really just what they were happening there was just, okay, we've got all the outer turrets. Caitlyn's amazing at taking those. Let's just swap her around the map. That's what they've really been doing there in that situation. Just very simple sort of, okay, tower goes down, let's move her around. Tower goes down, let's move her around. And Impaired, he just seems to be everywhere. He might be starting something up again.
So General finally hitting level 6. That Lamb's Respite is now available. Echo level 7 though, so definitely out jungling him at this pace in the game. Looks like we see a little bit of trading going on. Luch just showing us the Rise. Just runs away with that desperate power movement speed proc, but here comes Jake in the mid. Looks like they want to go down onto Squidgy. The parallel converger's not going to lie. Not going to land, rather. Not too much going to happen after that one misses.
Yeah, they do have Gragas coming from the side there, so wants to make
Addition's
something happen. Pabu, what are you going to do? No, not too much. You're just going to sit back and show everyone, I've got a barrel, guys. I'm not afraid to use it. And just wave clear now being the name of the game of these guys try to set. There we go, there's the defensive traps that we saw in previous games.
Yep, only has 3 available to him at this stage. Jake, you're not that tanky yet, you're only level 4, mate. It's taken quite low. Forced to chug a few potions here.
He's sitting there going, but I have the door, guys. This should be okay. But immediately takes off quite a big chunk there. And they've sort of sit at this point where, okay, so we've got a little bit of weakness here. Let's see if we can actually push this down. But those traps, making sure nothing really happening. Addition slowly making his way back down.
Good time winder by Echo to keep it at bay. The parallel convergence has been used. They have to give that respect. The flash out of Impaired, though. Very aggressive, but now it might be T-Gun who's in trouble. He's going to have to make his way down. Pac-Man using that W to get the movement speed. T-Gun was in position to flash should he need it. They're not going to jump, though. They're not going to pull the trigger just yet.
So Impaired used that flash there thinking they would catch Squidgy off guard, but that was an immediate spell shield there used by T-Gun, so that was perfect there. There we go, trying to rotate. Teleport goes in. They're going for the engage.
Looks like they are just going to back off. Parallel convergence does leave a slow field behind.
These guys are being so careful.
Yep, if that Morgana binding had hit, we might be singing a different song right now. Everyone just really giving each other so much respect. 1,000 gold separates these two teams. That is going to be the first blood, of course, that went over to Trident in the back pockets of Impaired's Echo.
And now they're just doing the usual stuff where they seem to have, that was a really nice binding just to stop Impaired there. Just the usual stuff where they're going to try to siege up and see what they can take around the map. Again, it's pretty typical with these teams. They actually have, both of them have pretty decent late games, just with decent mixes of utility, so could be really anyone's game if it gets to that super late stage, which probably will, if these guys like to play it late.
It's an absolute party in the mid lane. It feels like it's been a
ARAM.
3v3. Yeah,
Yeah,
the last
ARAM
5
game.
minutes. So they're giving so much respect to this Echo. That's why they're keeping Pabu and General very close by. T-Gun saving his mana, just in case the Black Shield is required. Wizard doing a great job of pushing up, causing Pabu to have to roam backwards and forwards. So the map, they're kind of like just rorting control out of each other every chance they get.
As long as this match goes, though, I mean, Luch, there's a reason why they've been banning it. He is going to be an absolute monster. He just wants to get himself rolling. He's got the tier already there, closing in on getting that Rod of Ages as well. So once he does manage to pick that up and start scaling, he's going to be an absolute monster. We can see what he can do there, but for once, Luch is behind on CS and compared to Wizard.
He does have a big wave crashing at his tower. Doing a good job of farming, considering that Poppy is still a threat to be reckoned with. Pabu just getting pushed in. He didn't want to lane against Lissandra. He didn't pick Gragas to lane against Lissandra. Not feeling good. So we got the AD carry duo in the mid. People just split pushing bot. Remember, Luch doesn't have that teleport available, so any fight that he wants to get to, he's going to have to walk it. Don't think he's really enjoying the cleanse right now. Not laning against Lissandra anymore, are you, mate?
And that's just one of the things Lissandra does, though. Because of that frozen tomb that she ends able to throw out there, it just forces you to have to take a summoner you don't want to take. That's one of the good things about bringing her. She doesn't just affect the game itself; she affects the meta game before it takes place and your choices that you have to make there.
It's a great point. We see Wizard doing a lot of damage with this top tower, and now Squidgy. That's how it feels when you have nothing but traps. He knows the feel. He says, "Hey, man, this is my strategy. Quit stealing my moves, man."
I'll just dance in between the traps. It's all good.
Boomerang Blade not going to hit, but neither will the Piltover Peacemaker. Both of these guys just farming out. Not a lot really happening here. Looks like the Rod of Ages has been completed on the side of Luch, so that will be stacking immediately after. Siva picked herself up at the Infinity Edge. Meanwhile, Addition, he's only 3 CS away from that cull completing. That's going to be a huge spike in gold for him. Does have the Runan's Hurricane. Jake, a little bit of damage going back onto him. Got no one in range to jump to. The Unbreakable will keep him safe from any extra damage.
The Infinity Rudge is definitely interesting.
Yep.
I would have thought that perhaps you'd want to go for the Essence Reaver first and then you start to then add your multipliers afterwards. Again, Siva is a bit different to everyone else out there at the moment because she's more of a caster ADC, so there she is just throwing out damage. Wow, even with a door there, she's still chunking out Jakey.
Critting for 170 right there.
Yeah, that was actually ridiculous. And so with that there, right now she's sort of like slowing down with mana damage. She's doing a lot of crits now whenever they do land, but the moment she does pick up that stake shield, she's going to have so much extra damage immediately just power spiking for her.
Yes, Sivir champion with great wave clear, able to clear the wave safely and efficiently. Luch just getting a nice freeze on in this bot lane. Looks like Lissandra making her way down maybe for this mid. We can see the pings going up, but once again, Jake very far up without anyone to back him up. You're Braum, so you're fine.
Luch just chilling out back there. He's like, no worries, I'll just take what I can. Imped, throwing that out there. Squidgy instantly taking every opportunity he needs to get that little bit of extra damage out there. So he's being really good with his positioning, just getting everything out there, throwing out that little bit of a dance there. And this game is just really slow at the moment. These guys are just waiting for the mistake. Nice spell shield as well. There's another parallel composure. Will they get him?
A beautiful snare coming out of T-Gun. That could potentially have spelled disaster for Squidgy, burning a summoner, I'm sure. But it looks like 4 members have converged on this mid lane. The hero minion takes the binding. That would have surely hit Addition.
There's the traps immediately going out there as well by Addition just to cause a little bit of extra pain for them. And
Dragon
Dragon is available, so this is what they're going to have the next level. Will Abyss Red contest? They're making their way around
Well,
it.
they have to. They have everyone down here, and Lysandra has teleport, so they can't afford to let her have free reign over this lane, so they need to act now.
I think she's actually just going to get a free tower out of it, so they really need to either take a tower or get that dragon right now.
Yeah, they're getting it played here, by the look of it. But top inner goes down, completely uncontested. She's on her way to the inhibitor turret. The dragon does fall in favor of Abyss Esports Red. Remember, that is very important on the Kindred, as she does need those Satyr Devourer stacks, so that's going to be boosting her up quite a bit. Looks like Luch is back to the mid lane now to help siege this one out.
That is quite a turret, though, to lose so early just simply because of pressure around the map. I know they traded the Dragon for it, but Dragon at this point in the game isn't the biggest thing. I mean, they've managed to pick up a little bit of extra damage to turrets. It's just important to Kindred. Yeah. And it's sort of one of those things where you're putting a bit of all your eggs in one basket. And, I mean, who knows, it could work out well for them. The moment that Kindred did turn on in the previous game, she was actually able just to run over Pac-Man. That's what allowed them to have the edge there.
Well, a lot of damage onto Wizard, but Impaired answers with his own going in, gets the stun onto T-Gun. Backs out after that one, Squidgy. Does get the spell shield on the second proc of the Time Miner, which does the bonus damage, but Luch, might be in a little bit of trouble. Does still have the ultimate available, so he is able to run. Here comes Impaired jumping on top of him. Impaired has the ultimate available, so he's in no real danger just yet.
And he's just going to back away there. Luch himself is fairly tanky with that Rod of Ages, so he's not something that he needs to worry about. They're converging again onto that mid lane. See if they can actually take this turret as well. There's the teleport coming in.
No, he uses that spell shield very greedily. The teleport comes in. Jakey might die here. There he goes down. A beautiful ulti out of Pabu. Wizard might be in trouble. The claw being used offensively. Luch goes down. The fight is continuously going on in bed. He's jumped in the back. He's looking to go onto Luch. Pac-Man trying his darndest. Finishes that one off. That's a double kill to Pac-Man. Addition is still alive. T-Gun and Pabu, the only members remaining on red. So that's going to be a 2-for-3 in favor of Trident.
And this is what Trident needed to do. They needed to use their teleports proactively. They have the global pressure. You guys need to pull the trigger first in order to make that work. Immediately when they actually saw the opportunity to do so, they used it off the back of the engage there with Impaired. And from that, they actually get themselves a bit of a lead. Something that they needed to, considering the past few games they weren't having that.
Look, you can't be that greedy, Squidgy. He used his spell shield just on a trap, and that was the go button. We saw the teleport. We saw the flash glacial fissure from Braum to try and get the fight started, and they did just that. So a really good job to exploit any weakness.
And they're just waiting for that in that situation. As you mentioned, they're just like, all right, sweet, no worries. That's one spell shield down. We should have enough now locked down to really get in there and cause some havoc. And the other thing to note there as well, Pabu managed to pick up 2 kills as well. He was actually a little bit of the focus, and they realized, wow, the big man, he's still not going down. So he almost managed to pick up Impaired as well as he's running away. And sorry, not that. I think it was the Addition that actually managed to get away at the last second. And
Impaired in the backline though. Red might be in a little bit of trouble. They have all 5 members here. Blowing his ulti, that could be bad as the fight has started. Lamb's Respite used, Luch and General in a world of hurt. The heal comes down. Pac-Man though, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Everyone's staying alive with the skin of their teeth. Pabu does a great job of disengaging the fight.
And these guys just have so many tools, but they're still going for it.
And they really want to fight here. Impaired, he's so strong on this Echo. He knows the in and outs of this champion, but Squidgy is back in it.
And just, there we go, now that everything is starting to relax a little bit. And these guys just have so many disengaged tools available to them. Every single time a fight looks like it's about to break up, it's okay. We've got the On the Hunt to get away. It's okay. We've got the Lamb's Respite to retreat back to as well. So even though there was that amazing team fight before where Trident came out on top, this is still not far from over because it's all about them re-engaging, engaging, re-engaging. They need to make sure that they're on point every single point of those team fights. Otherwise, they risk completely getting run over from any other side of the teams.
21 minutes in the game currently. Trident are up about 4,000 gold. That is because they have the 2-tower advantage. Lysandra did a great job of pushing that top wave out with no one to really answer. We see Pac-Man. He might be in a little bit of trouble though. Does get out, Luch. Does have the black shield on, so he's kind of fearless right now.
It's always good seeing that Keeper's Verdict just knocking everyone away. This is one of the best parts of Poppy going on through. Such a fantastic disengage tool there, actually saving her life. And these guys just keep, like, it's just Abyss Red continuing to keep that siege pressure that they have available to them. They don't exactly have the best siege team because Ryze doesn't have that long range, the same as Azir, the same as Victor. But they're still able to keep it going and just use all the utilities to their advantages to make sure that if they do overextend a little bit too much, they can actually engage off that. And Luch, he's just going to keep becoming more and more of a monster the later this game gets.
Well, judging by the way he's playing, he doesn't want to fight for another 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's
He's just freezing these waves. He wants to get this Ryze well and truly online.
Down
before he starts the fight. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're just freezing lanes. Squidgy gets hit by the Entomb. He's going to go down. One more attack should do it. No! He gets away. Parbu once again disengaging perfectly. T-Gun forced to flash Impaired. He's not done yet, but he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Still has the ultimate available. There is the wall slam by Poppy. See you later, T-Gun.
And so with Luch just farming his life away, just continually trying to make sure he can get strong enough to actually carry this game, Trident are starting to run away with it. They're actually taking all these advantage, all these great trades in team fights, and because of it now, with that sieging pressure they've got just purely from the Caitlyn, they're actually able to take a pick and make an objective out of it.
They're not on the same page here. Luch is trying his best to get his champion well and truly strong, but everyone on the side of Red, they're trying to fight, as we can see. They're just getting completely destroyed here. Luch is finally, he gets exhausted immediately. They are on the retreat. Pac-Man does have the Mercury treads, so even when he gets locked out, he's just going to be able to run away.
So really good engage there by Trident, but that Lamb's Wrist Bite just so strong, keeping the majority of Abyss Red alive as they do disengage. T-Gun catches Impaired, but he should
He ignited him.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe trying to force the ultimate out of him there.
There's no way he was killing him there.
Because they're going, okay, if we can get that ultimate out of him, it should be good. They're basically forcing him off so they can go for the free dragon. He's still going. Wow, T-Gun.
Yeah, T-Gun has absolutely no fear.
He's
The teleport,
so
though,
here we are.
in for Pac-Man. He's looking for the wallbang, finds it onto General. He's going to go down. There is Wizard in the middle of it, ulting himself to get that heal. That's a double kill for Wizard. Make it another one on the side of Addition. This should be the 4th kill coming across. He goes down, and now they might have their sights set on the middle inhibitor.
They finally group. They go, okay, no worries. We'll keep on using our control for it. They get onto Luch.
Oh, they want to get this one. They try their best. Luch does have that shield available. He's trying to turn it around. The proc should come through. That's going to be the ace coming over for Trident.
And that was a beautiful, clean ace from there. Just with that amazing engage, followed through by Pac-Man. He used that teleport, came through for a second, then it looked like he was in a bad situation going into 4 people, but he was tanky enough. Immediately it was followed through by that Lissandra ultimate, locking everyone down, all the damage coming in through Trident, well and truly in the driver's seat for this particular game. They are so far ahead now, 9k. That is something we haven't seen throughout all the other games. I think the most they've actually managed to be at one point was about 7? 7 or 5?
They really need to think about how they're going to deal with the Lissandra if they lose this game, because right now it's not working out. Luch can't take cleanse. They lose so much map pressure. We saw Lissandra, she got 2 towers for free and all they got was a dragon in return. They just fell further and further behind because they couldn't answer any of the split pushes. They had to group, and by then they're already too weak to make it matter. But 25 minutes in the game, 2 kills on the side of Red, 10 on the side of Trident. They're about 8,000, 9,000 gold in the lead at the moment, feeling good. 6 turrets to their name. So they've been doing a great job at pushing down those structures.
Trident is using all the little advantages they've been getting purely because of how long it's been taking Luch to get online and just running away with it now. And now that they're actually able to pick up this dragon as well, it looks relatively free. They do have Gragas on the end, but he is not the jungle Gragas. He won't be able to smite this one away. That is a fantastic dragon to pick up at this point when you're so far ahead in front of the other team to get that extra 6% worth of stats in total. So it is just good for them to actually have that dragon right there specifically.
Yeah, I feel like Red put way too much emphasis on this Ryze pick. It didn't really suit the way they were playing. They kept trying to siege down mid, but Ryze is just trying to farm. He's still very not squishy, but he's still very fragile champion with not a lot of damage to back it up. And the members of Red were just kept trying to fight us. We see 4 members of Trident making their way down to this bot lane in a turret. Red are answering with 4 of their own players.
So they do have that Archangel staff there as well, so slowly making that way towards
Sure.
becoming the Seraph's Embrace, which will be so big for Luch when he does have it. He's still going to be a monster late game, just able to completely melt anyone he comes in contact with. So Abyss Red, they've been in dicey situations before. They can still make an amazing defense here, but they don't have the traps and additions putting them down right in front of them.
They're not really tanky enough. Pabu, the only one on their team with anything remotely tanks, as they have to respect the claw from Lysandra so much. You can see 3 members just running away, giving them free time to pick their targets well. Trying to get a pick onto the Echo. The binding does land. Wizard, though, he's completely safe. He still has the ultimate available should he need to use it himself.
And now it's just the same situation, but in reverse. This time, instead of Abyss Red doing the sieging, Trident other ones using that power of Kalen, using the power of the traps to their advantage there. Abyss Red just looking for a moment for them to actually get a catch, to get that engage that they need. There's another parallel convergence, but it's just for zone control.
Yep, they're going to get another tower. Red, they're really looking bad, this situation, getting from bad to worse. They started off well, but they're just falling through the cracks right now as Trident looking like the strongest they have all night long.
And now they're sort of backing away from the situation. They managed to pick up a decent amount of gold. Abyss Red did just get back from a recent back there, so they probably need to worry about what them having a little bit of extra fuel to really ignite a fight if they needed to. But now let's take advantage of all the extra gold we picked up. Let's go back, let's recuperate, spend our gold, come back even stronger than before.
You're really looking forward to how they plan out their next attack. They did a great job of just zoning them off that bottom outer tower, but all the outer turrets are gone. The only towers remaining are, of course, the Inhibitor and Nexus one. So Red are well and truly on the back foot, but they're not playing like it as they're making their way over to the Baron to get vision control.
Well, this is not the first time they've gone for a cheeky Baron off the back of that. I mean, they do have a stacked Kindred as well there, so she's just going to be getting her big power spike. So that would be nice for them to probably sneak another one through if they can. It'd be what they need to get back to the game. But Trident being very prudent, making sure they're keeping that under control. Yep. And saying, no, 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 you guys are not sneaking another Baron while we're on watch.
Squidgy just in that mid lane, along with T-Gun and Pabu. They need to make sure these super minions don't get anywhere near those Nexus towers. So see Lysandra making her way to the bot lane. Caitlyn in the top. They are going to be running that 3-1-3 once again. 1-3-1 rather.
I love how she's put those traps in those particular choke points as well. So if they do decide to go for the Baron, they're actually going through from behind as well. They found a ward, so they're going to have to go running across there. Everyone's going to have to back away from this one there. So trying to be cheeky themselves, but not getting anything with it. But
out-cheeked.
Out-cheeked indeed.
Should have scanned that early before they went for the sneaky play. They might be doing it again though.
Yeah, they can just go for it again.
Wizard demands attention right now. Someone get this man a lane opponent.
Running around with that braid of hers, just going, come on guys, just
get
in here, fight me.
Oh, the choke has well and truly been met. T-Gun is just going to get popped by Addition, as now they're going to go back and start that Baron free from contention.
Nice vision across the board. It really is spelling what it is actually happening with the map there. As you can see, there is nothing that Blue can see. Well, as Blue can't see, that's right there. Nothing there. Oh, Wizard, though, seems to be caught out.
They focus all their attention down onto Wizard. If he can trade 1-for-1, that would have been huge. But they know the Baron was going down, whether they could see it or not, which is why they diverted all their attention to stopping Wizard from getting any more tower damage onto the Inhibitor.
Well, mid laner for the Baron. I call worth.
Definitely worth. Addition is so darn strong right now. Currently sitting 4-0-3. He's got himself a QSS. So Rise, there's really no way he's going to be getting to her.
Well, yeah, the moment he decides to jump on her himself, I mean, that being said, he does manage to get that locked in. You can QSS. He can immediately do another Rune Prison if he's using it with all his cooldowns and abilities up. So he's able to throw out so many spells that even that QSS going off might help her very temporarily. But if he's actually on point, he can immediately lock her back up again. So it's something that's going to be effective for her to have. Probably really good in terms of the binding, because it's the binding lands that gives everything that Abyss Red needs to actually jump on her. So if that lands, she should be getting scot-free from that. But if you have a Rise chasing you down, you're going to be locked in that rune prison for quite some time.
Inhibitor has respawned, so just will be a cannon minion now pushing it down that midway. But it will be Baron empowered nonetheless. Parbu going to be on cleanup duty here. Does have that Sunfire Cape, but looks like he sees 3 members body slamming away instantly. Doesn't want anything of what they have to offer.
Doesn't want to take that risk at all. And also
Spooky Ghosts.
do have the next one to try and catch him as well. There's the parallel convergence, but nothing going to come out of it. And they've actually just moved themselves to go to that 1-3-1 now. And Wizard himself, he's feeling a bit lonely. He doesn't have that Baron-empowered minion buff to give everyone else, because unfortunately he had sacrificed himself nobly for the cause.
Looks like the Trident squad are making their way on top of this inhibitor. Oh, the damage coming out from the trap proc onto Caitlyn. Half shots T-Gun. Looks like they want to make the fight. Lamb's Respite has been used instantly. Rise trying to come around the side. Wizard in the back. There goes Rise. He gets taken out. Caitlyn is unstoppable right now. She's just taking out multiple members. Squidgy going to be the next one to fall. Parbu outside his own base as General has nowhere to run as impaired. We can see why he's an Echo main. Going to be picking up General any second now. Should be pushing in. Potentially be the game here as they do have the Baron empowered minions. Everyone is really strong. No one left alive except for Parbu, and I don't think he's got what it takes to defend here.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for him to actually push through in this situation there. And as you can see, that Nexus is falling down. So very well done there by trying to really take control of this map. They were dominating really from that particular point. It basically shows you do not give impaired Echo by any means, because he is so strong at the moment and he is so proficient with it. That final team fight that they actually managed to pull out there really was just a brute force. They've got that little pick, pulled the trigger, and just ran over them. And from there, it was completely done.
Look, you know it's been a long night when we think a 33-minute game is quick by any margin, but we're going to game 5 here, Mendrix. Both these teams have been playing impeccably all night long, and they're going to have to do it for just one more game. Really looking forward to see what they bust out in game number 5.
This is a real test of resilience for these guys here. I really like to see what they can pull. These are the last strategies. These are actually just Hail Mary going across the board. So will they actually ban the Echo this time? That's probably a good ban to put on through. And is there going to be any changes up from what these guys have been doing?
Alrighty guys, we're going to go to a quick break, but come back in 5 minutes to check out game number 5. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 5 of Trident taking on Abyss Esports Red. It's been a long one. Thank you so much for sticking with us all the way through to the end. Mendrix and myself, we are still excited to be here. We're excited to see who will be the last team to enter the coveted ranks of the OPL.
Yeah, these guys have really been pulling out all the last stops today. If they have got one more left, now is the time for them to pull it out. We're talking about those last trump cards, those last things that can really throw off their opponents. But you know what you really can do? It is always best to really just keep it to your comfort pick sometimes, because that might mean that you actually take it to the long game, which is what Abyss Red really have been going well with doing, whereas Trident, they want to speed it up.
Look, it is game number 5. It is no holds bar. There is nothing left after this. If you've got something up your sleeve, it's time to play it. This is everything they've been fighting for all night. 5 hours worth of League of Legends, all summed up to this critical moment. How are these teams going to react?
Well, these guys here now, they really actually go with, okay, are we going to be keeping Caitlyn in this game?
Oh, Caitlyn.
She really seems to be the facilitator for both of these teams at the moment. She's been going around there, making sure she keeps a lot of observed damage. And just really what they've been doing with her is keeping her, taking those towers early, and then using her as the means to just end the game. You moving that trap lane slowly forward, and it's just something that for some reason they both on both sides can't handle.
Yeah, they really don't have an answer for it right now, and I feel it comes down to only running one teleport, because the real issue is they have no way to get past that trap line and then get in behind the Caitlyn. That's what happens when you've got a Ryze and a Victor with just cleanse. So they really need an answer for this Caitlyn coming into game number 5.
I find it really weird as well that after so many times they've been banning Ryze so much throughout this entire series, the one time that he is able to pick it up just seems to fall flat completely there. It was also the one time that for some reason Luch wasn't getting as much CS as he normally does as well. So probably look for him to go back towards maybe if he can pick up that Azir or possibly get that Victor.
Yeah, I highly doubt we'll be seeing that Azir, but the Echo fell through the cracks and we saw why Impaired had 12 games of that in the regular season. He is an absolute monster, building it very tank-oriented like we've been seeing in the top lane, so that wasn't too much of a surprise in his build path, but the gank path he chose were always so interesting. He was able to get in through those little angles, find the parallel convergences in the perfect spots, and really just crack open the base for the team.
And it's those little nuances that you tend to pick up over time after being such a practice or proficient player on that particular champion. And as the fact of the matter is, it did make the difference. It was what actually was able to start all the team fights, create havoc around the map, and he was just able to own both jungles in that situation. It took so long for Kindred to get rolling. Yeah,
it was an absolute banger of a game to watch. Really happy we got to see it, but we are now into game number 5. This is for it. This is for all the beans, everything they've been working for tonight. Really excited to see them coming into this. You've got to be thinking how much stress is on their mind right now. It's quite late. The fatigue is going to be starting to kick in. The endurance of these players is going to be put to the test, and that's what separates professional from amateur, and we're going to find out that here tonight.
That's right there. And also to mention, this means that we're going more into the advantageous side for Trident. These guys have been used to playing these best of 5s, more of the best of 3s when they were going through the OPL. And what they actually have to their advantage now, they're going, okay, we've got more game time over them than that does for good old Abyss Red. I think one of the things that you like to say, they used to play in that one game, clocking off home to go and get themselves some dinner. That's not going to happen this time. They are doing the full stretch. Quite a task for them to get through. I'm going to be very impressed to see if they actually manage to bring it to the table.
And we're taking it all the way tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Couldn't have asked for more epic games. We saw nail-biting finishes and one of the most dominating performances of the night in game number 4, where Trident just seemed to run away. Now let's talk a little bit about that game before we get into picks and bans. What went wrong for Abyss Red that they couldn't come back from?
Well, it was really just the fact that Impaired was able to get around the map and really take control of everything that was happening there. He was able to eke out those little advantages that for some reason he wasn't able to do in previous games. He was sort of getting it towards that first game and really bullying around general. But from that point there was that one key mistake where they were actually able to use a proactive teleport, and Abyss Red were being aggressive at that particular point in time. And from that there, they were able to slowly snowball that lead, and from it was pretty much all they wrote from it. There was that key dragon fight that they were going after. They were so good at making sure they kept that dragon control. They didn't have it that particular point in time, and that's when Trident really took control of the game.
And they did a great job of doing that, and we've seen Siva have a very high priority for both these teams, despite not doing so good. It really is the Caitlyn shining tonight. We've seen just how well she can do with that trap line. It kind of facilitates a way to get into the tower to start doing that chip damage. So you get in first, you get that rapid fire cannon. You're basically guaranteed a free attack with no rebuttal from the enemy team.
And especially if you decide to line that up with a really beefy support to make sure that that person is kept safe as well, it means that there's no real way to get on top of her. It needs to be with a really well-placed gank, or well-placed flank, which on that particular opponent, Abyss Red just didn't have it.
Yeah, it really wasn't digging the Morgana. Once again, we saw T-Gun picking that one up over the Alistar, in fact, in game number 3 or 2. I cannot remember at this point. It's been such a long night. It was banned away. But this time he had the opportunity to pick it, but went for that Morgana instead. We saw his black shields are on point. The bindings are on point, but it just doesn't offer enough to the team. And now we are in the pick and ban for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Get excited, get hyped, because I sure know we are.
Oh, I am so excited because this is it, guys. This is what it is going to be the very end for these teams. It's going to decide who gets that last coveted spot. Lissandra is a fantastic ban by the side of Abyss Red because it has been doing work across for Trident, and it really is an easy pickup for Wizard there. It means that you can sit back, you can farm safely. That was the one time he was actually above CS with Luch as well, so taking that away off the table is a very good pickup for them. And there's the Azir as well, as you mentioned. Not going to happen.
Yeah, after the damage that Luch pulled in game number 1, I am not surprised that they have banned it every single game since, and it's following trend right now. The Nidalee, once again, Abyss Red do not want to see that in the hands of Impaired, let alone the Echo either.
Yeah, she's just someone who's been banned completely throughout the entire series. That's it. She's just been here. They've gone, you know what? We know he is so good on it. We do not want Impaired to have that, including Echo as well, so that's a good ban for them to take away.
Yeah, definitely a good point there. They are banning away that Maokai off Parbu. They don't want to see him get these hands on that massive tanky Trent. The Echo going to be banned away. So this is potentially Pac-Man could get his hands on Trundle here.
That is definitely an opportunity for them to go for. They also happen to be the first to have the first ban. So they're the first pick as well. So they might have the opportunity to go, you know what? They're probably not going to ban that out. We can actually steal it away.
It's very interesting that they chose to ban away the Echo because they could have first picked it for themselves. We know Parbu has been playing quite a bit of it, but I guess that's not their strategy here tonight in game number 5. The Alistar was the third and final ban for Trident. Not surprised to see that one after how well T-Gun has been playing over. But hovering the Rise, I wasn't sold on how well Luch did, but that could just be 1 in a million games. So could be going for it again and completely just prove us wrong and dominate with it.
Exactly right. And one of the things about that as well is that everyone is entitled to have that bad game on the champion that they can do it. And it has been locked in as well. What that also means as well is that there's a Trundle open, boys and girls.
Let's see if Pac-Man picks that one up. Having it been banned away 4 games in a row means that they do not want him to have it. Will he fall? Because this could be a little bit of an issue, right? He might think, okay, they finally let me have Trundle, I'm going to get it. But it might not fit in any of their team composition that they're going for. So they might not even pick it and just go for something a little bit more reliable here.
Well, I mean, one of the things you have to look at as well is that, well, he is very reliable. He's one of those champions that can steal stats.
True.
You can actually put him in 2 roles if you want to. I mean, if you really want to be a little bit, I guess a bit ballsy in terms of what they could have and throw him in the support lane as well. So you have that flex ability. So, and it just, that pillar when used in that particular way is just so strong. But they decide to, you know what? You guys left that Caitlyn open again. We can see that you guys love using it. We're going to continue using it.
Yeah, Caitlyn seems to be the real 80 carry of the series tonight, just dominating in every single regard of the word. So going to be picking that one up, followed by the Braum support, but it looks like their strategy is already set in place. They want to set up that trap line and use it to take down towers. Now, Red, they fell victim to that last game, so surely they've had a brief respite to talk about it and figure out how can they beat this, knowing that if they first pick Ryze in the rotation, they're giving away that potential Caitlyn. So surely they're coming into this game with a plan.
Well, that's what we have to wait and see in the situation. How they decide to deal with Caitlyn is just going to be really difficult. There they go. They actually are looking at hovering away the Trundle and the Poppy as well. So one of those two guys is going to be in the support lane most likely.
Well, they can both go support.
Or they could go jungle. It's just, what can you do in this situation? Both of them could be going anywhere.
Yeah, they're flexing that one. We've seen a lot of Poppy support and a lot of Trundle support. Maybe they watch the IWCI and the support is feeling a bit Dumbledoji, so who knows?
That would be great. I'd love to see the Bardo also coming on through as well. So that'd be great because Dumbledoji, he really showed us how he can actually perform on that particular champion. And I mean, again, you could also have the Trundle in jungle, have the Poppy in support, and pull out the Bard. Hey, one little karma.
That would be quite impressive to see, but there's Gangplank. He kind of slipped through the cracks once again. We saw in the game that Trident won just how effective the plank can be put to use, so shouldn't be surprised to see that one being picked up by Pac-Man in this rotation.
I actually really like the pick of the Gangplank that has been picked up. We mentioned that before. Generally what they like to do is, let's take this game, let's speed it up a little bit. Well, they know that Abyss Red are actually pretty good at holding their own.
Yep. They're
actually going to try to take this late. This is the last game. These guys are going to be trying to play it as safe as they possibly can.
Don't tease us with the Jin hover again, Squidgy. Just lock it in if you're going to play it, mate.
Come on, do it, Squidgy, please. I want to see some Jin play. He's really good with it. He's got so many games under his belt as well. So I really do want to see him actually take advantage of that. And again, it also means that they might be going late. It's still there.
We're going late. We're going late. At this Esports Red vs Trident, we're going late. But keep in mind that they also, on the side of Trident, before these guys lock in, they did pick up the Gragas as well. So both Gangplank and Gragas have multiple lanes as well, so not really revealing anything just yet. But on the side of Red, they've locked in that Tristana. We saw him do quite a number once he picked up that Rage Blade and Runans, but it wasn't enough to secure them the win. But surely they're going to be feeling that, locking in the Graves in the jungle as well.
So it was one of those cases where they decided to go, okay, you know what? What we're going to look to do is actually just get Squidgy back on that. Because he did, like you said, he did quite a number when he actually had Tristana there. But the big thing is, okay, we're just going to execute the same strategy that we had before there, but better. Because if they managed to actually hold on, because they actually gave a massive lead away to Trident there, where we were still Baron in the process, which unluckily they were unable to get away, and that was ended up spelling disaster for them. From that particular point in time. Actually, no, sorry, that was completely different. There's so many games happening at the moment.
They've all been 40 minutes plus,
yes,
so I feel your pain,
minutes plus. Yes, I'm coming back. So what happened was, they managed to actually do a Hail Mary defense, which what they went through. They pushed up from a particular point in time, and then they weren't able to do the counter punch they want to do because they just weren't far enough ahead. And then from that situation, they had lost the game.
Well, this could be the trump card we are looking for. Karma. No, it gets switched away at the last second. It is going to be Zillion once again in the hands of Trident. Didn't impress me too much in game number 3, but they're busting it out again. So really looking forward to see if we can do a little bit more in the impact-wise. So both teams have locked in their champions. Could be seeing that Trundle in support as it is at the moment, but they do have about 15 seconds left or so to switch that one up should they want to.
And it's one of those things that the teams like to do that because intense, if you do that last swap at the very second, you might figure, okay, you know what, I'll get myself a little bit more favorable runes because it's going to make it harder for them to swap across. So that's something that they can do, which is why it's a bit annoying if they leave it to the last second to do the swaps there. But in this case, it seems like they're going to be keeping it there.
Yep. Trundle support
there. So that's going to be very interesting. He is able to steal away the stats from his other tanky laners and allow them to be actually be blown up themselves when they're actually used to being very, very durable.
Yeah, it's just completely negating that tanky front line, but you know who also does that? Gangplank. He can get through that tank line, hit the back without any real issue. Those barrels, when chained together, whoof, the damage.
They'd be cutting through at one point. I mean, it was actually ridiculous that they could actually go through, I think, 60%, then it was down to 50%, and now it's at that 40% mark. So they're actually just cutting through that amount of armor is just... It is just ridiculous to have at that late stage in the game, especially when you do have the Infinity Edge, the Triforce, the procs of all that. So it's something that even though you may be so tanky at that point, everything's good in that regard.
Yeah, we are jumping into the loading screen right now. This is game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to tweet out hashtag AERwin or hashtag TRIwin if you want to back the current OPL representative. If you want to see some new faces in the ranks, make sure to show your support for Abyss Esports Red.
And remember as well, guys, the other thing about that is that this is also breaking a long-running statistic where it seems to be one of those cases, do we have those new faces coming into it? 2 new teams this time around, or will history repeat itself and we've only got that one team coming in?
Alrighty, guys, we are in the Rift and live with game number 5, Abyss Esports Red taking on Trident Gaming. Who will win? Both of these guys want it. They've been fighting for it. And this is where they can prove which team deserves that spot in the OPL.
And Pabu, they're just sort of floating with a little bit of danger. They decided to throw the ward down and not check that brush. Trident are looking for their opportunity to perhaps maybe pick up an easy kill as well. They do have a fantastic invade with Jake there, just being able to throw that Winter's Bite and make sure everything goes through. And there's the bombs that we saw from Wizard beforehand. And it's going to be the Wild Mage versus the Time Mage.
We will be seeing standard lanes. No, maybe not, actually, as I see Braum walking up to that top. They don't want to go up against T-Gun's Trundle, neither Squidgy's Tristana. Might be going for a little bit of cheeky shenanigans. We know that Jake likes to invade once the wards have dissipated. Is Braum very strong?
Yeah, he's looking for it now just as they make the win, even with...
They're starting a little smart.
Yep, exactly. So they knew exactly that.
Yep.
Yeah, they spotted them coming out with that ward there, so that was well placed. And they're not going to be able to get anything out of that. Are they going to keep on chasing through? Nope, they're just going to make their way back to the lane. So, General and good old Pabu getting a nice easy start there. Also the Krugs going over to T-Gun and Squidgy. So it's going to be up to Pac-Man to see what he can actually do in this lane.
Well, Pac-Man's actually going to be laning against this. Not going to be piggybacking off his jungler right now. Maybe he thought that they would be swapping the lanes once again. So interesting choice by him. Maybe he feels confident in his ability to barrel farm. There he goes. He's going to be walking over to his Groggy now. Might be meeting up with Graves, though.
Yeah, that's a bit dangerous as well because he might be walking straight into it. Oh, wait, he's also got the Poppy as on his back foot as well. That Graves portrait just overtaking him as well. And, yeah, are they going to be able to pick up a free camp on the side there as well? And I think the main reason why he felt a little bit game to actually try and take on T-Gun and Squidgy is, you know what, he is a melee support with no real major engage except that pillar. So unless he has that, I should be pretty safe. But immediately T-Gun showing his stuff and going straight for it. And yep, here we go. Just the typical usual stuff. These guys are going to go for the fast pushes.
Potential 3 buff here is Impaired already has his blue going for the enemies one. The red is there for the takings. But yes, typical lane swap shenanigans are being played. 3v0 up in the top and the bottom lane. The towers down to about half health. Gangplank doing a good job of keeping the minion wave at bay while Addition can farm those ones up. The explosive shot allowing for a little bit of an easier time for Squidgy. Looks like Gragas will be heading over to that red buff to complete the trifecta of the 3 buff start.
So Squidgy must be loving this because he's going to sit there going, no worries, I'll be getting my farm, we're getting the early turrets. It means it gets him quicker to get in towards these Rage Blades. So
Why not go for it again?
So
be interesting to see.
It'd be interesting to see if he could go for it. It seems to be the premier build at the moment because, as I mentioned, it just seems to curve out everything. He's got a little bit of a power trough because he does get that blasting one, but as soon as it's picked up, everything's good. He has got the pickaxe, but that's not a real indicator of everything yet. We need to wait for that blasting one.
It's like General, just going to be finishing up that crab. Nothing really for him to farm at the moment. Luch having a much easier time in the lane against Zelion than Lissandra. Banning that at 1 away this game. Wizard playing very, very well on Lissandra.
And it speaks words, especially when Luch is behind in CS because of it. He was ganked early, mind you, but in this case, he's actually up and... Oh, Squidgy.
No fear.
He's ready to go. He's ready to rumble. And to be honest, he is up. So he's got the extra CS on him. He's got the extra tower gold. They're going for Wizard.
Oh, the pillar is perfect. He's going to have to burn Flash.
Wow, and Wizard, that's an early flasher. Jake's coming in as well, but a little bit too late to the party. And Summoners have been blown. I think there was also the Ignite pillar used as well.
That was done by the Trundle. T-Gun, though, oh, that was hype.
That was just amazing. I really love that. He's ready to go again. He's coming back in.
Oh, they know that Wizard has no escape here. The Rune Prison is down. The teleport coming through. They're going to back off. Jake is also there. T-Gun now might be the one in trouble. Poppy is making her way down. General, though, was also there. He's very low to be running through mid lane when the whole team and their mothers are here.
And everything really is going to the advantage of Abyss Red at the moment. The Flash is definitely worth more than the Ignite. On top of that, they've now forced the Teleport as well, and there's more fast pushing happening across the map. So there should be a quicker fast push for them because they do have the Tristana. Caitlyn is just starting to get some damage onto that tower.
Yeah, Tristana with the explosive shot. Should be shredding that one down. Keep in mind, though, Addition does have a little bit of a CS lead, and he went for the Cull. So he will be hitting a gold spike very soon once he finishes that one off. 4 members down in the bot lane, continuing to push down that bottom tower. Lucci has taken Teleport this game. Not going to be going for the cleanse. Picks himself up a tier, along with a Ruby and a Sapphire Crystal to boot, but the push is still going. 4 members of Red have made their way to the top.
They do have that double AD composition as well. And the other big thing about that you have to with these towers is they're great to actually do the fast pushing because they don't exactly have the same amount of stats because they actually slowly scale as time goes on. So if they keep up this pressure, it's just going to be more and more in their favor, getting that extra damage onto it earlier into the game.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to call the bluff here, but the members of Trident did recall in time. So the Rift Herald will be the secondary objective here. Tristana doing a great job of hitting the eye to make sure that one goes down fast.
And it's really good for them to actually pick this up as well because they've already got all the infrastructure around that front side of the map done. Well, if they pick this up, give it to Squidgy, that means they can easily just make their way straight towards the mid lane second. And Luch going in.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage down onto Wizard. They are both level 6, so Wizard has his own Revive ultimate available.
Not too much pressure he needs to worry about there. There's the blasting one, so we do have the Rage Blade coming out again.
Beautiful.
But there is a lot of CS with the Carl in favor of Caitlyn as well at the moment. So even if that good old Rage Blade does sort of curve that mid-game power trough that she has, immediately with Caitlyn, who also has that same sort of problem, she's actually going to just skyrocket ahead once that cull completes.
Yeah, Squidgy and T-Gun making their way down to the bot lane. We've got to push this wave up, or else Pac-Man, he's just going to keep it frozen the entire game long. So Squidgy, he needs to finish that Rage Blade. Looks like 2 members of Trident are there, but it is 3 on the side. Squidgy, he wants to go in. He gets the slow. The explosive shot is there. Trundle coming around the side. Where is the pillar? It's going to force the flash out of Pac-Man. They might be able to get this one. One more shot should do it. That first blood going over to T-Gun.
T-Gun is just moving around the map amazingly at the moment. Look at that beautiful close-up coming on through there.
He should have done the dance.
He should have done the dance. Oh, it would be so good if he actually managed to do the troll dance at the same time. But he's got places to be. He's got dragons to get. They're making their way straight there now. And he just seems to be going around forcing summoners, forcing kills, and then getting kills at the same time. In the mid lane, he forced the teleport. He forced the flash. Then he goes towards the top, goes towards that bot lane with a nice move around. He ends up forcing the flash and getting the kill at the same time. He's really showing everyone at the moment how to play Trundle.
The only detriment seems to be Tristana's CS is quite lacking in comparison to Addition. Would have been nice for her to pick up that first blood gold, as we see. Not too much of a gold discrepancy, though. Only about 100. But once that cull does tick, that's going to be where she takes the lead.
Yeah, it's going to just push right in front of her there. And the other part that's sort of keeping her going at the moment is probably the fact that they've been keeping up with the towers as well. So it's really good to see that Tristana is a little bit ahead. She's got a little bit of extra assist there, but the moment that cull ticks on through, it's really going to be an Addition's side of the match.
It's got 42 stacks left on it.
It's about 120. We can look for it.
Looks like Jake just making his way down. They want to get this Crab the Dragon quite a ways off. Luch, though. I think he knows he's there. Should be a ward in the bush. Walks out Addition. The Trident, they really love to switch up and put their AD carries mid very early on in the game. Unbreakable, stopping any damage from further coming out. But Luci's not done yet. He's onto Addition. The damage coming through. The body block comes through. A beautiful pillar onto 3 members. The collateral damage coming through. Not going to do enough to pick anyone off. You can see the damage of Luch.
Yeah, he's actually doing much better in this particular game. And Abyss Red is just rolling over the match at the moment. They're really in complete control. T-Gun just letting pillar after pillar he needs. And Jakey there as well. He's still got that door. He's been playing amazingly on Braun throughout this entire series. But right now, Abyss Red really showing Trident that they want this. They're hungry at the moment to get into the OPL.
Yeah, it looks like Pabu going for a little bit of a sneaky invade, but he gets spotted out the pillar. It's an hilarious ability to watch. The Gangplank ulti comes through to deter any further aggression in that mid lane. Cannot leave Tristana unchecked there for much longer, or she will just shred that tower. Should be very close to her Rage Blade right about now.
Yeah, probably looking to back a little bit afterwards there, because it's all about keeping that pressure up now, making sure that she is keeping up with that CS. She is quite far behind in comparison to Caitlyn. But to be honest, if this continues to go the way it's going, where she seems to be map pressure on the side of Abyss Red, it shouldn't matter.
Looks like we see Gragas making his way to the mid lane. They really don't want it to allow Tristana free reign over this mid tower. Luch once again just freezing the wave bot. So let's hope the team is on the same page here.
He's got teleport this time.
You're right, he does have teleport.
It's all good. He's not going to have to... He can actually be there for when the team fights engage.
Well, they should give him a good heads up so he can clear the wave, because they're quite sizable at the moment. The last thing he wants to do is teleport and miss out on all those juicy minions.
And there they are, just the ADC battle happening there. A little bit of the explosive shot on there. Not enough attack speed to actually throw anything on there. And
ADCs in the mid lane were Season 1, boys.
Back to it again. back in Season 1. Ashe mid.
Ashe and Corki mid only. Ace in the hole coming down. Just going to kind of delay Squidgy's recall a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Squidgy has to stay there now. There's a lot of members of Trident in that mid lane, so they're looking to go for that push. Those bombs doing a good job zoning everyone out there. And here starts the siege.
Yeah, Graves just using that collateral damage in order to deter any further aggression. Saw that a lot out of Impaired in the previous series. Now General taking a leaf out of his book. 12 minutes in the game. About 1,000 gold advantage for Abyss Esports Red. So they're feeling good. Pabu really taking it to Pac-Man this game. The ulti comes through, is going to get oranged out. He really wants to take this fight. I don't think he's got it in him. Pac-Man might try to turn it around. They are going to get this mid tower in response. Trundle did die.
What happened there?
He probably just got bodied.
Pretty much. They just out of the blue, they went, yep, your too close troll, get taken out.
Got Groggy ulted by the look of it.
That Gragas ult is so good there. And what?
He tried to... I think he tried to dive him or stay too long. He's not respecting the damage out of Gangplank. Pabu had already used his ultimate. Gangplank still had his available. Therefore, Gangplank has more damage. And he just didn't respect that. Got greedy. Went in for the kill. Lost his life for it. So, Abyss Red, the marathon games, you can see the stress lines starting to set in here.
Yeah, the fractures are really coming through. Trident now actually up in kills, 1-2. So, what looked like Abyss Red sort of just taking their time, slowly accumulating parts of the map as they need to, just slowly being wasted away by careless play.
Yeah, they really need to slow this game down. They've picked a late game team composition. The last thing you should be doing is diving tier 2 towers, Pabu.
Well, he figured he had the chance there. He was probably going through. He wanted to take the risk. You know what? You need to be bold. Well, fortune favors the bold in this situation. Didn't really happen for Pabu there.
You're exactly right. They're trying to just clear out these walls. They've got a good pink there. Traps coming down from the Caitlyn. No one wants to be taking a headshot this early on in the game. I feel like this is the last game. Everyone just grouping in mid. These guys, they love to send these 4 stacks in the mid lane while we have both the mid laners actually in top and bottom respectively, just trying to get their farm here.
What's generally what the mid laners do, they just like to sit back and farm, especially when it's Luch in that case. Mind you, Luch will be so strong the longer this game goes, and because he's actually keeping up with everything, being his usual self ahead of the CS leaderboard, they're actually in front of Caitlyn as well. That is something they really need to worry about. He's got that Rod of Ages stacking already, the tier already underway. It's gonna be he's gonna be a bit of a problem unless Trident turn it on soon.
Well, looks like this will be an easy red buff stealer. Squidgy, what are you doing, man?
Squidgy!
See ya, boy.
Oh,
he
no.
just gets deleted. One more auto attack should do it, and Impaired finishes it off with the barrel.
Oh, Trident just taking advantage there. I'm not sure what he was thinking just walking into it. There's no one on the map. Where do you think they could possibly be? And next thing you know, he is dead as well. So, Trident.
I love the FPS cam.
Exactly there. It just, Wow, there's so much happening now for Trident. It seems to be at that point I said they need to turn on. They're turning on now, which is good. And Abyss Red, it's just careless mistakes.
Yeah,
it's
there was no
really
reason for Squidgy to die there.
He just sort of thought, like, maybe at some point he should have gone, hey guys, maybe I should not go into this red buff and immediately
General want to
just
try and go for the steal here. Nearly gets it. It's going to be secured though by the likes of Impaired.
There we go. Rise takes out Pac-Man.
The power of Rise. The plank. He's already a ghost, so can he die? Yes.
Yes, he can. Luch made sure he died.
60 CS up over him. Looks like he will be getting his needlessly large rod. Tier still stacking. 2 stacks on that rod of Aegis. Squidgy's got himself the fully completed Rage Blade now, getting the components of the Runar's Hurricane. On the other side, Caitlyn already has finished her Runar's Hurricane, got the fully stacked Cull, and picked herself up a pickaxe to boot.
So definitely head on the side of Caitlyn at the moment. Luch looking to be the saving grace of Abyss Red at the moment as they go for that Rift Herald as well. Going to be zoned away by T-Gun, so that's going to be a nice pick up there. Last time they gave it to Graves, who interested to see who gets it this time. And there we go.
It's gone over to Squidgy.
It's gone over to Squidgy. So what they're looking to do is probably make a group now and get this mid turret with the advantage of having the Rage Blade now and also having the empowered minions to help push it down quickly.
You're really waiting to see this Rise do a little bit more than solo kill in the top lane. Once again, every time we jump to him, it seems he is just farming up a Storm. Currently sitting at about 1,000 gold over his lane opponent on Wizard though, so you've got to give him props for how he's been playing this game on the Rise. His team just really need to get the memo that don't fight, don't die. Let the Rise scale.
I will carry you guys. Let me just sit back, relax. Squidgy, you know what, buddy? You're pretty strong yourself, so you can relax there. This time, it's going to be on me. Don't worry about it.
So, guys, put your feet up. Let's just get some CS, and we'll scale to the late game. Though Pabu, he didn't get the memo as Impaired is going all in here. Ace in the hole comes down. Oh, I like that. The ulties traded there. Pabu's in a little bit of trouble. The teleport is going to be coming. Addition caught completely out of position. Pabu with the wallbang gets that one. Looks like they're onto Pac-Man, who is forced to flash. Squidgy does get stunned up, so 2 kills in response to a little bit of an overzealous chase onto Pabu.
And they thought it had caught out Pabu there. That's why everyone was making the move down, but it turned out to be the perfect bait. T-Gun again with those pillars, just making so much work happen. And Addition gets instantly killed there. So this is probably the way to do it. You need to force a bait, think you're safe, and then you're good to go. But they jump in across at the moment, just taking this tower down, being shredded by that Tristana.
Yeah, the Cannon Barrage was used by a Gangplank to quell any further aggression, but Abyss Red showing they still got some fight left in them. With gold sitting at about 500 difference. 4 kills to 3 in favor of Red at 18 minutes in the game. 3 towers to 2, so Red, they still have to break this mid tower. It seems to be the bane of their existence. The whole last game we saw them trying their best. Luch, what are you doing, mate? Did he get it? He got it too.
He got it, wow.
You absolute devil, you.
He was just sitting there. He was actually sitting there stacking up all his abilities and spells to make sure that when he did go in there, he had his passive, and he was just able to machine gun it down. Not even the smite could go through. Compared didn't have the smite ready at that point in time. Just a nice easy pickup. And Luch really showing us this is how you're supposed to play, right?
Yeah, not like last game, Luch. Game 5 Luch is how you're supposed to play.
Exactly, game 5 Luch. Not game 4 Luch, guys.
Yeah. He's got himself his Archangel Staff. Not going to be a Seraph's Embrace just yet. Picked himself up a little bit of Boots of Swiftness. So feeling good about this game. We see a bunch of Abyss Red members all just gaining around this dragon. Still not up for a while. Baron spawning about 50 seconds. Doubt we'll be seeing that just yet. A nice pillar onto Addition. If anyone was there, they would have been picking it out. Here, the desperate power.
Just the amount of slows that they're pulling out there as well. I really love the amount of walls these guys are trying to get out across the map in this little tight zone. No. And oh, wow, almost catching Squidgy there. He took a lot of damage just from that single bomb as well.
Zillion's strong, man.
Zillion's starting to get there, but Luch just seems to be on another level at the moment. No one really wants to go near him. He's just in there in that bot lane, happily farming away.
Well, no one can. He can 1v1 anyone in the game at this stage. They need to send the whole armada, and if they do that, they lose that outer turret, which they've been defending so valiantly before. The last thing they want to do is give it up. So Poppy, she's completed herself the Frostborn Gauntlet, where on the other side, Gangplank has that Trinity Force along with the Caulfield's Warhammer.
So these guys starting to pick up their items, really starting to get towards that later stages of the
T-Gun, you're
T-Gun,
in trouble.
no!
You took the bait. Gonna have to flash. She'll get stunned up in the process. Oh, poor guy. He tried to go for the sneaky where he walked in, chucked down the corrupted lands or the filthy lands and ran away. But the second time, they were patient. They caught him out for it.
And now that's just nice and calm as well. The farming continues between these guys.
Frozen domain.
Frozen domain. Well, you know, what was it before the rework? Because he used to be the good old. It used to be when it was the junkyard.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
It's been so long since he was a filthy troll. Now he is king of the ice trolls and a much better champion for it.
Using that massive ice mace, ice bat.
It's a club. It's a nice club.
It's a club. There we go.
Looks like he wants to go clubbing tonight. And that's what these guys will be doing if they end up winning and make it to the OPL. Surely celebrations all round for which team finally takes it. The engage, though, Impaired goes in. He wants to go on Squidgy. He's on the wrong side of the map, though. Impaired might be the first one to get taken down. Where is the ulti from Zelion? There it is. Hammer of the Verdict not going to be used. Cooldown is much lower if you just let it time out.
Abyss Red getting the better end of that trade as well, and that was actually a 4-on-5 there. Luch is just sitting there having he's doing Luch type things, already 40 CS above his lane opponent, and his Wizard's starting to go like, I need to catch up now.
Wizard's got no ulti though, so he might be in a little bit of trouble as here comes T-Gun.
A
lot of pink wards standing between him and the Time Wizard though.
They're warding up there. Luch though, he wants to go for it.
Oh, he goes in for the flash, trying to get the full rotation. Look at him, he's just exploding. That's a kill going over to Luch.
And that is why they've been banning Rice so much this game. Maybe that was the false sense of security he wanted to put in. That entire game that he did, I played bad, is just so they could make sure he could get it for this final game.
They got the mid tower, boys. They've did it. They've cracked the middle of the map. 3 towers apiece now, 22 minutes in the game. Finally, about a 2.5k gold lead in favor of Abyss Red. This game is so intense right now. It can go either way. We know that Luch, he's got the mechanics to make sure the second he gets in your face, you die. You are not getting away. His spell rotations were on point. And that's why they had to ban the Rise against him. Zelion's corpse. He can't rewind that. He can't rewind that.
Well, like,
mate.
what can you do there? They call him the Time Wizard, not against the Wild Mage that is Rise. And I mean, looking at him there at the moment as well, he's finished that Seraph's Embrace. He's got the Blasting Wand. He's moving towards getting that Void Star. So any sort of magic resistance that someone has picked up is just going to be completely voided. And Luch, he's on the chase.
There is reinforcements on the way. Luch might be baited out here into going in. The ultimate comes down. Can't get in range of Pac-Man. 5 members are top in pursuit. It's going to be up. It's going to be whether Luch can kill them in time or not. He's got the Graves here. They've got to kill Pac-Man and get out. They get the first kill, but no! The flash from Wizard comes through. Where is the backup? Poppy's trying to teleport, but the minions are so far away. Here comes Squidgy Luch. He got way too greedy, but Jake might be in a little bit of trouble now. Addition, he's trying to do what he can. Squidgy's so darn low. The Keeper of the Verdict goes through Addition. He's really, really low. He's trying to get out. They focus their attention onto Wizard. He gets that one onto Pabu. They're all blinking red right now, but no one can get in range. One more auto attack should do it. That gives Tristana the reset. She goes in. She gets the kill. She wants more. She's looking for it. The Frozen Bite does miss. They are going to be able to get away, but what an intense fight. So back and forward here, Mendrix.
And everything started off Luch just being what he is at the moment. Such a monster, going in there, forcing out the cooldowns of Trident in those situations. So even though he went down and it was a 5-on-4 going into it, they didn't have enough resources to actually continue on with that fight. And Abyss Red coming out on top there, getting the gold on the carries that need it.
Yes, Squidgy, once he got that first reset, he had no fear to jump in and take out Addition. That fight was too close to call at every single stage. Once the Zelion ulti was used, you could tell that Abyss Red, the fear had left their bodies. They went straight in, complete bloodthirsty, 3v5. If they'd gotten that reset even a second earlier, I have no doubt that Squidgy could have cleaned up everyone.
But now we're just settling down once again, try to live to fight another day. Still very much winnable for both sides here. Anything could happen as this game goes on, but one thing's for certain, the longer it does go on, Luch is just going to become more and more of a monster.
He's got the makings of that Void Staff. Really wants to get himself that one as soon as humanly possible. Got a fully stacked Rod of Ages, fully stacked Archangel Staff. It is now Seraph's Embrace. He's got that Distortion enchant on his Boots of Swiftness, allowing him for lower cooldown on the Teleport and the Flash.
Also gives him a little bit of movement speed boost when he uses that Flash.
Oh, keep that in mind, guys. General about to walk into his #1 enemy. Still going.
He's just sitting there. Come on.
He's got to get out of there.
He's
Oh,
like,
he face checks a Gragas. That's not good as General. He's going to have to quick draw out of that. The pillar is huge, though.
yeah, it's just stopping everything there. There comes that teleport as well. I'm not sure what they're thinking. That there's a little bit of a flank coming on through, and that teleport is there to stop it.
That's quite bad because look at Rise. He's just free farming in the body. He's going to start pushing this tower. Rise actually one of the worst champions in the game when it comes to pushing down towers. As
He's gone all right. He's doing some damage
they
there.
got the second sack of the Dragon, so it's a little bit easier now that the burn is on there. He wants to go for this one. Going to be backing off. Does get hit by the bomb. Slow portion coming through.
He got what he came for there, and now they're starting to put some wards around that Baron as well. Abyss Red pretty good at stealing it when they need to, so they're just sitting there making sure Trident need to be on the ball because they are so sneaky when they want to be.
Oh,
But they're
Addition
going
might
for
be a little bit of
Addition.
trouble. They're jumping on top of him. A beautiful pillar to keep him at bay. Squidgy picks that one up. May have bit off more than he can chew, though. He does have his team members backing him up, but I love Squidgy's Tristana right now. Absolutely no fear.
And exactly the way it needs to be played at this point. You need to put down a stance and saying, this is it, guys. We want to be part of the OPL. We are going to show you that we are OPL material. And they're well on their way for it. Trident still have the ability to fight back, though. They have a team composition that can fight back so hard. Never count out Pac-Man. Those barrels can be a game changer.
Yeah, it looks like General. We saw him starting off that red buff, and of course he is going to be leaving it to Squidgy, who is well and truly online. Nearly got a completed Infinity Edge. Will that hit it? Oh, scumbag. The Baron didn't even flinch.
He's just like, oh man, was that a Gangplank barrel or was that a Gragas barrel? I'm not sure.
Looks like Pabu, he might be in a little bit of trouble though, but they've caught out Impaired. He's going to fall. One more attack should do it. No ultimate coming out from Wizard, but Pabu will get answered.
Trading.
Oh, 1 for 1.
So trading 1 for 1 there. Jungler for top laner. That might prompt them to maybe look towards the Baron because that means that it's going to be harder for them to sort of get that Smite steal away. And everything's just sort of calming down again. They're just trying to get some control around that area of the jungle. So this is Abyss Red now starting to put their stranglehold on the game. Here we go. General needs a little bit of help with that pink ward there, so it's pretty good that Squidgy's there to provide him a little
Rise
bit of
gets
aid.
the top tower though.
He's literally going to get the highest stats for removing towers from this game, and he's
playing
person that's
Rise.
worth- Yeah, he's playing Rise. So
He's playing how Wizard played Lissandra, so breath of fresh air to see Luch do a little bit more in terms of map control rather than just sitting in the mid, but the teleport onto the Baron. We've seen them do cheeky Barons before, and we're going to be seeing it again. The pings are well and truly out, though, so they have an inkling that this is going down. Here comes the ward down to about 4k health. They've committed to it. They want to finish it. Oh, that was a huge barrel coming through. They are going to complete it. Where is the Glacial Fissure? Jakey looking for the perfect one in the chokehold. Pabu gonna have to flash the ultimate from Impaired.
There's the
Hasn't
pillar.
been used yet. The pillar perfectly placed. Pabu might have to be the sacrificial lamb here as T-Gun gets whacked back in. There is a keeper of the verdict, keeping them safe, keeps them alive. Luch, he's turned this one around. He's looking for addition. Not gonna have anything just yet. They get out all 5 alive. Unbelievable.
And that's what we're talking about, the cheeky Baron from Abyss Red. That is not the first time they have done it in this series, mind you. And that was just such a perfect disengage by them. Trident came in thinking they might be able to catch them. They used so much of their engage tools to get onto them. But that pillar from T-Gun was just so strong. It was so well placed, and it actually stopped so much from happening there. And then following on through with the Keeper's Verdict, now they have all the tools they need to really get in there and crack the base of Trident. Here comes the push from Abyss Red.
After that Baron power play, 30 minutes in the game, Abyss Red are leading in the gold. 6k ahead right now.
Wow, they're actually quite far ahead for most of these games that we've actually had.
They're well and truly in the lead right now. 9 kills to 6, 5 towers to 3, and pick up their 3rd dragon of the game. So they're in a really commanding lead here. Baron buff as well to boot.
When they were this far ahead in the previous game that they won, and just seemed to just walk over their opponents, they even were able to make a mistake from that situation and still come out in front. There's those lovely traps from Addition, trying to stop it from getting on through there, trying to stop this push, but
look how late they are to the
Red,
punch.
They're actually just deciding to go, you know what, you can put those in there, that's fine. We're just going to go to the other lane, you know? There are more than just one, and those pillars are just doing so much. Look at the damage on those towers already.
Yeah, Squidgy just ripping at a new one, as we see in the top lane. Luch, level 17 to Wizards level 15, so a 2-level discrepancy of those mid laners that now are top impaired. Trying to go for a little bit of backdoor shenanigans. Not going to happen as he gets spotted out by a ward from T-Gun. The Baron-empowered minions are coming through. The Gangplank barrels not doing a lot. Jake, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's getting taken very low. They want to go for it. One more attack should do it. There it is. The collateral damage comes through. Impaired's going to fall next. This should be a free inhibitor. Look, here comes Luch in the top left. Another kill going down. This is a huge Baron power play.
They're just going through there. This is at the point I said last time they had the Baron, they were just able to go through and walk through this. And that's what they're doing again. They force the Kona shift and take out Zillion away. He's going to be okay because they're close enough to it. But there's a massive stream of minions also in the top lane as well. And it's going to be the zoning ultimate by Pabu. And these guys are just crack the base, walking away with it. They're going to decide to smartly back away, consolidate the goal that they just picked up, and just go in for the final knock on the head by going through the mid lane.
Yeah, they can just send all 5 members mid and Trident, they're in a bad spot. They're feeling they really got to kind of stop the bleeding here.
Well, at least Addition can put those traps down again, show us how strong they really can be in defense there.
Sure.
But in that situation, Abyss Red knew exactly what to do, just avoid it altogether. You can put those traps down, it doesn't matter. We're just going to go to a different side of the lane. All the resources have been used, needed to save them for when they had committed to a particular zone. There goes the traps down again. No more Baron minions up, but so much pressure just waiting to hit.
Out. They can just walk past it if they need to. They can just wait here and wait for the super minions to push in. They're in no danger. If they jump the gun, then it's their own fault, because realistically, they do not have to make the play right now.
Yeah, General's found himself a nice little spot to get a few little extra hits off.
Desperate Power was popped. Looking for someone to shoot.
Jakey's popped a little bit of damage on the side there. Tristana showing us what she can do.
The minion waves are well and truly pushing. You can see down in the bot lane. The super minions should be breaking that base any second now.
And here we go, we've got the champions starting to pull off now. This is their go button.
Yeah, it looks like they're going in. There should be a free tower. The explosive shot just chunking it out here. They're finishing their stranglehold.
Yeah, Pac-Man's there. He's dealing with it the best he can. They're probably going to have to worry about the next set of minions coming through. Ooh, T-Gun? Okay.
Hammer the Verdict, going to be keeping them at bay.
Everything is fine. We have a Poppy, guys. Squidgy, oof.
He's got a little bit of life steal. Not too much, though. Not enough to warrant...
He's playing with fire by walking back in there. T-Gun just scouting ahead for him while he picks up the red buff, slowly setting everything back.
They still really want to get down this mid lane push. They don't want to give any breathing room for Trident to come back. A great line of traps, but there are still 2 waves of super minions. So super minions are now on the Nexus turrets. Gangplank is going to be the one designated to go to defend them. A lot of damage onto Impaired just from a few auto attacks from General. Oh, looks like the fight has started. The ulti onto Luch, but Impaired just gets destroyed. The ultimate is still available. Jakey, he gets taken down by the collateral damage. Impaired should follow. Look how much damage Luch is doing. A double kill coming over from General. T-Gun did fall to Addition. And they are just going to back off.
Oh, Squidgy so close there. All the health he needs right there. And then Pabu, he's hanging around. He's happy to be tanky
not done yet.
But they're still going for it. And those traps are up. Oh, Trident has just got their hands full trying to deal with everything.
That top tower is so low. I don't think they can break this base though. But here comes Luch. He wants something to make out of it. Does get hit by the trap. It shouldn't be enough though. There it is. Addition picking up that one. He's going to be flashing in. Pabu goes for the Keeper of the Verdict. Has to flash over the wall. He's so down low. Escapes out of that one, but Luch definitely over-aggressive there. Really well played by Addition.
Yeah, those traps really helping him out there as well because it lets him just get stuck underneath the tower, giving him everything he needed. Addition, getting himself almost basically a freebie there. Luch was just going a bit too aggressive.
Oh, that top tower must have been in single digits, which is what inspired Luch to try and draw some of the attention to him. Didn't end up working out for him too well. Baron up in 30 seconds. Dragon in 40. Inhibitors still well and truly down. But not being able to crack the base with 2 inhibitors down could be a worrying trend here for Abyss Esports Red.
Well, if they do manage to pick up the Baron again, this should be so much easier for them as well, seeing as both the top and bottom inhibitors have been taken down. They should have all the tools they need to really break through. So Trident really need to make a play on this Baron, otherwise they could be in a lot of trouble.
We see Gangplank in the bot lane. He's got his teleport available, no Cannon Barrage. The Baron is live and it is well and truly underway, down to about 5,000 health. The pillar is there. Can they get through to try and do something? No, the flash comes through onto Pabu. Impaired is in a lot of trouble. He's going to fall. The Zillion ult is there. A huge stun onto General and Pabu. They're going to have to get out of this one. Hammer the verdict. Not hitting anyone, but there is Rise in the backline. They found Impaired and Jakey once again. Jake going to have to use stand behind me. The collateral damage will be enough. Impaired does fall. They've got their sight set onto Addition. He's going to die. Wizard should be the next one to fall. Squidgy not going to pick him up on the backline though. Gangplank, he's trying to stop the minion waves. They're going up to the top. Here comes the teleport from General. He's recalled. He's got those home guards. He's running on in. He's so damn fast trying to make a play here. Going for this inhibitor. They have 2 super minions. Baron empowered. This could potentially be it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5. Abyss Red, they're looking to win it. The first Nexus tower falls. The second one soon to follow. That's going to be a bare Nexus. Can they do it? Can they make history here? The second OCS team, they're going to be making it into the OPL, and Abyss Esports Red, they've done it.
And that was just from normal textbook play. These guys took control of the game, used what they had to their advantage, made sure that they improved their mid game as well. And from that there, it was just intelligent play. A little bit of a few falters there, but it ended up working completely fine for them there. And they just had, it was just a walk in the park after they picked up that second Baron.
That was an entertaining series to say the least. We went to all 5 games, so we can definitely say the team that won tonight deserves to be in there. Congratulations to Abyss Esports Red for a well-fought, well-earned victory.
And they broke the curse. No longer has there been, this is the first time we've had 2 new teams moving up into the OPL. Every single time it has been just 1, but finally it is over. History has not repeated itself.
Alrighty guys, and that's all we have time for tonight. Congratulations again to Abyss Esports Red, our newest entry to the OPL. We'll see you guys next time.